general, Fu Yud as the deputy general, to conduct a sweep against the remnants of the northern Yuan. And he ordered them to make as much use as possible of soldiers from Yanwang in the north. His reasoning was that Yanwang's troops in the north are more familiar with the terrain and more adapted to the weather there. This explanation didn't seem problematic to anyone, yet Zhu Yuntang subtly revealed a faint smile. After the court session ended, the Chang brothers came forward and chatted briefly with Zhu Yuntang. Some military officials also approached to express their stances. They voiced their support for Zhu Yuntang's actions this time, and assured him they would strictly discipline their descendants so that they wouldn't follow in the footsteps of Zhou Ji. Clearly, Zhou Ji's fall had become a cautionary tale that was already having some positive effect. After this matter, Zhu Yuntang returned to Shaoyang Palace and continued quietly reading in the study previously used by Zhu Biao. He needed to quickly enrich himself. Meanwhile, Zhu Yunwan, upon returning to the Eastern Palace, recounted these events to Lady Lu. Lady Lu was extremely furious after hearing it, but could do nothing about it. At this moment, she had evidently realized an issue. Zhu Yuntang's rise was now an unstoppable force. This gave Lady Lu a tremendous headache. Thus, she instructed Zhu Yunwan to avoid opposing Zhu Yuntang for the time being. Perhaps remaining low-key might serve as a good method, retreating to advance, and observing how events unfolded. Wait for Zhu Yuntang to make a mistake, then strike at the crucial moment. Zhu Yunwan nodded, deciding to diligently study and present a good image while staying in the Eastern Palace. His actions during this period had left a rather negative impression on Zhu Yuanzhang. Maybe keeping some distance from Zhu Yuanzhang for a while would produce unexpected results. In the following days, no major events occurred. Zhu Yuntang spent most of his time reading books in his Shaoyang Palace. Occasionally, he was summoned by Zhu Yuanzhang to review imperial memorials together, and each time, Zhu Yuntang provided excellent advice. Especially regarding issues related to people's livelihoods, Zhu Yuntang always managed to find empathetic solutions. After all, as someone who traveled from the future, the prosperity and stability of the modern world provided many effective ways to handle problems. In this ancient era, he only needed to cleverly apply some of these advanced ideas to help Zhu Yuanzhang solve problems effectively. One day, after reading for a while, Zhu Yuntang felt somewhat tired recently. He decided to take a stroll outside the palace, checking up on the progress of his own Wangfu construction. Thus, he mentioned it to Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang handed him a token, allowing him to leave with the 10 brocade guards Zhu Yuanzhang had assigned to him during the earthquake relief efforts, and he departed from the palace. The main reason Zhu Yuanzhang insisted Zhu Yuntang take those 10 brocade guards wherever he went now was because he feared Zhu Yuntang might be assassinated. After all, Zhu Yuntang's recent brilliance had clearly touched upon many people's interests. Some were undoubtedly unwilling for Zhu Yuntang to live peacefully in this world. Therefore, precaution was necessary, just in case. With the 10 brocade guards in tow, Zhu Yuntang left the palace and headed directly towards his under-construction Wangfu. Chapter 35, The Malicious Ministry of Revenue. The mansion Zhu Yuntang had built was located on a very prosperous street near the palace. When Zhu Yuntang arrived, he found the surroundings bustling with activity. It was situated in a lively part of the city. Moreover, the mansion that Zhu Yuanzhang had built for him was quite large in scale. It even surpassed the scale of many princely mansions. This also showed how much Zhu Yuanzhang valued this grandson of his. After some time, the construction of the mansion had already taken shape. It seemed that it had originally been a luxurious residence, and Zhu Yuntang's mansion was just an expansion of that residence. So the speed of its construction was quite fast. Zhu Yuntang stood outside the construction site. At one glance, he could imagine the future grandeur and majesty of the mansion. He helplessly smiled, thinking that Zhu Yuanzhang had made things too big by providing him such a fine mansion. After all, in his view, he would be the future emperor. No matter how good the mansion was, it would be useless. He would eventually have to live in the palace. While he was standing there daydreaming, an official dressed in the attire of a 6th-rank official frowned as he walked over. In his hand, he held a whip, which he cracked through the air, creating a loud pop sound, before he shouted at Zhu Yuntang. Get lost. This is a restricted construction area. No trespassing. Zhu Yuntang wasn't particularly concerned initially. Officials being somewhat arrogant was normal, since they were indeed officials. Thus, Zhu Yuntang turned around, intending to leave. This mansion would eventually be completed one day, and visiting then wouldn't be too late. However, before he took more than 2 steps away, he suddenly heard the crack of the whip again behind him. This time was different from the previous one, because the whip wasn't striking the air, but rather landing on a person's body. A cry of pain followed shortly after. Zhu Yuntang frowned and looked back. It turned out that the earlier 6th-rank official was now using the whip to cruelly beat a boy who appeared to be no older than 11 or 12 years old. The boy was shirtless, wearing trousers full of patches. There were already numerous whip marks on his body, and even on his face. The little figure gritted his teeth, struggling to carry a thick log of wood. The contrast between the size of the log and his small frame was evident. It was clear that this log should not be something a boy of 11 or 12 years could lift. Yet he persisted, forcibly supporting the heavy timber on his scarred shoulders. With difficulty, he moved slowly toward the distance. Still, the official wearing the uniform of a 6th-rank official continued raising the whip, angrily cursing and whipping down once again. You little bastard, your work pace is so slow, what use are you? If you continue to be such a burden, do you believe I won't hesitate to kill you right here? The whip cut through the air, fiercely whipping towards that tiny figure. Zhu Yuntang furrowed his brows. Immediately, one of the nearby guards accompanying him realized Zhu Yuntang's intent. He quickly darted forward, instantly appearing beside the junior official, firmly grabbing the raised hand wielding the whip. This blow didn't hit. Instead, the hand was caught. That minor official immediately felt rage boiling within him, turning his head towards the plain-clothed guard beside him, and roared, "You damn fellow, who are you?" The guard tightly grabbed the hand of that official. At this moment, Zhu Yuntung approached, looking grave as he said, "What a domineering official. Who gave you the power to show such cruelty here?" The sixth-rank official glared at Zhu Yuntung with fierce eyes, saying, "Boy, tell your underling to release his dog-like hand. Otherwise, this official will make both of you regret it." Zhu Yuntung's expression darkened. The guard who held on to the sixth-rank official, with his other hand, struck hard across the face. There was a loud slap, and the official's face instantly became swollen from the pain, crying out, You actually dare to assault an official of the court? You're finished. People, come here." Amidst his loud shouts, some officers clad in black robes quickly gathered around, holding whips. Some whips in their hands were still smeared with blood, indicating that they likely used their whips on numerous workers constructing this mansion. Zhu Yunting paid no heed to the official, but instead cast his eyes about, carefully observing the people working on the construction site. Only then did he realize that among the workers, children of young age formed the majority. Rarely were adults seen, and those that were present appeared elderly, weak, or sick. Not a single healthy adult was visible. This revelation shocked Zhu Yuntung greatly. In this vast construction project spread over a massive area, only the elderly, children, the sick, and the disabled were laboring. In an instant, anger surged within him, and he snatched the whip from the hands of the sixth-rank official. Without a word, he harshly lashed the man twice before admonishing him. How can it be that in this royal project, only the elderly, children, the sick, and the disabled are working? The sixth-rank official, beaten until his face twitched, still dared to bluster. "Idiot! How dare you strike me? Look clearly. I am the sixth-rank supervisor of the Ministry of Revenue. How dare you treat me like this?" Before the man could finish speaking, Zhu Yunting fiercely whipped across his mouth. This severe pain left the official speechless, clutching his mouth while continuously emitting woo-woo ah-ah sounds. Surrounding minor officials, seeing this, hurriedly brandished their whips to attack Zhu Yuntung. However, moments later, those several officials were all overthrown by the brocade guards behind Zhu Yuntung. Despite this, the sixth-rank official remained unbowed. He touched the wound on his lips and asked Zhu Yuntung, "Who exactly are you?" Zhu Yuntung's expression darkened as he replied, "Are you sure you want to know who I am?" The sixth-rank official, extremely defiant, retorted, "Don't try to intimidate me with that tone. Do you think I will be afraid? Go ahead and say it. Who are you? Even with a great background in the capital city, I will never let you go." Zhu Yunting chuckled coldly and said, "Fine, a petty official, yet your arrogance is grand." As he spoke, he slowly withdrew the token that represented his identity from his person. At first, the sixth-rank official appeared slightly perplexed, but after carefully observing the token in Zhu Yuntung's hand, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. In the next moment, he quivered and immediately knelt down, knocking his head against the ground several times, then looked up at Zhu Yuntung with the expression of a humble servant and said, "It turns out it's His Highness, the third imperial grandson. Please don't take my loud voice just now to heart." Zhu Yuntung glared at him, thinking internally, just loud voice? Zhu Yuntung was too lazy for more chatter, and once again viciously whipped the official, shouting, "Do not dare to mouth off to me. I ask you answer." At this point, the official had already been scared out of his wits and hastily bowed his head, saying, I understand. Please, Your Highness, ask anything, and I will certainly speak all that I know." Zhu Yuntung grunted and said, "Why are there only the elderly, children, the sick, and the disabled on the construction site for the princely palace?" Upon hearing this, the complexion of the sixth-rank officer of the Ministry of Revenue changed slightly. Seeing his hesitation, Zhu Yuntung stood up abruptly and roared, "Answer me." His sudden outburst frightened the small official so much that he trembled, blurting out immediately. The superior officers of the Ministry of Revenue ordered it to be done this way. Zhu Yuntung tightly clenched his fists and asked, "Why did they issue such an order? Is it true that, in the mighty Ming dynasty, there are no able-bodied men available?" The officer quickly explained, "It's not like that. It's just that the Ministry of Revenue allocated extremely little funds for the construction of your princely mansion. This sum is insufficient to build such a large palace. Even simple renovations on the existing estate would be beyond the budget. So they gave another order to minimize expenditure as much as possible. Hence, Zhu Yuntung narrowed his eyes and asked, "So, you used these old and weak individuals, exploiting their cheap labor, right? And to save costs, you beat and scold them, paying them barely enough money but making them work to the fullest extent." The officer of the Ministry of Revenue had never seen such imposing authority as Zhu Yuntong's. He was utterly terrified and rushed to bow his head, saying, "I'm merely a low-ranking official, an ordinary foreman. These matters aren't under my control. Immense pressure has been put on me from above. Given the limited resources, we can only employ these feeble workers. If I didn't impose strict conditions and make them do more work, when the tasks fail to be completed, my entire family will be held liable." Zhu Yunting's tightly clenched fists made a creaking sound. Then he asked word by word, "How many people have been beaten to death on this construction site?" The Ministry of Revenue clerk trembled and responded, "Perhaps 7 or 8. 5 or 6 are the elderly, and 2 or 3 are young ones." Zhu Yuntung closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then gritted his teeth and said, "Ministry of Revenue, what a fine Ministry of Revenue. I will remember this." After forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, Zhu Yunteng asked the official of the Ministry of Revenue again. Is it true that the Ministry of Revenue has no money? That official hesitated before replying. While the treasury may have some strain, it is by no means impossible to allocate funds for constructing a princely mansion. Please forgive me, but perhaps it is the Ministry of Revenue deliberately refusing to allocate the funds needed to build the mansion for your highness. This made Zhu Yunteng pause for a moment as he carefully considered, then said, wasn't the previous Minister of Revenue, Lu Bin, the father of the Crown Prince's consort Empress Lu? The chief clerk of the Ministry of Revenue nodded and said, yes, although it was many years ago. He didn't stay long in his position as minister, but among the staff of the Ministry of Revenue, there are still plenty of his protégés and friends. The current Minister of Revenue, Zhao Mian, is also a very good friend of Lu Bin. What's more important though? At this point, the clerk hesitated momentarily before continuing cautiously. Our current Minister of Revenue has an extremely close relationship with Your Majesty's second imperial grandson, being not only his ardent admirer, but also staunch supporter. Upon hearing these words, a fierce gleam flickered in Zhu Yunteng's eyes. It was already well known that civil officials favored Zhu Yunwen and harbored antagonistic intentions toward Zhu Yunteng. Given that Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang had assigned the Ministry of Revenue to oversee the renovation of Zhu Yunteng's princely residence, their lack of full commitment could be somewhat understood. However, Zhu Yunteng also realized a deeper level of intent behind the situation. It was apparent that the Ministry of Revenue deliberately appointed the supervisor to hire only elderly, children, the sick, and disabled individuals for labor on the construction project. The quality of work produced by such workers would undoubtedly be questionable, and living within such an estate in the future, Zhu Yunteng's safety would certainly be at risk. Additionally, employing those less capable individuals under such conditions inevitably led to fatalities or injuries during the hurried progress of construction. Could the blame for these deaths then be attributed to Zhu Yunteng? After all, it was for Zhu Yunteng's princely mansion. Merely renovating the prince's mansion would not only bring potential dangers to Zhu Yunteng's future living arrangements, but would also inadvertently tarnish his reputation among commoners, making him appear as someone with unfavorable qualities. Such insidious planning demonstrated malicious intent indeed. After analyzing the critical stakes involved, Zhu Yunteng spoke harshly. Ministry of Revenue, it seems that this prince must take action against you. Chapter 36, Preparing to Cook. Zhu Yunteng never opposed officials in the court targeting him, nor did he oppose Zhu Yunwen's faction using some means to deal with him. But such struggles should be based on certain basic bottom lines. For example, it shouldn't involve taking other people's lives or using completely immoral actions as means against him. In Zhu Yunteng's view, this is absolutely unacceptable. For instance, at this very moment, the Ministry of Revenue is attempting to deal with Zhu Yunteng by coercing these officials responsible for the construction of the princely mansion with a meager amount of money, thus forcing them to only hire elderly, young, sick, and disabled workers. In such situations, to speed up the construction period, these workers receive the lowest wages but are required to do more work. One can imagine their helplessness and despair. They would often be whipped, and some couldn't endure it, dying directly at the construction site. All of this has been entirely attributed to Zhu Yunteng's faults. The common folk only know that this mansion is being built for Zhu Yunteng. Therefore, any injustice that occurs during the construction of the mansion will all be piled onto Zhu Yunteng. Such malicious intentions are truly disgusting. This has touched Zhu Yunteng's bottom line. Zhu Yunteng has already decided that since he must hold power in the court, it might as well start with the Ministry of Revenue. If he could control the power of the Ministry of Revenue in his hands, it wouldn't be a bad thing. As for the Minister of Revenue Zhao Mian, he has almost been sentenced to death in Zhu Yunteng's eyes. Originally leaving the palace with a good mood to see his own mansion, he didn't expect such secrets to occur. It made Zhu Yunteng's mood somewhat unpleasant. After a brief silence, he then said to the official in charge of the revenue department, from now on, there must be no abuse, and even no excessive treatment of these workers. Regardless of whether they are old, young, sick, disabled, or anyone else, they should all be treated well. If you dare to whip them once, I'll give you 10 whippings in return. If you dare to force them to do work beyond their pay or anything unequal, I will make you pay a much heavier price. Do you hear me? The revenue department official looked helplessly down and said, but there isn't enough money to build the mansion properly. Following your highness's wishes to proceed normally, it may not get finished. Zhu Yunteng's face darkened, saying, if it cannot be built properly, then don't build it. This matter, you need only follow my orders. You need to understand clearly. No matter how powerful the Minister of Revenue is, he is merely a minister, while I am the royal grandson of the Ming dynasty. I have ways to deal with your minister. The official from the Ministry of Revenue hurriedly nodded and said, I understand. Only then did Zhu Yunteng calm down a bit before speaking seriously. According to my instructions, you should reduce the scale of building this princely mansion. Just refurbish the existing large residence without expanding further or doing unnecessary luxurious constructions. The official in charge of the Ministry of Revenue looked puzzled and said, but your highness, this large-scale princely mansion was ordered by his majesty for your honor. Suddenly reducing the scale might. Zhu Yunteng frowned slightly, prompting the official to quickly add, I spoke out of turn. I will immediately carry out your orders. Only then did Zhu Yunteng nod in satisfaction and said, the sins you've committed so far depend on how you perform next. Remember, starting from now, regardless of who you are or who you serve, you need only answer to me and have no reason to fear anything. If the sky collapses, I'll hold it up for you. You just need to follow my instructions, take the limited funds allocated by the Ministry of Revenue, and repair the original mansion. Shouldn't this be enough money? The official from the Ministry of Revenue nodded and said, the money allocated by the Ministry of Revenue indeed can only suffice for repairs on the existing structure. To expand, let alone reach the specified grand scale, is absolutely insufficient. Zhu Yunting nodded and said, that's fine then, follow what I've said. The official nodded again, but cautiously asked, Your Highness, if the mansion doesn't expand as planned, its scale will be significantly smaller. Are you alright with that? Zhu Yunting took a deep breath and said, frankly, I care more about you hiring these workers for such little pay, yet making them work disproportionately hard. Upon hearing this, the official from the Ministry of Revenue felt greatly ashamed. Then he knelt down heavily and kowtowed to Zhu Yuntong, saying, Your Highness, what you've done today makes your subordinate feel extremely ashamed. I'm almost embarrassed to stand before you. You are the most benevolent royal relative I've ever seen. Some princes in the past resorted to all kinds of despicable means to make their mansions larger, sometimes even exceeding regulations. Did they ever care about the life and death of those who built their mansions? But your Royal Highness is different. His Majesty clearly gave you a grand princely mansion, but because the Ministry of Revenue has given you little money and you don't want to overwork these elderly, young, sick, and disabled laborers, you'd rather reduce its scale. This really makes me very impressed. Zhu Yuntung sighed, and then said, There is no need for more words. That's enough. Remember, strictly follow my instructions. If there are officials from the Ministry of Revenue who approach you, let them know I will handle it. Upon hearing this, the official in charge of the matter helplessly chuckled and said, Without deceiving your highness, up until now regarding the project of constructing the princely mansion, the Ministry of Revenue almost never cared. Perhaps this is also a way of targeting you. They only provided a small amount of funds and only sent me, a mere clerk, to oversee the matter. This shows how unimportant they consider it, not only causing trouble for you, but deliberately making things difficult as well. But Zhu Yuntung smiled and said, This is better. Since they won't get involved, just take that limited amount of money and quickly refurbish my princely mansion. It doesn't matter if it's smaller, being habitable is enough. The official nodded solemnly, and Zhu Yuntung didn't say any more. He directly turned around and left. He originally thought that according to the scale given by His Majesty for building the princely mansion, the mansion would be too large, somewhat wasteful. Anyway, he considered himself destined to be the emperor one day. The imperial palace would already be sufficient for his living needs. There was absolutely no need at this moment to waste resources constructing such a massive princely mansion. After leaving, a brocade guard asked Zhu Yuntung, Highness, do we brocade guards need to help you investigate this matter, collect evidence, and report it to His Majesty? After all, the Ministry of Revenue hasn't followed the requirements set forth by His Majesty to allocate enough funding for the construction of your mansion. If reported to His Majesty could resolve this issue with a single word. Moreover, the Ministry of Revenue would surely face corresponding punishments. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunting shook his head and said, What I seek isn't punishment for the Ministry of Revenue, but to thoroughly solve some individuals within the ministry. Hearing this, the brocade guard who had spoken, though somewhat confused, wisely chose not to ask further. He was merely a bodyguard, and knowing too much wasn't necessarily a good thing. However, Zhu Yuntung himself had plans. Trusting these several brocade guards greatly, Zhu Yuntong said, Proceed to carry out repairs based solely on the limited funds allocated by the Ministry of Revenue. Once everything is done, I can invite the Emperor to visit my princely mansion. Then, he will naturally see everything without the need for many explanations. Seeing is believing, and the ensuing anger generated by the truth will far surpass what anyone hears about it. Upon hearing this, the brocade guards immediately displayed expressions of admiration. They understood an important principle. Sometimes saying less is better than speaking oneself, while sometimes refraining from explaining anything works best of all. The brocade guards increasingly believed Zhu Yuntong stood apart from others. To have been assigned to guard him so fortuitously was truly a fine opportunity. On the bustling street filled with people moving about, Zhu Yuntong enjoyed weaving through the lively streets. He could feel the strong scent of earthly Manhwa. Although last time when he killed the magistrate's son on the street gained him renown. Thankfully, most still didn't recognize Zhu Yuntong. So strolling down the street, he didn't draw undue attention. After a while, hunger hit, so Zhu Yuntong entered a decent-looking inn. The brocade guards initially stood off to the side, but Zhu Yuntong still ordered 6 of them to leave, keeping 4 behind to protect him and instructing these 4 brocade guards to sit down and eat together. After ordering a few dishes, Zhu Yuntong casually ate a bit. Although the Ming dynasty was rich in produce and some seasonings were available, frankly, the taste still fell short. Chen Yu was always particular about eating. Thus, he decided upon returning to the palace to gather more seasonings and prepare delicious meals following his own tastes. After resolving this, he instructed a nearby brocade guard, Go later and buy every type of seasoning available on the market here in the capital city for me. The brocade guard nodded and hurriedly left after finishing a few mouthfuls of food. Soon afterward, he returned carrying a large bag. Zhu Yunting opened it and found an impressive array of seasonings inside. Some of these spices were even quite obscure during the Ming dynasty, seldom used by most people. In Zhu Yunting's view, it was simply because they didn't know how to use them properly. Being someone from a later era obsessed with gourmet food, Zhu Yunting knew that putting these obscure seasonings to good use could create truly delightful dishes. It's just a pity that chili peppers hadn't been introduced during the early Ming dynasty. Otherwise, with such delicious chili peppers, the flavor of food would have been greatly elevated. With all the seasonings ready, Zhu Yuntang and his group then went to the market to buy some pork tenderloin, pork chops, and other items. They also bought some vegetables. Afterward, upon returning to the palace, Zhu Yuntang directly headed to the imperial kitchen. He planned to prepare a sumptuous meal today. Upon arriving at the imperial kitchen, the royal chefs saw Zhu Yuntang coming and were a bit puzzled. Zhu Yuntang didn't waste words. He directly told the supervisor of the imperial kitchen that he needed a cooking stove. The supervisor dared not refuse and immediately gave Zhu Yuntang an excellent stove. As Zhu Yuntang took out the ingredients and prepared to cook, this scene frightened the supervisor of the imperial kitchen so much that he quickly stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, you mustn't do this. As the saying goes, a gentleman keeps away from the kitchen. With your noble status, how can you possibly cook?" Zhu Yuntang smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No need for more talk. Withdraw." Chapter 37, Stubborn Zhu Yuanzhang. In the imperial kitchen, Zhu Yuntang was at this moment cutting the purchased tenderloin into strips. He fried them in oil until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, then took them out. Next, he placed a little oil in the pan, added vinegar and sugar, and cooked the sweet and sour sauce. He quickly mixed the pork tenderloin with the sweet and sour sauce, completing this relatively simple dish of sweet and sour pork. He then stir-fried some vegetables he had bought over high heat, adding various seasonings. He also grilled several pork chops, adding various seasonings. Although there was no chili pepper, fortunately, there was plenty of pepper in this era, along with other spices, allowing him to prepare very delicious food. After these delicacies were ready, the whole imperial kitchen was filled with a strong aroma. Zhu Yuntang had two royal chefs help him carry the dishes directly to Shaoyang Palace. The distance between Shaoyang Palace and the imperial kitchen wasn't far, but along the way, whether it was the palace maids or eunuchs, everyone swallowed their saliva, tempted by the aroma that wafted through the air. Back at Shaoyang Palace, Zhu Yuntang had his two younger sisters come over to eat. Seeing the dishes on the table they had never seen before, both girls immediately widened their eyes and rushed over. "Third brother, what is this? It looks so beautiful." Iluan County Princess pointed at the plate of sweet and sour pork and asked. Zhu Yuntang smiled and said, "This is pig's tenderloin. I've cooked it for you with sweet and sour sauce." Jiangdu County Princess couldn't wait to take a piece, put it in her small mouth, chewed slightly, and her eyes lit up instantly as she said, "It's so crunchy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the sour and sweet taste is wonderful. Third brother, which royal chef made this? I want him to cook for me every day from now on." Zhu Yuntang laughed and said, "This isn't made by the royal chef. I made it, third brother." Hearing this, Iluan County Princess and Jiangdu County Princess were all amazed and opened their mouths wide. "Third brother actually knows how to cook? And can cook such delicious dishes. That's amazing." "Exactly. Third brother, you even cooked something so tasty. But master taught us that gentlemen should stay away from the kitchen. Such delicacies shouldn't be made by you, third brother." Zhu Yuntang said with a smile. "I make it for my own younger sister to eat. Why so many rules? You eat. If you like it, I'll make it again next time." Both young girls happily smiled, their big eyes bending into crescents, very pretty. At the same time, Zhu Yuanzhang, who was busy beside Shaoyang Palace, just felt a bit hungry. It's not clear if because he was hungry, but his nose was abnormally sensitive, he actually smelled a strong fragrance. Among the fragrances, there was a mix of sour and sweet smells, as well as a strong smell of pepper and various seasonings. Zhu Yuanzhang immediately asked the eunuch beside him, "Where is this fragrance coming from? Did the imperial kitchen prepare some delicacies?" The eunuch shook his head in confusion and said, "Your Majesty, your servant doesn't know either." Zhu Yuanzhang sniffed a few more times, then put down the documents in his hand, walked out of the palace with his hands behind his back, and slowly followed the scent to outside of Shaoyang Palace. "It's coming from Yuntang's Shaoyang Palace." He immediately walked up and saw the table next to the grand hall where Zhu Yuntang and his two younger sisters were indulging in the several plates of exquisite food on the table. Zhu Yuanzhang immediately revealed a smile and said, "Yuntang, what kind of delicacy is this? We smelled it from far away." Zhu Yuntang immediately stood up, and Iluan County Princess and Jiangdu County Princess also rose and bowed respectfully, calling out, "Grandpa Emperor." Zhu Yuntang didn't adhere to so many formalities and said, "Grandpa Emperor has come at a good time. Your grandson went to the imperial kitchen earlier and made a few dishes of cuisine. I was thinking of inviting Grandpa Emperor to taste them together, but didn't expect you to have come voluntarily." That was a polite remark. He hadn't actually thought about inviting Zhu Yuanzhang over. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, shamelessly hurried forward and said, "Is that so? Let's see, it smells great. I've eaten so many delicacies, but I've never tasted anything like this." As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of pork chop. The pork chop had a lot of seasoning sprinkled on it, and was slowly roasted on low fire by Zhu Yuntang, making it ooze with oil. At this moment, a strong aroma of roasted meat combined with abundant oil and adequate seasoning exploded in Zhu Yuanzhang's mouth. This made his eyes light up immediately and say, It's delicious, extremely delicious. With this thing, how can we be without fine wine? Come on, go get that bottle of excellent brew that I've been too stingy to drink." A eunuch quickly left, and soon returned with a jar of fine wine. Zhu Yuanzhang, regardless of his identity, proactively poured a glass for Zhu Yuntang and said, "Yuntang, you try this wine." Zhu Yuntang took the wine cup and sipped lightly. Feeling that this wine wasn't overly potent, he relaxed and took a big sip. This wine had a strong flavor of grain. Although it wasn't extraordinarily good, it wasn't bad either. After all, as a time traveler, he had tasted various types of liquor from the future. In ancient times, most of the alcohol was grain-based fermented wine. In reality, these grain wines didn't have much difference in taste. It mainly depended on the quality or type of grain. And this wine presented by Zhu Yuanzhang should be made from the finest grain, with a good purity. It might also involve the use of distilled liquor techniques. This distilled liquor actually shared some similarities with modern-day distilled spirits. Of course, the tools or technology wouldn't be as advanced as those in later times. Seeing that Zhu Yinteng drank the wine without offering high praise, Zhu Yuanzhang became somewhat puzzled and asked, "Yinteng, is it not to your liking?" Zhu Yinteng smiled and said, "It's indeed good wine, but I have a way to make it even better." Zhu Yuanzhang immediately responded with curiosity, "Even better? This wine is already the best we've had. Yinteng, how can you make it better?" Zhu Yinteng smiled, then picked up the jar of wine and told Zhu Yuanzhang, "Grandpa Emperor, please eat casually here for a while. I'll go to the imperial kitchen and return shortly." Zhu Yuanzhang, not knowing what Zhu Yinteng intended to do, simply nodded and did not stop him. Once at the imperial kitchen, Zhu Yinteng instructed a eunuch to start the fire. He poured the jar of wine into a pot, then fetched an iron pot lid, setting it atop the pot. Around the edges of the pot, he added vessels to collect steam liquids. Thus, he created a very simple distillation apparatus. The boiling point of alcohol isn't very high. Once it reaches a certain temperature, around 70 degrees Celsius, the alcohol would boil. Then, the alcohol inside evaporates into gas, rising and attaching itself to the underside of the pot lid. If cool water circulates on the outside of the lid, it remains cold. When the gas comes into contact with the cold lid, it quickly condenses into droplets, which are collected. What's collected is pure distilled alcohol. Through this simple distillation process, the water in the wine is left in the pot while the alcohol is extracted. As a result, the alcohol concentration could reach about 75%. 75% alcohol technically qualifies as medical-grade alcohol, and drinking it would cause significant harm to the body. So, Zhu Yinteng didn't lower the boiling point too much. Instead, he let the fire burn higher and mixed some water into the mix. On the original base of the alcohol, more water was removed, increasing the purity, strength, and concentration. After processing it this way, the 20-degree grain-distilled alcohol likely increased to 40 or 50 degrees. This could be roughly estimated because previously there was a full bottle, and now 1/3 had diminished. Having reprocessed the alcohol through distillation, Zhu Yinteng took the enhanced liquor back to Xiaoyang Palace. Zhu Yuanzhang was happily munching on a pork chop, while the two young girls were continuously indulging in the sweet and sour pork. Zhu Yinteng walked over smiling, poured Zhu Yuanzhang a cup of his processed liquor, and said, "Grandpa Emperor, please taste again the flavor of the liquor I've improved." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. "Let's give it a good try." "But Yinteng, you only poured such a small cup for me. Isn't that too disrespectful towards your grandfather Emperor? Pour me a full glass." Zhu Yinteng laughed and said, "This wine is very strong. If you drink a whole glass, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." Zhu Yuanzhang instantly frowned unhappily. "You can question everything about your grandpa Emperor, but never doubt his drinking capacity. Do you know that since the day Grandpa Emperor started his great undertakings, no one has ever outmatched me at the dining table? You don't think those warriors, who are so formidable in battle, could hold their ground against me in a drinking competition? No matter how powerful they may be, in front of me, they'd all turn into wimps." Zhu Yinteng said, "I'm not questioning your drinking capacity, but this wine is indeed quite strong after my improvements. Even this half cup needs to be sipped gently by Grandpa Emperor and mustn't be gulped down." But Zhu Yuanzhang was stubborn. If there was anything Zhu Yinteng criticized about him, it was definitely not his drinking capacity. He firmly replied, "Yinteng, fill my glass completely, otherwise others will think that the Grandpa Emperor cannot afford the wine. Come on, fill up both glasses, one for each of us." Helpless, Zhu Yinteng could only oblige and fill the glass. That cup wasn't small. A full pour probably amounted to around 2 taels. Yet Zhu Yuanzhang cared not at all, swiftly downing the glass full. The next moment, his eyes bulged wide open, then opening his mouth to exclaim, "Oh, this wine is indeed very potent. It burns all the way down to my throat, truly terrifying." Zhu Yinteng helplessly smiled and said, "I warned you, didn't I?" Zhu Yuanzhang awkwardly chuckled and said, "We didn't expect the wine to suddenly become so strong. Yinteng, how did you do it?" Zhu Yinteng replied, "I purified the distilled liquor using a similar method, increasing its alcohol content. The higher the alcohol content, the richer and more fragrant the taste, making it naturally more enjoyable to drink." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded eagerly and said, It's good indeed, a fine wine. It seems that in the future, if I want to drink wine, I'll need your help to purify it." Zhu Yunting didn't say much in response, while Zhu Yuanzhang found the wine particularly delicious and proceeded to have several consecutive cups. Seeing this, Zhu Yunting couldn't help but offer a warning. "Grandpa Emperor, this wine is very strong with high alcohol content. 1 glass of this is equivalent to 2 glasses of what you used to drink before. Getting drunk will be easy if you overdo it." However, Zhu Yuanzhang, ever stubborn, clearly still felt overly confident and told Zhu Yunting, "Yinteng, don't worry about me. Your Grandpa Emperor has no problem with his alcohol tolerance. These few cups won't make me drunk." Just as he finished saying that, he began rubbing his forehead, then mumbled hazily, "Wine, it's truly a fine thing." Zhu Yunting was somewhat bewildered by his mysterious laughter and felt an ominous premonition rising within him. Sure enough, moments later, Zhu Yuanzhang, tipsy, draped his arm around Zhu Yunting's shoulders and slurred, "My great-grandson, Would you like me to give you the throne? Zhu Yunting's face immediately darkened. He thought to himself, I told you to drink less, and now look, you're already drunk. Chapter 38, Digging One's Own Pit. This night, Zhu Yuanzhang really drank too much. He kept talking drunkenly to Zhu Yuntang about all sorts of random and nonsensical things. During this time, he repeatedly mentioned passing the throne to Zhu Yuntang, leaving Zhu Yunting feeling quite helpless. Naturally, Zhu Yuntang did not take Zhu Yuanzhang's words seriously as he was drunk. When later on Zhu Yuanzhang became extremely inebriated, Zhu Yuntang simply let the eunuchs send him away. The two maids also had their fill of the delicious food on the table. As night deepened a bit, Zhu Yuntang decided to rest directly. The next morning, Zhu Yuntang, as usual, came for the early court session. Zhu Yunwen had not attended court for a long time. It was said that he was reflecting deeply in the Eastern Palace, but no one knew exactly what he was up to. Upon arriving at court, Zhu Yuanzhang rubbed his forehead. He first glanced at Zhu Yuntang and then gave a bitter smile. Zhu Yuntang also smiled, thinking to himself, if only you had listened to me yesterday and drank less. Now your head must still be aching after a night's sleep. Of course, it would be inappropriate for Zhu Yuntang to mock Zhu Yuanzhang in such a way in the court. After taking a while to recover, Zhu Yuanzhang said, My lords, is there anything you wish to discuss? I am planning to go back and rest today. I drank too much last night. Hearing this, Zhu Yuntang wanted to laugh. The officials only mentioned a few relatively common matters, nothing particularly significant overall. Just at that moment, the Minister of Revenue, Lord Zhao Mian, stood up and said, Your Majesty, constructing the mansion for Prince Wu Zhu Yuntang will require substantial expenses. In total, this cost will amount to nearly 200,000 taels of silver. I need to report this to Your Majesty. 200,000 taels of silver was a large sum, as an ordinary commoner might earn only 20 taels of silver per year. If the mansion for Zhu Yuntang were constructed according to the initial plan scale, perhaps the cost indeed would be high. But Zhu Yuntang didn't believe it would truly require 200,000 taels of silver. Considering the size of his mansion, though big, it already had a luxurious residence as a foundation. In fact, his mansion was merely an expansion project, which could save some costs. That is to say, under Zhu Yuntang's estimation, maybe a few 10,000 taels, up to 100,000 taels at most, would suffice to build the mansion according to Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang's required scale. Most officials, including even Zhu Yuanzhang, seemed to have no issues with the Ministry of Revenue quoting 200,000 taels of silver. However, Zhu Yuntang revealed a sardonic smile. The Ministry of Revenue was quoting such a high price to Zhu Yuanzhang, yet the actual funds allocated for building houses were pitifully little. As a result, the ministry official in charge of Wu Mansion could only hire elderly, children, sick, disabled workers with the lowest wages possible and cut corners, squeezing labor to achieve the target. Yet the Minister of Revenue dared to quote 200,000 taels. One might say they were walking straight into Zhu Yuntang's crosshairs. Zhu Yuntang had already instructed the Revenue Department officer in charge not to expand on the original luxury home, but just refurbish it. That is, according to Zhu Yuntang's intentions, the budget allocated by the Minister of Revenue would already be sufficient under Zhu Yuntang's demands. And yet, the Minister of Revenue actually openly reported in court that they needed 200,000 taels of silver from Zhu Yuanzhang. This undoubtedly was like lifting a stone only to drop it on their own feet. Zhu Yuntang hadn't initially thought to deal with this matter actively, but unexpectedly found that the Minister of Revenue was digging a pit for himself. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the Minister of Revenue and said, Can 200,000 taels repair Wu Mansion properly? The Minister of Revenue replied, 200,000 taels should be sufficient. If not, adding a few more 10,000 taels won't pose any problems. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and said, Good, everything shall be handled by the Ministry of Revenue. Remember to make Wu Mansion splendid for us. The Minister of Revenue solemnly responded, I obey your imperial command. Throughout this entire process, Zhu Yuntang didn't say a word, just maintaining an odd smile on his face. After the court adjourned, Zhu Yuntang followed the Minister of Revenue, chatting and laughing all the way to the Ministry of Revenue office outside the palace city. Upon arriving at the Ministry of Revenue, Zhu Yuntang saw the principal officer in charge of this matter. The Minister of Revenue introduced to Zhu Yuntang, Third Prince, this Principal Zhang is responsible for the construction of your Wu Mansion. Zhu Yuntang pretended to meet Principal Zhang for the first time and said, The matter of the mansion will be in your hands, Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang naturally understood Zhu Yuntang's meaning and smiled nodding. All the tasks I undertake are necessary duties. Then the Minister Zhao turned to Principal Zhang and said, Regarding the construction of Wu Mansion, you must put your heart into it. Accomplish this task on time, understand? Principal Zhang nodded. Minister Zhao, I understand. Zhu Yuntang also smiled and said, I am very at ease with the way your Ministry of Revenue conducts business. The Minister of Revenue then wrung his hands and laughed, saying, Since that is the case, this official will not accompany his imperial grandson anymore. As Zhao Mian spoke, he left to attend to his duties. The moment he turned around, the smile on Zhao Mian's face faded, revealing contempt and disdain. Zhu Yuntang then looked at Director Zhang and subtly said, Remember, whatever money he gives you and what you spend it on, I want you to clearly document every single bit. When the princely mansion is completed, I will hold this account book in my hand and stand before the court to confront this man who says one thing in front and another behind closed doors. We'll see exactly where those 200,000 taels were spent. Director Zhang understood Zhu Yuntang's meaning, because he had also heard the news. Minister of Revenue Zhao Mian. Today in court, requested from the emperor 200,000 taels of silver to build a princely mansion for Zhu Yuntang. In reality, however, less than the 200,000 taels was given to Director Zhang. Director Zhang himself was extremely dissatisfied with the matter. Thus, if Zhu Yuntang intended to use this issue against the Minister of Revenue, Director Zhang naturally gave full support. If he did not cooperate with Zhu Yuntang's plan against the Minister of Revenue, then Director Zhang himself would be in a difficult position. After all, constructing the princely mansion had been entrusted to him, yet only such an insufficient sum of money had been allocated while demanding work equivalent to 200,000 taels worth of efforts. It was apparent that this could not be achieved. Hence, Director Zhang had no choice but to collaborate with Zhu Yuntang. And at this moment, the Minister of Revenue remained utterly unaware, believing his subordinate Director Zhang would force success out of the paltry funds allocated by the ministry. After all, an official rank higher exerts immense pressure, so even if Director Zhang lacked sufficient funds, there were still other methods he might resort to in order to accomplish the task. For instance, hiring elderly, sick, disabled workers. In any event, should trouble arise, Zhu Yuntang would bear the blame. But he was unaware that Zhu Yuntang and Director Zhang had already conspired to set a trap for this Minister of Revenue. Under the current situation, as long as events unfolded normally, it would be effortless for the Minister of Revenue to be completely brought down by Zhu Yuntang. This matter caused Zhu Yuntang little concern. As long as he appeared indifferent, the Minister of Revenue would assume Zhu Yuntang hadn't detected any issues. In the following period of time, Zhu Yuntang kept close attention on the military campaign against northern Yuan. The battle situation in the northern plains was promising. Feng Sheng led Fu Yud, using the troops under the command of Yan Wangzhu Di of Beiping, to deliver a strong and effective blow to the remnants of the northern Yuan forces. This operation could almost be considered a relatively thorough cleanup of northern Yuan power. The war reports sent back delighted Zhu Yuanzhang immensely, making him believe that for a considerable amount of time in the future, northern Yuan would likely remain inactive. Although Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't possibly eliminate all remnants of northern Yuan power, what was left now was no longer a threat. Educating the people of the northern plains was just a matter of time. During this period, Zhu Yuntang frequently visited Lan Yu's residence and occasionally his two uncles' homes. His frequent interactions with these military officers and generals naturally drew the attention of civil officials. Civil officials were obviously uneasy about Zhu Yuntang being too close to the generals. As a result, they approached Zhu Yunwen multiple times, secretly discussing various ways to restore Zhu Yunwen's influence and regain Zhu Yuanzhang's favor. After all, during this extended period, Zhu Yuanzhang had never clearly indicated his choice for the crown prince successor. This left everyone extremely anxious. Recently, Zhu Yunwen had adjusted his mindset. Each time a minister visited him, he put on an air of unwavering determination. Regardless of whether he genuinely felt confident or not, the state he presented reassured those civil officials to continue supporting him. In the Eastern Palace study, Zhu Yunwen was reading a book. Lady Lu walked over with a bowl of soup and said to Zhu Yuntang, "Take a break." Zhu Yunwen put down the book, picked up the soup, and said to Lady Lu, "In this period, I have summarized some reasons for my previous failures and conducted self-reflection. Starting from now, I am preparing to launch another offensive toward that supreme position. I am confident that Zhu Yuntang is no match for me." Upon hearing Zhu Yunwen's words, Lady Lu revealed a satisfied smile and said, "Good. It seems my son is truly rising once again." Zhu Yunwen confidently smiled and said, "At tomorrow's early court session, I shall return to the court. This time, upon returning, I am determined to ensure Zhu Yuntang has no chance of turning things around." Lady Lu looked excitedly at her son, imagining she already saw the throne beckoning towards her son. Meanwhile, in the emperor's study on the other side, Zhu Yuanzhang was sitting opposite Zhu Yuntang drinking tea. "Yuntang, this time Feng Sheng and Fu Yud have performed great feats. Tell me, how do you think we should reward them?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuntang hesitated for a moment and said, "Rewards are certainly warranted, but at this point, there aren't many things left to reward them with." Zhu Yuanzhang took a deep breath and said, "Yes, there aren't many rewards left to give. These two generals have become quite influential and somewhat overshadow the emperor. It's rumored that on their way back after this victory, they made a grand show of power. They even disturbed the common folk, which makes me uneasy. Tell me, should we punish them or reward them?" Zhu Yuntang had an ominous premonition. He knew Zhu Yuanzhang was beginning to harbor suspicions. Historically, both Feng Sheng and Fu Yud were executed by Zhu Yuanzhang not long after Crown Prince Zhu Biao passed away. Clearly, Zhu Yuanzhang still had such intentions now. From Zhu Yuntang's perspective, these two capable officers could be very useful to him in the future. Therefore, he had to find a way to protect them. Chapter 39, A Three Birds with One Stone Plan. Regardless of who becomes emperor in the future, Zhu Yuanzhang believed that once he was gone, these highly accomplished and influential military generals would be very difficult to suppress. Therefore, although Zhu Yuanzhang almost certainly regarded Zhu Yunying as his heir to the throne, he still worried whether Zhu Yunying would be able to reign smoothly after becoming emperor. After all, having studied history books, Zhu Yuanzhang also understood that Zhu Yunwen was a precedent. Zhu Yuanzhang had killed all the military generals for Zhu Yunwen, yet Zhu Yunwen still failed to maintain his imperial position securely. Although some of this was due to Zhu Yunwen's own self-destructive behavior, this did not mean Zhu Yuanzhang's decision to kill those generals was wrong. Zhu Yuanzhang, after reading the history books, learned about how many threatening ministers he had helped Zhu Yunwen get rid of. Under such circumstances, if only Zhu Yunwen were mentally sound and managed the court well without making fatal mistakes, even while curtailing the power of princely fiefs, beginning with the most powerful like Prince Yanzhu Di, he would not have lost his throne. In Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes, Zhu Yunting was not as foolish as Zhu Yunwen. If he could help Zhu Yunting ascend to the throne and also kill off those influential ministers on Zhu Yunting's behalf, as long as Zhu Yunting acted normally in the future without replicating Zhu Yunwen's blunders, the throne could remain stable under his rule. Thus, in Zhu Yuanzhang's view, as long as he assisted Zhu Yunting in ascending to the throne, and Zhu Yunting refrained from any reckless actions, then the people posing a threat to Zhu Yutong, another of his grandsons, would be solely those influential ministers and generals. So he again entertained thoughts of eliminating these generals. Although Zhu Yunting's displayed capabilities and strength indeed brought satisfaction and shock, who could predict future events? If those brave generals were left alive, what would happen if Zhu Yuanzhang passed away and Zhu Yunting was unable to control them? Zhu Yuanzhang's considerations weren't unfounded. But Zhu Yunting didn't wish to eliminate all these generals. His thoughts were completely different from Zhu Yuanzhang's. He didn't know that Zhu Yuanzhang was determined to make him emperor at this moment. He merely knew that Zhu Yuanzhang killing the meritorious officials seemed once again to align with history. The Zhu Yuanzhang in history killed the martial generals and powerful ministers to pave the way for Zhu Yunwen, right? Now that Zhu Yuanzhang started thinking this way, Zhu Yunting considered it fitting within the historical trajectory. He even believed that Zhu Yuanzhang still intended to establish Zhu Yunwen as the future emperor. So with both standing at different perspectives, naturally Zhu Yunting didn't want Zhu Yuanzhang to kill these civil officials. In Zhu Yunting's view, these officials would prove useful for his future endeavors. They absolutely shouldn't die now. It's worth knowing that cultivating a general is much harder than utilizing one properly. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Yunting and said, Fu Yud and Feng Sheng are both remarkable talents among commanders, belonging to the same tier as Su De, Chang Yechen, and Tang He. Be it in terms of military capability, leadership, or courage, they are undoubtedly top-notch generals. Unfortunately, neither of them is an easy opponent. Take Fu Yud, for example. This man is insatiably greedy and loves vanity excessively. Basking in his achievements, he has multiple times asked us for rewards. Among all the generals, he is by far the most shameless. Today he asks for fertile lands, tomorrow for luxurious mansions. He even mercilessly oppresses the common people in his fiefdom. Such conduct truly chills the hearts of others. Zhu Yunting remained silent. In his opinion, although Fu Yud was somewhat greedy, as long as royal authority pressed down slightly, Fu Yud was not entirely unmanageable and definitely did not deserve to be killed. Yet Zhu Yunting also understood Zhu Yuanzhang's thoughts at this time. Being elderly, Zhu Yuanzhang might depart this world anytime soon. Once he leaves, how can this Ming dynasty be secured? If Crown Prince Zhu Biao were still alive, there would be no question about it. With Zhu Biao's skills and decisiveness, even if these civil and military officials became too powerful, none of them would dare harbor any disloyal thoughts against Zhu Biao. However, if Zhu Yuanzhang passes away and the throne goes to Zhu Yunwen or another grandson, will these generals remain obedient? Especially someone as insatiable as Fu Yud, could he threaten imperial authority for just a bit of personal interest? Moreover, Fu Yud's youngest daughter married the son of Zhu Yuanzhang's third son, Prince Jinzhu Gang, making Fu Yud the father-in-law of Prince Jinzhu Gang. Once Zhu Yuanzhang dies, will his third son, Prince Jinzhu Gang, rebel because he resents his nephew becoming emperor? If he does rebel, which side will General Fu Yud choose? Will he support his son-in-law, or an outsider? This answer seems already certain. Indeed, if one looks at the current situation, the probability of such an event occurring is quite high. However, there was one point Zhu Yunting was crystal clear about. Jin King Zhu Gang would die in Hongwu's 31st year. At that time, Zhu Yuanzhang would still be alive. So by the time Jin King Zhu Gang passed away, how could he pose any threat to his nephew becoming emperor after Zhu Yuanzhang's death? Among all the feudal kings, in the end, it would only be Zhu Di who would endanger the throne of Zhu Yuanzhang's grandson. After all, Zhu Yuanzhang's second and third sons would both pass away before their father. Thus, Zhu Gang would not live long enough to rebel. Therefore, Fu Yud wouldn't support a dead man's rebellion either. This meant that no such rebellion was possible. Such a capable general could, thus, be spared. So with this thought in mind, Zhu Yunting finally spoke up to Zhu Yuanzhang. Grandfather, I know what you're concerned about, but I have different thoughts. Zhu Yuanzhang, puzzled, asked, Oh? Then let me hear your thoughts. Zhu Yunting said, Though Fu Yud is greedy and insatiable, people like him can be restrained with a bit of discipline. After all, they are merely warriors, much easier to handle than those cunning civil officials. I believe that as long as the future crown prince and emperor possess certain capabilities, they can absolutely control these ministers. Didn't my father, Zhu Biao, manage this perfectly well? Hearing Zhu Yunting's words, Zhu Yuanzhang fell silent for a long time. Then he said, We're just worried that the future emperor won't be able to suppress them. As he spoke, he looked at Zhu Yunting. In essence, he was expressing his concern that Zhu Yunting might fail to control the military officers in the future. But Zhu Yunting responded, There will always be ways. If someone cannot even control a mere military officer, how can they rule the world? If so, the person sitting on the throne would be too inadequate. Even if you prepare everything for him, things might still go awry. Ultimately, instead of paving the way for someone else, it's better to give them the ability to carve out their own path. The future changes in an instant. Only through genuine capability can someone continue moving forward. Relying solely on paved roads clearly doesn't work in the long term. These words struck right at the heart of Zhu Yuanzhang, who looked at Zhu Yunting with excitement. He truly wanted to agree with Zhu Yunting. After studying history books, hadn't Zhu Yunwen ended up exactly as Zhu Yunting described? Historically, Zhu Yuanzhang had laid out all the paths for Zhu Yunwen. Yet Zhu Yunwen, he made several critical mistakes and ruined everything Zhu Yuanzhang built for him, eventually surrendering it to others. Each time Zhu Yuanzhang thought about this, it filled him with overwhelming anger. After remaining silent for a long while, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded seriously and said, "You're right. It seems our perspective was too narrow. The road we can build may be broad and smooth, but we shouldn't pave it all the way. In the end, it must be walked by oneself. If one gets used to walking on smooth, wide roads and suddenly faces a pathless thorny journey where one needs to blaze their own trail, wouldn't they be lost?" Zhu Yuanzhang, answering his own question, continued, then stood up, placing his hands behind his back. "Since that's the case, we will spare Fu Yud. But based on your opinion, how should we deal with him?" Zhu Yunting pondered for a moment and said, "Since this man is greedy and loves vanity, we should warn him with some reprimands to keep him in check." At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang paid great attention to Zhu Yunting's opinions because the previous statement from Zhu Yunting made Zhu Yuanzhang feel it indeed held merit. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish. Teaching someone to create paths is better than opening them for them. Killing a talented general like Fu Yud wasn't as beneficial as teaching descendants how to subdue this general. So Zhu Yuanzhang was eager to learn how Zhu Yunting would advise handling Fu Yud. After thinking carefully, Zhu Yunting finally replied earnestly, "Combine rewards with punishments. Reward him first according to his merits, and then punish him for the wrongdoings he committed afterward. Since he loves vanity and craves comfort, send him to a cold and harsh region." Zhu Yuanzhang asked, "A mission in a cold and harsh region?" Zhu Yunting nodded. "That's correct. Although the northern battles have ceased, Prince Yin Zhudi's troops have certainly suffered heavy losses. So here's what we'll do. Let Fu Yud head to the northern, frigid regions to recruit soldiers and train troops. In such a barren and harsh place, enjoying comfort is simply impractical. Furthermore, grandfather must assign him a task, to train an army capable of guarding the northern frontier. This way, he will endure greater hardship, which will serve as both a warning and punishment for him. Meanwhile, by having him recruit soldiers and train troops in the north, we can effectively curb the growing influence of Prince Yin Zhudi. Since you wish to choose an heir from among your grandsons, it's necessary to guard against these feudal kings from various regions. Although Prince Yin Zhudi appears somewhat inexperienced now, his demonstrated military talent is undeniably significant. If he were allowed to continue recruiting and training soldiers within his own territory, he would cultivate an army loyal only to him. This undoubtedly poses a potential threat to the future emperor. By assigning Fu Yud to handle recruitment and training, Prince Yin Zhudi will be unable to turn this army into his personal core force. Instead, this army will ultimately belong to the imperial court. In essence, we are taking away the real power Prince Yin Zhudi holds over the military. After Zhu Yunting finished speaking, Zhu Yuanzhang was deeply astonished. He carefully reviewed everything Zhu Yunting had said and was shocked to discover that this strategy accomplished 3 objectives with one action. Not only did it effectively punish Fu Yud, but it also ensured the training of a strong army on the border, an army that wouldn't belong to Prince Yin Zhudi. It would be almost impossible for Zhudi to take control of this army in the future. This strategy indirectly weakened Prince Yin Zhudi's strength in the north. After studying historical records, Zhu Yuanzhang knew about Zhudi's intention and potential for rebellion. Zhu Yunting's current approach undoubtedly weakened Zhudi, a true triple-pronged benefit. With excitement, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately nodded and said, "Good, excellent strategy. Yunting, you've impressed me again. Let's act according to what you've suggested. At tomorrow's early morning court session, I will clearly reward and punish accordingly." Zhu Yunting smiled slightly. Seeing there was nothing more to discuss, he stood up, bid farewell, and left Zhu Yuanzhang's imperial study. After hesitating for a moment, Zhu Yunting left the palace directly for Fu Yud's Ingwa Duke mansion. Chapter 40, Recruiting Fu Yud. At this moment, Zhu Yuning needed to navigate between two sides. On one hand, he had to win the satisfaction of Zhu Yuanzhang with his own plans so that Zhu Yuanzhang would not purge these meritorious officials. On the other hand, he also had to inform Fu Yud about this matter in a way that could make Fu Yud grateful to him. When Zhu Yuning arrived at Fu Yud's residence, Fu Yud, hearing that Zhu Yuning was here, didn't dare to be careless and immediately asked people to invite him into the house, and personally went to the courtyard to welcome him. Zhu Yunong, neither humble nor haughty, slightly raised his hands and said, "Prince Ing, it has been a long time." Prince Ing Fu Yud laughed heartily and said, "Third grandson. No, should now be called Prince Wu, your highness. The visit of Prince Wu is an honor for my humble abode. No wonder when I woke up early this morning, I heard the magpies chirping continuously on the branches. It turns out that your highness, Prince Wu, has come." Zhu Yuning couldn't help but laugh. These rough men, though they don't have much education, their polite words are one prettier than another. But unfortunately, these courteous words were indeed a bit vulgar, lacking any creativity. Without further deliberation, entering the main hall of the mansion, after taking a seat, Zhu Yuning then said, "First, let me congratulate you, Prince Ing, on your recent great victory." Fu Yud again clasped his hands and said, "I must thank Prince Wu. If it wasn't for you recommending me to His Majesty as a vice-general, how could I have earned merit?" Zhu Yuning smiled and waved his hand, saying, "If it wasn't for your strength, how could I have dared to recommend you?" Both burst out laughing heartily. Then Zhu Yuning suddenly became serious and said, I've heard that upon Prince Ying's return from victory, while passing through some villages, there was somewhat. He stopped here and did not continue, because the following words might cause misunderstanding if used improperly. Fu Yud laughed awkwardly. Prince Wu, please do not overthink it. It's just that I was a bit arrogant because of my recent victory, so I couldn't help but lose propriety while passing through some villages. I wonder why Prince Wu suddenly brought this up. He knew Zhu Yuning wouldn't come to his house just to talk about such things. Zhu Yuning touched his nose and said seriously, while helping my grandfather in the imperial study to review memorials, my grandfather mentioned this matter and was very angry. After this statement, Fu Yud instantly became alert. He quickly waved his hand, signaling all servants around to leave. The vast main hall then contained only the two of them. At this point, Fu Yud cautiously asked, Your Highness, what was His Majesty's attitude at that time? Zhu Yuning got up and walked a few steps, saying, extremely furious, thinking you are challenging the master and becoming increasingly inflated. Prince Ying, you should also be clear. Our current emperor wishes to clear obstacles for the future crown prince, for the future emperor. But precisely at this time, you fail to adhere to regulations. Do you know what consequences this may lead to? Upon hearing this, beads of sweat instantly covered Fu Yud's forehead. Having followed Zhu Yuanzhang for many years, he was well acquainted with the latter's character and methods. In daily life, relying on his achievements, he thought he could act a little arrogantly without issues. However, after receiving Zhu Yuning's reminder and learning that Zhu Yuanzhang was angry because of this, he immediately realized the severity of the situation. He urgently asked Zhu Yuning, Does His Majesty intend to take action against me? Zhu Yuning glanced back at Fu Yud and opened his mouth lightly, saying, Some matters, you can guess yourself. This sentence confirmed Fu Yud's conjecture. At this moment, Fu Yud could barely sit still and hastily stood up to ask Zhu Yuning, What does His Majesty plan to do to me? Zhu Yuning sat down, by now completely taking the initiative with Fu Yud, listening to him speak slowly and calmly. I will ask you a few questions first. 1. Among the future grandchildren of my grandfather who will become emperor, who would pose a threat to them? Fu Yud thought carefully and said gloomily, People like us who are valiant generals. Zhu Yuning nodded and said, You're half right, but you haven't articulated the root cause yet. Fu Yud frowned deeply and thought carefully. Then he said to Zhu Yuning, Prince Wu, forgive my dullness, could you offer some guidance? At this point, Fu Yud was already extremely polite to Zhu Yuning. He had also realized that this young man in front of him was definitely no ordinary individual. At least, at this moment, he was helping himself analyze the situation, making him feel unable to see through him clearly. Zhu Yuning smiled and said, You generals are certainly a threat, but ultimately, the ones who will truly threaten imperial authority in the future are those regional princes. Fu Yud, upon hearing this, nodded and said, That's true. In the future, when a new emperor ascends the throne, we military generals and the feudal lords in various regions will indeed pose a huge threat to imperial authority. Zhu Yuning smiled and said, Then have you ever thought that there is another group of people who present an even greater threat? Those capable military generals who have deep ties with a certain prince. Fu Yud was first startled, then widened his eyes and suddenly stared intently at Zhu Yuning. Are you referring to me and Zhu Gang? Zhu Yuning remained silent with a smile, while Fu Yud began to tremble violently. The delayed realization of fear caused cold sweat to cover his entire body. At this moment, he suddenly realized how perilous his situation was. A reckless and overbearing general might be a threat. A powerful prince could also be a potential threat. But when such a formidable general had profound ties with a prince who might rebel in the future, this constituted a truly enormous threat. Fu Yud appeared as if he had collapsed and abruptly sat down on the chair. Trembling, he muttered, I was really courting death. I was truly courting death. How could I forget this relationship? It's over, it's over. I am certainly going to die. My entire family will probably not escape this calamity. Historically, Fu Yud did indeed get too close to Zhu Gang, his son-in-law. Combined with his insatiable greed, his character led Zhu Yuanzhang to believe that such a person, driven by the desire for more benefits in the future, would inevitably support his son-in-law in rebellion. This principal Fu Yud clearly understood himself, as if he had already foreseen the possible outcome awaiting him. Seeing Fu Yud collapse weakly in the chair, Zhu Yuning maintained a calm expression. When he judged that Fu Yud had become fearful enough, Zhu Yuning slowly spoke up. You don't need to be so terrified. The lives of you and your entire family may not necessarily be impossible to save. In Fu Yud's state of utmost fear, Zhu Yuning's sudden words were like a ray of light piercing through the darkness, instantly pulling Fu Yud back from despair. He gasped heavily, looking at Zhu Yuning and saying, Prince Wu, Your Highness, please enlighten me. How can I possibly save myself? Even if it only means saving my family, I wouldn't mind dying myself. Zhu Yuning still retained his calm demeanor, with no excess expression on his face. He wanted to appear profound and mysterious, and project an aura of commanding the overall situation. Hearing his calm words, in the imperial study, my grandfather has already begun contemplating ways to deal with you because of his dissatisfaction towards you. You must understand that once my grandfather entertains such thoughts, in the future, you will almost certainly meet a terrible end no matter what. However, I skillfully helped you resolve this crisis using some appropriate words. Upon hearing this, Fu Yud immediately straightened up, carefully examining Zhu Yuning. Zhu Yuning continued, I devalued all of you generals, calling you nothing but brawny and unintelligent fellows easily manipulated by others. Therefore, I suggested to my grandfather that a clear reward and punishment approach be used in dealing with you. You won the war, so you should be rewarded. But being overly greedy, you acted arrogantly along the way home, dominating many villages with your merit. Furthermore, you frequently seized peasants' land, and this time, you even requested thousands of acres of good land from my grandfather again. Hence, I recommended that my grandfather impose some punishment on you as well. Pay attention now, because what I am about to say is critical. When my grandfather scolds your behavior angrily in court and decides to punish you publicly, remember that you must never express any dissatisfaction or make any rebuttals. Once my grandfather announces your punishment, you must quickly acknowledge your mistakes and show signs of repentance. For instance, firmly abide by my grandfather's decision to punish you, voluntarily return previously seized farmland to the peasants along with compensation, and willingly give back everything you acquired improperly through any means before. In short, work hard but demand fewer rewards. This is perhaps the only way to save yourself. After hearing these words, Fu Yud, without hesitation, believed Zhu Yuning spoke absolute truth. He immediately stood up, trembling slightly, and paid Zhu Yuning a deep bow, saying, "The grace of Prince Wu will always be remembered by me, Fu Yud. You are my Fu family savior. From now on, I, Fu Yud, will follow your every command." While speaking these words, Fu Yud sincerely admired Zhu Yuning, as Zhu Yuning had provided him an opportunity to protect his life and the safety of his family. Moreover, since Zhu Yuning was able to secure him a chance for survival with subtle tactics in front of Zhu Yuanzhang, this was enough to demonstrate Zhu Yuning's ability. An exceptionally talented individual who had shown him kindness left no reason for Fu Yud not to express his loyalty. However, Zhu Yuning waved a hand and said, "I just feel that you are a talented general, and it would be a pity to lose you this way. Remember, there have already been quite a few examples for you to learn from. For instance, Li Shanshang, Hu Weiyong, and others. Their accomplishments were not insignificant, but what were their fates? Take Tang He for another example. His achievements and abilities don't fall short of yours either, yet he asked for nothing in return, and thus was the one among many meritorious officials who didn't need to live in constant fear." Fu Yud once again bowed respectfully to Zhu Yuning. "Your Highness Prince Wu, Fu Yud has realized. Starting from today, Fu Yud will follow all of your instructions, Your Highness, only hoping that in the days to come, you can help Fu Yud and my entire family avoid calamities." At this moment, Fu Yud had fully recognized the situation. He knew that since Zhu Yuanzhang had such thoughts about him, although Zhu Yuning had saved him and his family this time, what about the next time? As a mere warrior, without many cunning strategies, it was difficult for him to guarantee that he wouldn't make mistakes or invite suspicion again. If no one like Zhu Yuning appeared to save himself and his family in the future, wouldn't they be finished once more? So at this very moment, his intention was to latch onto Zhu Yuning's support. A royal grandson with talent and tactful methods who was always by Zhu Yuanzhang's side, gaining plenty of crucial information. If each time he could casually utter a few words as he did now to ensure his safety, then it would naturally be a source of endless gratitude. Zhu Yuning also understood the meaning behind Fu Yud's words. As long as Fu Yud remained loyal to him, he could protect him. Thus, Zhu Yuning said, "Rest assured, as long as you don't overstep, I will absolutely never let you die." This sentence fully demonstrated Zhu Yuning's confidence in his own strength and his attitude towards Fu Yud. It was also an implicit reminder to Fu Yud that as long as he pleased Zhu Yuning could safeguard him. By this point, Zhu Yuning had completely brought Fu Yud under control, and Fu Yud had become the fourth general after Lan Yu and the Chang brothers to remain loyal to Zhu Yuning. In fact, by this stage, Zhu Yuning had secured the support of 4 formidable generals. His influence had undoubtedly grown stronger, though this was limited to the ranks of military officers. Among the civil officials, he needed to start taking steps to gain some control as well. Chapter 41. Everyone is happy. After resolving Fu Yud's issue, Zhu Yunteng thought of Feng Sheng. Feng Sheng's situation was different from Fu Yud's. Fu Yud was insatiable and had many flaws. But Feng Sheng was different. Relatively speaking, he was quite low-key and more restrained. Even if Zhu Yuanzhang wanted to pick his faults, it wouldn't be that easy to come up with one immediately. So for the time being, he should be safe. At least, Zhu Yuanzhang hasn't found a reason to target him yet. In history, Feng Sheng was executed by Zhu Yuanzhang due to unfounded suspicions. If Fu Yud's death was because of his own recklessness, then Feng Sheng's demise was purely because of his overwhelming strength, innocently becoming a suspected object due to groundless suspicion, leading to his execution. However, since Fu Yud could be safeguarded temporarily, Zhu Yuanzhang probably wouldn't do anything to Feng Sheng in the short term. Therefore, Zhu Yunteng didn't bother to approach Feng Sheng about anything. After all, Feng Sheng hadn't committed any improper acts, so Zhu Yunteng couldn't utilize him for now. Thus, Zhu Yunteng returned to the palace. His work still revolved around reading books, for after spending this time diligently studying, he truly felt more calm and composed, learning a great deal from the books, improving his thinking skills, and becoming better at handling certain situations. Time flew by quickly. The next morning, officials were somewhat confused when they saw Zhu Yunwen attending the early court session. He hadn't been here for a long time. This morning, Zhu Yunwen appeared particularly stable, his face adorned with an almost imperceptible smile. It seemed like he had returned to the self-assured prince who was endlessly doted on. Zhu Yunting paid little attention to this, merely glancing at Zhu Yunwen before turning away. In his eyes, as long as Zhu Yunwen didn't keep opposing him foolishly, there was no need for him to oppose Zhu Yunwen either. What he intended to do was rebel, not compete with Zhu Yunwen for the position of crown prince. Even if Zhu Yuanzhang established Zhu Yunwen as the crown prince and made him emperor, it wouldn't affect Zhu Yunteng's plans for rebellion later on. Soon, Zhu Yuanzhang arrived in the court. A trace of smile graced his face, but in Fu Yude's view, it was terribly frightening. He knew that if it weren't for Zhu Yunteng, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty might have already sentenced this great contributor to the Ming dynasty to death. Once an emperor has sufficient reason to suspect a meritorious subject, it won't be long before that person meets their end. With this in mind, Fu Yude once again looked gratefully at Zhu Yunteng. Today's content of the morning court was rather simple, mainly focusing on Feng Sheng and Fu Yude reporting the situation regarding their recent expedition against the remaining forces of the Northern Yuan in the north. After the report, officials began to whisper among themselves, obviously thrilled by the victory in this battle. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and said, "Humph, good. Feng Sheng and Fu Yude, your contributions this time cannot be overlooked. Rewards will be distributed based on individual achievements. Beyond these rewards, I have nothing else to bestow upon you. You are both already at the pinnacle of power with high ranks." Feng Sheng immediately responded, "Serving His Majesty and serving the people is what a subject should do. I do not even seek rewards, how much less extra ones." He had always taken a more detached view on these matters, so his words did not surprise either Zhu Yuanzhang or the ministers. On the contrary, everyone was pondering whether this time, Fu Yude would also ask for rewards from Zhu Yuanzhang. There were rumors that along the way, Fu Yude was extremely arrogant, treating places he passed through rudely, believing himself to be a meritorious official, demanding tribute from the commoners. It was said that he even wanted to request thousands of acres of good land from the emperor. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Fu Yude spoke up. "I too believe, Your Majesty doesn't need to reward us. With the world now at peace, we generals already live in comfort. It's our duty to fight across all frontiers and protect the people, serving His Majesty wholeheartedly. Reward seems superfluous and unnecessary." As soon as these words came out, every single official in court was shocked. Even Feng Sheng glanced surprisingly at Fu Yude, utterly astonished that this man, who was greedily infamous in his daily behavior, actually refused Zhu Yuanzhang's reward after such a decisive victory, something totally unexpected given his usual nature. Typically, shouldn't this guy take this opportunity to demand more from Zhu Yuanzhang? Surprisingly, today not only did he decline any extra rewards, but even refused what was rightfully deserved. Zhu Yuanzhang was a bit surprised as well. He opened his mouth and said, "Fu Yude, this isn't your usual style. Normally, you seize every opportunity to ask for rewards, even creating chances when there aren't any. How come today, after such a great victory, you're refusing even the most basic of rewards?" After his conversation with Zhu Yunteng the previous day, Fu Yude already knew what attitude and demeanor he should display. He sighed and said, "In the past, I truly was somewhat self-deprecating and overstepped my bounds. This time, while returning from our victorious campaign and passing through some villages, we unfortunately exposed the darker side of human nature and committed certain improper actions. In the days gone by, I also took part in seizing good farmland from the common people. Now, I've awakened to the truth. Yesterday, I returned all the stolen farmland and gave double compensation to those villagers. I deeply realize now that I already have more than enough and shouldn't be seeking anything additional." Hearing these words coming out of Fu Yude's mouth, everyone found it quite unbelievable. But Fu Yude continued, "When Prince Wu ordered the execution of Zhou Ji, son of Zhou Dexing before our expedition to the north, it had given me much food for thought. Especially the phrase, a wolf slayer should not become a wolf himself. After I returned home from war, I suddenly understood this truth and realized how reckless I've been in the past. Now, I've had a complete change of heart. Isn't it obvious that this guy is following Zhu Yunteng's advice?" His statement completely turned his character around. At the same time, it was a subtle flattery to Zhu Yunteng, implying that this transformation was entirely due to Zhu Yunteng. Although it was indeed true, Zhu Yuanzhang was somewhat shocked. He naturally didn't know that Zhu Yunteng had already talked with Fu Yude the day before. Thinking that Zhu Yunteng's previous actions had changed Fu Yude, he immediately spoke up. "Good, very good. Returning from error is never too late. Moreover, you have already made amends for the wrongs you did in the past." It was clear that Zhu Yuanzhang was pleased. He originally thought that Fu Yude was insatiable. You see, an insatiable person's demands never cease. For the sake of profit, they could spare no cost. Such individuals were always dangerous at any time. If Fu Yude has now understood the principle that one should not be insatiable, then perhaps in the future, it would be less likely that he would betray due to interests. Despite being pleased, the appropriate punishment could not be spared. So, Zhu Yuanzhang said, "Since you yourself admit that you mistreated the people on your way back from the campaign, even seizing their lands, although you have returned them, you still need to be punished." Following Zhu Yunteng's suggestion, he planned to send Fu Yude north to recruit soldiers and train troops, taking Yan Wang's place in training them. Thus, he directly said, "We hereby order you to go north and defend the northern border while recruiting and training soldiers. This harsh environment will serve as your punishment." Surprisingly again, Fu Yude did not voice any complaints or hesitations. Instead, he knelt down and bowed decisively. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving me this opportunity. I will surely train a powerful army for the court and make amends for my past misdeeds." Seeing such a change in Fu Yude, Zhu Yuanzhang was elated in his heart. Immediately smiling, he nodded and said, very good, very good. We're pleased to hear you think this way." Below, Fu Yude secretly let out a sigh of relief. In his heart, he thought that everything had unfolded exactly as Prince Wu had guessed. If he had acted greedily as usual during the morning session, his end wouldn't have been pretty. And now, following Zhu Yuntang's method, by restraining himself and acknowledging his mistakes, it made Zhu Yuanzhang very happy. This fact reaffirmed once again, listening to Zhu Yuntang was definitely the right move. And Zhu Yuntang also showed a smile. He successfully reformed Fu Yud, making him take charge of Zhu Di's forces in the north, while simultaneously ensuring Zhu Yuanzhang didn't harm this talented general. This strategic plan had hit 3 targets with 1 stone, achieving very satisfactory results. At the same time, Zhu Yuanzhang had greatly acknowledged Zhu Yuntang once more. Just because Zhu Yuntang provided such a strategy, he gained a transformed officer, which was certainly a good thing. This move made all 3 parties very contented. It could indeed be considered a win-win situation. However, watching their jubilant scene, Zhu Yunwen maintained a stoic expression and slowly stepped forward, addressing Zhu Yuanzhang. Grandfather, I have something to report. Only now did Zhu Yuanzhang notice that Zhu Yunwen was also present today. Though he had some doubts in his heart, it wasn't appropriate to show them on the court. Thus, he asked with a neutral tone, "What is it?" Zhu Yunwen slowly pulled out a piece of paper from his robes, which contained a list of names. He handed it over to the eunuch by Zhu Yuanzhang, who then glanced at the list and frowned. "What about these 8 dead people?" Zhu Yunwen replied gravely. "They were workers in Prince Wu's mansion. Out of these 8, 5 were elderly men, and 3 were teenage boys around 12 or 13 years old. They worked overtime in the Wuangfu and eventually died from exhaustion." Upon hearing this statement, the ministers in the court were immediately in an uproar, and Zhu Yuntang's brow furrowed as well. He had never expected that Zhu Yunwen would use this issue against him right here on the court. This made him somewhat amused. It appeared that the plan he had arranged must be concluded in this early morning court session. Anyway, it was about time he acted on the Ministry of Revenue. Since Zhu Yunwen chose to throw mud at Zhu Yuntang, they could just counterattack and deal with the Ministry of Revenue instead. Chapter 42. Who says I admitted guilt? In the imperial court, Zhu Yuntang revealed a faint smile. He hadn't expected that the matter of building his princely mansion would be brought up by Zhu Yunwen before he could even address it himself. The emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, looked at the list in his hand and asked with puzzlement, "Why did so many people die?" Zhu Yunwen slowly spoke. "Grandfather, this list is what I saw in the Ministry of Households. They said they didn't dare to present it to you, but I believe matters involving deaths are important and should not be taken lightly, so I brought it over." Zhu Yuanzhang frowned and said, "What exactly happened to these people who died? Don't keep me in suspense." Zhu Yunwen sighed and said, "It seems that during the construction of Brother 3's Wu princely mansion, there were some pressures applied. Furthermore, I also heard that Brother 3, Zhu Yuntang, once visited the construction site of his own mansion. He condoned his followers to beat the supervising officials from the Ministry of Households because he found the construction progress too slow. Now, the Ministry of Households has expedited the construction of the mansion, but as for those who died, I think they deserve justice." No wonder people say Zhu Yunwen is extremely insidious and cunning. His few words were vague, yet clearly targeted. After hearing them, everyone naturally linked them to certain ideas. For example, Zhu Yuntang visited the construction site, criticized the slow progress, and let his subordinates beat the supervisors. Then within such a short period, the Ministry of Households completed the mansion's construction. When we put all these together, isn't it understandable that Zhu Yuntang was dissatisfied with the slow pace of his mansion's construction? So he had his subordinates beat the Ministry of Households supervisory officers, forcing them to accelerate the process. During this accelerated process, some workers couldn't bear the pressure and died on site. This big hat wasn't explicitly mentioned, but was firmly placed on Zhu Yuntang's head. This instantly made the civil officials in the court whisper among themselves. It seemed that everyone was discussing the disgraceful actions of Zhu Yuntang. Due to Zhu Yunwen's words, Zhu Yuanzhang was also misled into thinking along these lines. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang successfully trapped by Zhu Yunwen, Zhu Yuntang showed no sign of worry. Instead, he said, "Grandfather, please don't rush. I also have a few questions about this." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and said, "Good, go ahead." Zhu Yuntang looked at Zhu Yunwen and said, "Hearing what second brother says, it seems that regarding the construction of this mansion, I went there to urge the schedule and also beat the supervisory official from the Ministry of Households, right?" Zhu Yunwen coldly laughed and said, "Isn't it?" At this moment, to prevent Zhu Yuntang from defending himself, Zhao Mian, the Minister of Households, hastily stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I also didn't know about this until later when I heard from my subordinates that third prince grandson led people to the construction site to beat our Ministry of Household supervisors. And only after the mansion was completed yesterday did I learn that 8 people died during the construction process. It's hard not to link these events to third prince grandson. I truly can't understand why third prince grandson lives well in the palace, and why couldn't he just wait for the mansion to be finished? Why must he be in such a hurry to complete the mansion? What's happening now is really regrettable." Minister Zhao Mian's speech was artistic as well. He first reminded everyone that Zhu Yuntang indeed desperately wanted to leave the palace and live outside in his mansion. Thus, it was reasonable for everyone to assume that Zhu Yuntang was eager to leave the palace, so he would certainly push for the rapid completion of the mansion. Therefore, the beating of the supervisor which forced workers under duress resulting in fatalities became more plausible. So far, both the officials and Zhu Yuanzhang thought what they heard was very reasonable. They all believed Zhu Yuntang might have done such things. As if to ensure thoroughness, Zhao Mian said to Zhu Yuntang, "The fact is already established. If third prince wants to argue your way out of it, then there's nothing much I can say. After all, in your eyes, completing the mansion quickly might be the most important thing. After hearing Zhao Mian's words, Zhu Yuntang couldn't help but nod slightly in admiration. Without a doubt, between Zhao Mian and Zhu Yunwan, their coordinated performance almost confirmed Zhu Yuntang's misconduct, beating the supervisors and forcing the workers until they couldn't bear it any longer and died. Now he understood why they were so eager to bring this up. They had planned all the arguments beforehand. However, Zhu Yuntang still appeared very calm in this situation. He just smiled slightly and said, I admit that I indeed went to the construction site before, and I did let my subordinates beat the supervisors there. I also know that 8 people died on site due to the workload. I acknowledge all of this completely. Upon hearing Zhu Yuntang's words, the Minister of Households and Zhu Yunwan both revealed smiles. Apparently, they both believed that their twisting of facts and semi-true semi-false statements had successfully induced Zhu Yuntang to confess to his crimes. The emperor above, Zhu Yuanzhang, furrowed his brows. If what Zhu Yunwan said was true, and Zhu Yuntang had admitted it himself, then this matter would be difficult to handle. After all, as a royal grandson, to expedite the construction of his princely mansion by whipping supervising officials and forcing the workers to speed up, resulting in casualties, was a very serious offense. The impact would definitely not be good. Although Zhu Yuanzhang placed great importance on Zhu Yuntang at the moment, if this were really true, he would have no choice but to impose some severe punishment on Zhu Yuntang. After all, when it came to the life and death of commoners, that was a big issue. So Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brows and said, Yuntang, how could you be so foolish? Zhu Yuntang remained calm, saying, Since second brother has brought this up, it is something that must be resolved. Therefore, I would like to ask grandfather if the facts are confirmed, how should the matter be handled? Zhu Yuanzhang felt somewhat helpless. In his eyes, it seemed Zhu Yuntang had already admitted to these facts. On the other hand, Zhu Yunwan and the Minister of Households were somewhat perplexed. They hadn't expected that Zhu Yuntang would actually confess. There's an old saying, those who falsely accuse someone always know exactly how wrong that person is. This Minister of Households and Zhu Yunwan had actually distorted the truth and falsely accused Zhu Yuntang. So since they were falsely accusing Zhu Yuntang, why did Zhu Yuntang confess? Zhu Yuntang's generous admission caught Zhu Yunwan and the Minister of Households off guard, making them unable to believe. Their expressions were caught by Zhu Yuntang, who couldn't help but smile and touch his nose, saying, Why, second brother and Minister of Households Zhao Mian, you seem surprised. You willingly stepped forward to say there's a problem with me. So why do you seem hesitant now that I've admitted it? Upon hearing Zhu Yuntang's statement, the Minister of Households snorted and said, I didn't expect His Royal Highness the third grandson, who is usually so quick-tongued, to admit so easily. This doesn't quite fit your character. Zhu Yuntang frowned and said, Let's stick to the facts. Your personal attack is a bit excessive, isn't it? The Minister of Households snorted again. At this point, the Grand Master of Ceremonies Huang Ziqing stepped forward and said to Zhu Yuanzhang, Sire, since the third royal grandson has confessed to this without reservation, perhaps your majesty can go ahead and punish him accordingly. Although Zhu Yuanzhang sighed, he thought this matter was indeed very inappropriate. Both its influence and the nature of the incident made him somewhat angry. Seeing that Zhu Yuntang seemingly had no good explanation, he said helplessly, This matter is rather egregious and does warrant punishment. However, Zhu Yuntang, seeing this, hurriedly said, Grandfather, if this charge holds true, then punish accordingly. There is no however. Zhu Yuanzhang was left speechless after hearing this. Although he was a bit upset, he favored Zhu Yuntang immensely at this moment and naturally wanted to find a way to protect him. Even if there were punishments, he didn't want them to be too harsh on Zhu Yuntang. But hearing Zhu Yuntang's words, Zhu Yuanzhang was temporarily unsure of what to do. He wanted to help him escape the situation, but this young man stopped him instead and took away his own step down. And in front of all the officials, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't blatantly continue to favor him, so he said, In that case, 50 lashes and 3 months of house arrest will suffice. Upon hearing this, some officials were clearly dissatisfied. For instance, the Minister of Households and the Minister of War Chi Tai. They had painstakingly planned this, intending for Zhu Yuntang to receive a severe blow. But they didn't expect just a flogging and a 3-month house arrest. To Zhu Yuntang, this punishment seemed insufficient to cause any real impact. What they hoped for was that Zhu Yuntang would lose Zhu Yuanzhang's favor from now on. Thus, they all wanted to speak up and request Zhu Yuanzhang to impose strict punishment. Just as they were about to speak, Zhu Yuanzhang stopped them with a fierce glare and a furrowed brow. However, at this moment, Zhu Yuntang stepped forward and said, Grandfather, I feel this punishment is still too lenient. At the sound of these words, every official in the court was completely shocked. They truly hadn't expected that Zhu Yuntang would actually think this punishment was too lenient. What was wrong with Zhu Yuntang today? Wasn't he usually sharp-tongued and very good at defending himself? Today, however, there was not a trace of defense. Instead, he admitted to a crime that didn't even exist. Not only did he admit to it, but he also volunteered to be punished by Zhu Yuanzhang. And not only did he volunteer for the punishment, but he also thought Zhu Yuanzhang's penalty was too light. Even Zhu Yuanzhang was somewhat bewildered, wondering what was wrong with Zhu Yuntang. Had his mind gone bad again? Just as everyone was utterly confused, Zhu Yuntang continued, I believe I should at least receive 80 lashes, and if possible, I should be beaten to death. In an instant, everyone stared at Zhu Yuntang as though he were a fool. This man actually requested that Zhu Yuanzhang beat him to death? Was his brain sick or something? Zhu Yunwan, on the other hand, wore an expression of surprise and delight, thinking, what a wonderful thing. All I wanted was for you to lose favor with grandfather, and now you want to get yourself killed? This happiness has come far too suddenly. Zhu Yunwen thought that regardless of whether Zhu Yuntang was speaking out of a mental issue or sheer simplicity, it no longer mattered. Such a Zhu Yuntang was already ruined. Zhu Yuanzhang also looked at Zhu Yuntang and asked, Yuntang, what's wrong with you? Although you have committed a mistake, it's certainly not enough for a beating to death. At this point, Minister of Households Zhao Mian spoke up. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness' third grandson has fully confessed to his wrongdoing. Since he feels this kind of punishment is appropriate, I agree that it's reasonable. Hearing this, Zhu Yuntang glanced at Minister of Households Zhao Mian and said, So Zhao Adult also believes that causing the deaths of 8 people on the construction site merits being beaten to death? Zhao Mian nodded and said, Of course. Those are 8 human lives. Since you've admitted to this crime, you deserve to be punished accordingly. Zhu Yuntang smiled. At this point, his goal had been achieved. He then publicly addressed Minister of Households Zhao Mian. Minister Zhao says I've admitted to the crime? I'd like to ask Minister Zhao and everyone present here, where exactly did you hear me say I admitted to my guilt? Chapter 43, The Big Reversal. Zhu Yuning's unexpected words once again left everyone at a loss. However, if you think carefully at this moment, it seems that Zhu Yuning has only admitted to going to the construction site from start to finish. He also said he did indeed beat the foreman, and he admitted knowing that 8 workers had died on the site. But, from beginning to end, he never admitted that the 8 dead were killed because he pressured them to rush the schedule. He acknowledged everything else except for this point. As a result, everyone realized that it wasn't that Zhu Yuning didn't know how to argue cleverly with sharp teeth and a sly mouth. Rather, the argument hadn't even started yet. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang also spoke up. Not bad. The whole process was described and guided by Zhu Yunwen and the Minister of Households. But Yuning seems indeed not to have admitted that the 8 who died were killed because he threatened the foreman to speed up. And it seems like Yuning hasn't admitted to pressuring the foreman to quicken their pace either. Zhu Yuning nodded and said, I want to emphasize one more time. I went to the construction site, I beat the foreman, and I do know that 8 people died there. But I haven't admitted that I beat the foreman to force him to accelerate the work, nor have I admitted that those 8 deaths were due to my urgency in meeting deadlines. Minister of Households Zhao Mian said, So, are you trying to talk your way out of this? Zhu Yuning smiled and said, Don't be in such a hurry to accuse me. Let's have a proper conversation first. I'll ask you a question. Minister Zhao Mian waved his sleeve and said, Third prince can ask anything. Zhu Yuning nodded and said, All right, first question, how much did the total cost of constructing the princely mansion amount to? Minister of Households Zhao Mian replied, According to His Majesty's required scale, the total cost was 230,000 taels of silver. Zhu Yuning said, Is the princely mansion finished already? Minister of Households Zhao Mian nodded. It is indeed finished. In fact, he himself had never been to the construction site because he knew that he had only provided a few tens of thousands of taels of silver and forced Chief Zhang to build under those circumstances. With just a few tens of thousands of taels of silver, the mansion would inevitably involve cutting corners, be unsafe, and would likely use the least amount of money to make the workers perform as much labor as possible. All costs would be controlled several times over. Otherwise, completion would be impossible. And since he hadn't gone once, should quality issues arise in the future mansion, he could shift the blame to Chief Zhang, claiming that he was too busy to visit the site personally. At worst, it might be seen as an oversight. But concerning the act of cutting corners itself, it wouldn't be tied to him. He had already planned ahead. If there were issues with the mansion down the road, they would let Chief Zhang take the fall. Of course, this was a problem that might appear much later. By that time, Zhu Yuanzhang may have passed away, and perhaps it would already be under Zhu Yunwen's governance. Even if something happened to Zhu Yuning's princely mansion then, Zhu Yunwen would certainly know about it, and thus wouldn't blame the Minister of Households. Thus, the minister believed that even if his subordinates used less money to force shortcuts and hired workers at lower wages, as long as it wasn't uncovered during Zhu Yuanzhang's lifetime, nothing serious would happen. Even if exposed while Zhu Yuanzhang was emperor, he could find someone else to shoulder the blame. One could say that his scheming was quite ruthless. As for how he found out about the fatalities on the construction site, it was through Zhang Zhushir's report earlier. Zhang Zhushir told him that 8 people had died, which made him somewhat disappointed because he thought such severe exploitation of weak and elderly individuals should have led to more than 8 deaths. It seemed irrational. What he didn't know was that after Zhu Yuning discovered the matter, he had already stopped this practice, or there truly might have been more casualties. In short, all useful information obtained by the Minister of Households was tightly strategized. Additionally, Zhang Zhushir deceived him, saying the mansion was built to standard specifications. This gave the minister the confidence to speak boldly now. In his mind, the mansion was constructed according to Zhu Yuanzhang's requirements. But it only cost a few tens of thousands of taels of silver. A mansion put together with these tens of thousands of taels, involving cutting corners and worker exploitation, naturally existed but wasn't visible on the surface. As for the rest of the money, he embezzled it. Seeing Zhao Mian so confident, Zhu Yuning merely smiled faintly and nodded, saying, Good. If that's the case, I don't want to argue excessively for now. I merely wish to invite His Majesty and the court officials to accompany me to take a look at the newly completed and grand princely mansion. Upon hearing this, Minister of Households Zhao Mian wasn't the slightest bit afraid. He knew that his subordinate Zhang Zhushir wouldn't deceive him. If Zhang said it was complete, it definitely was. Although a minimal amount of money was spent, completing it through cutting corners and worker exploitation wasn't entirely implausible. Zhu Yuanzhang did not know what Zhu Yunying intended to do, but for some inexplicable reason, he developed a peculiar trust in Zhu Yunying at this moment. He knew that Zhu Yunying was now beginning to counterattack regarding this matter. Since the counterattack had commenced, Zhu Yunying must be highly confident about his stance. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and said, "All right, then all officials shall accompany me to your newly completed and splendid Wuangfu." Zhu Yunying nodded, revealing an odd smile on his face. With all plans set up to this point, he felt it was indeed time to wrap things up. Today's Minister of Households must fall. And so, both civil and military officials accompanied Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang outside the imperial city to a relatively bustling street. The imperial city included the palace and some areas designated for official business. Outside the imperial city was where commoners lived their daily lives. Upon reaching the street where Zhu Yunying's mansion was located, all the officials were somewhat anticipative. They wanted to know what form of rebuttal Zhu Yunying would present when arriving at his self-constructed mansion. Could changing locations bring about new breakthroughs? Particularly the Minister of Households and Zhu Yunwen. They thought Zhu Yunying seemed a little amusing at this moment. After all, facts were clearly presented. Even with a change of location, nothing much should alter. However, as they arrived, the entire group, Minister of Households, Zhu Yunying, and all officials alike, were utterly shocked into silence. Before their eyes stood a prince's residence of modest size, one might even say the smallest among those known. It barely counted as a grand mansion. It was more akin to a fairly large and luxurious residential complex, yet it fell far short of meeting the requirements of a princely estate. Seeing this, both the Minister of Households Zhao Mian and Zhu Yunwen turned grim in expression. Zhu Yunwen looked questioningly toward the Minister of Households Zhao Mian. "Director Zhao, could we have come to the wrong place?" At this moment, Zhao Mian himself appeared perplexed. He had never been here before, but there shouldn't be any error in the location. Just then, Zhang Zhushi, who was busy wrapping up the final details within the mansion, quickly came out to greet them, kneeling down and shouting, "Long live the Emperor." Following this, the furious Minister of Households, Zhao Mian, called him over and demanded, "Director Zhang, what is the meaning of this? Is this the Wu Prince's mansion?" Director Zhang glanced at Zhu Yunying, exchanging a knowing look before replying to Zhao Mian. "Minister Zhao, this is indeed the Wu Prince's mansion." An incredulous Zhao Mian retorted, "How could this be possible? Isn't this just the original grand mansion? Although it has undergone some renovations, there has been no expansion at all." Director Zhang smiled mysteriously but remained silent. At this, Zhu Yunying slowly stepped forward and said, "Director Zhao, is this the mansion you spent 230,000 taels of silver to construct for me? Is this what you call building according to the Emperor's high standards?" Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang also stared fiercely at Zhao Mian, who by this point had already panicked. This scenario did not match what he knew, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. All he could do was turn to Director Zhang, angrily demanding, "Director Zhang, didn't you tell me the work was complete? What's going on here?" Director Zhang, emboldened by Zhu Yunying's support, and knowing fully well that Zhao Mian was now doomed, showed no fear. He said, "Minister Zhao, are you asking me this question? Fine, I'll answer it in front of His Majesty. You only gave me less than 50,000 taels in total. With that amount, how was I supposed to build such a high-standard mansion? You're talking nonsense. Zhang Shan, have you lost your mind to dare fabricate falsehoods here?" Zhao Mian exclaimed, surprised that Zhang Zhushi openly revealed the truth about how much silver he had provided. But Zhang Shan, Director Zhang, showed no fear. Instead, he calmly took out a ledger from his person, presenting it respectfully to Zhu Yuanzhang. "Your Majesty, here's the detailed record of funds allocated by Minister Zhao Mian for this construction project. Each transaction is meticulously documented. Please review it, Your Majesty." Gradually realizing the issue, Zhu Yuanzhang accepted the account book and skimmed through it casually. As he did, his expression grew increasingly somber. Minister Zhao Mian's legs trembled violently, full of dread. Zhu Yunwen was speechless at this moment as well. He began gradually understanding that events had once again slipped beyond his control. It seemed everything had been under Zhu Yunying's grasp since the very beginning. Though he tried hard not to admit it, reality was forcing him to accept it. After reviewing the records, Zhu Yuanzhang abruptly glared at the Minister of Households, hurling the account book at him forcefully. Kneeling instantly, Minister Zhao scrambled to pick it up. The more he examined it, the paler his complexion became. After a short pause, he slammed his head heavily on the ground and said to Zhu Yuanzhang, "Your subject has indeed only allocated 50,000 taels of silver, but as for the later funds, I never said I wouldn't provide them. However, they informed me that the prince's mansion was already completed." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunying scoffed coldly and replied, "Secretary Zhao, you seem to have run out of excuses, haven't you? I remember some time ago during an early court session, you told His Majesty that 20 more 10,000 taels of silver were needed to complete my prince's mansion. At the time, His Majesty approved it. So how come now the mansion is supposedly done, but you claim the remaining funds would still be given later? If you didn't give those funds, how could you confidently state at the court session that you were sure the mansion was completed? In your opinion, does 50,000 taels of silver suffice to build such a grand mansion? Or did the other 10,000 taels need to be spent after the mansion was built?" Zhu Yunying's relentless words left Zhao Mian speechless, and his body trembled. He realized there was no way to explain this away anymore. Since Zhu Yuanzhang was never a fool, Zhao Mian quickly bowed his head and pleaded, "Your Majesty, I am worthy of death." Zhu Yunying gave a scornful humph and said, "You most certainly deserve to die. But we're not done yet. Let us make things crystal clear before you meet your end. Zhu Yuanzhang cast his gaze towards Zhu Yunying, who continued saying, the Ministry of Revenue allocated merely 50,000 taels of silver, and with that, they wanted to compel the officials below to construct a magnificent prince's mansion. Their intentions should be quite clear by now, shouldn't they? Moreover, in the list brother Zhu Yunwen submitted to His Majesty, those who died turned out to be elderly people or children. This suggests that at the start of the construction of the mansion, old men, youths, even disabled individuals were used as laborers. This sufficiently proves that due to insufficient funds provided by the Ministry of Revenue to the local officials, they had no choice but to recruit old, young, sick, or disabled workers to do the job. With insufficient funds and the requirement to construct such a grandiose mansion, the locals could only resort to extreme measures, forcing the workers to take on tasks beyond their capacity. Inevitably, casualties would arise under such circumstances. Thus, in the end, were those 8 people forced to their deaths by me or by your Ministry of Revenue? By this point, Zhao Mian had no words left. He knew any attempt at justification would now appear feeble and meaningless. Clutching his fists tightly, Zhu Yuanzhang angrily declared, well done, lying to the emperor, oppressing the workers. Clearly, it was you who caused the deaths of 8 workers, yet you still shamelessly tried to pin the blame on Prince Wu Zhu Yunying. You audacious dog. Zhao Mian's resolve shattered completely. His trousers were soaked from fear. At this moment, he couldn't manage a coherent word through his trembling lips. After roaring furiously, Zhu Yuanzhang turned back to Zhu Yunying and asked, Yunying, can you tell me the full details of this entire process? Chapter 44. Zhu Yunwen loses all influence. Facing Zhu Yuanzhang's confusion, Zhu Yunting slowly began to explain. When I first came out wanting to take a look at my own princely mansion, I happened to see officials from the Ministry of Revenue and foremen whipping the old, young, sick, and disabled workers. Unable to bear it, I had my subordinates beat them. After beating them, I found out that these foremen and the head clerk Zhang responsible for building my mansion were also in a difficult situation. The Ministry of Revenue only gave them a small amount of money and forced them to complete the task, compelling them to cut corners, forcing them to exploit the workers, and driving the workers to death through overwork. It started as a conspiracy. Seeing it, I directly told Mr. Zhang to use the silver provided by the Ministry of Revenue to repair the existing grand house instead of rebuilding it according to the previous scale. This way, my purpose was also to make these lower officials not be so distressed. Do what can be done with the funds available. Even so, before this, 8 people had already died due to oppression. Those 8 people died before I realized the situation. And after I realized the situation, there clearly wasn't this problem anymore. After Zhu Yunsheng finished speaking, Mr. Zhang also knelt down and recounted the matter in detail again. After hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang sighed and said to Zhu Yunting, Yunting, you've been wronged by this. We never expected that those lowlifes from the Ministry of Revenue would dare to think such twisted thoughts. Zhu Yunting smiled and said, no big deal, but it's really unfortunate for those 8 who have already died. I hope His Majesty will seek justice for them. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and said, that's natural. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Mian, kneeling on the ground, quickly pleaded for mercy, saying, Your Majesty, please forgive this sinful minister. I will never do it again. I was just confused for a moment. Although Zhu Yuanzhang was evidently angry, at that time, there were actually several civil officials like Minister of War Chi Tai and Chief Director of the Imperial Temple Huang Zicheng, who even spoke up to plead for forgiveness for the Minister of Revenue. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanzhang was angry, yet Zhu Yunting coldly laughed and said, Gentlemen, didn't you all forget what happened earlier on the court? I asked everyone about the punishment for oppressing workers and causing 8 deaths. At the time, everyone discussed it very enthusiastically, each fearing the punishment wouldn't be severe enough. So how is it that now when it comes to Minister of Revenue Zhao Mian, you all start pleading for his mercy? Zhu Yunting's words could be considered a direct slap in the face of some of the civil officials. At this point, everyone remembered that earlier in court, Zhu Yunting did not confess any wrongdoing but deliberately exaggerated the severity of this crime. At the time, they thought Zhu Yunting had lost his mind for framing himself with such a heavy charge. But they didn't expect that the charge would eventually shift onto the head of the Ministry of Revenue. The entire person of the Minister of Revenue collapsed to the ground. He regretted it bitterly. During the discussion, he had been the most vocal supporter of the punishment. He had strongly agreed that anyone guilty of this crime deserved caning, never expecting that it would ultimately land on him. Zhu Yuanzhang was too lazy to waste words, so he directly glared and said, It was already stated that this kind of crime must be punished by caning, and this cannot be trifled with. Bring forth the Minister of Revenue Zhao Mian, execute him on the spot by caning. Also remove all his official titles, and confiscate his estate. The Minister of Revenue was scared stiff and immediately fainted, but he still could not escape the fate of being dragged away and beaten to death with sticks. This scene terrified many officials, especially those civil officials, such as Chief Director of the Imperial Temple Huang Zicheng and Minister of War Chi Tai. These two had been especially aggressive towards Zhu Yunting before, and were particularly afraid that Zhu Yunting would retaliate against them right then. But it was apparent that Zhu Yunting only aimed for lethal blows, and neither Chi Tai nor Huang Zicheng were deeply involved or aware of the full situation. Even if Zhu Yunting wanted to implicate them, it wouldn't harm them significantly. However, Zhu Yunting clearly did not intend to let Zhu Yunwen off easy, so he opened his mouth and said, Second brother, not knowing the truth, you publicly criticized me alongside the Minister of Revenue during court sessions. Now don't you want to offer an explanation to me? Upon hearing Zhu Yunting's words, Zhu Yuanzhang finally remembered the detestable Zhu Yunwen. He immediately shot him a ferocious glare, which made Zhu Yunwen tremble with fear. Zhu Yunwen was extremely anxious at that moment. He hadn't anticipated that the plan carefully plotted with the Minister of Revenue for so long, originally believed to be flawless, would have already been uncovered by Zhu Yunting. Today it brought him such great embarrassment. All he could do was swallow hard and finally open his mouth to speak. Yunting, second brother has wrongly accused you. I was also angered by the deaths of 8 people so. But Zhu Yunting wouldn't buy into this, giving a cold snort and saying, because 8 people died, you got angry and criticized me in public, right? Then let me ask you, when the truth came out just now, and it was clear that the death of these 8 people was all because of the Minister of Revenue Zhao Mian, why didn't I see you accuse Zhao Mian? Why did you become silent at that moment? Zhu Yunwen immediately became flustered and didn't know how to defend himself. The other civil and military officials also fell silent. At this moment, if anyone tried to say a word for Zhu Yunwen, they would surely be considered insane. Zhu Yuanzhang had already completely lost patience with Zhu Yunwen and coldly said, don't think this matter has nothing to do with you. We're not stupid. For so long you've been absent from court sessions, yet once you appeared, you immediately targeted Yunting. What a good older brother you are. Zhu Yunwen quickly knelt down on the ground. He hadn't expected that his plan would backfire to such an extent this time. Originally, he had intended to suppress Zhu Yunting to gain favor by showing concern for the commoners' lives. However, it never occurred to him that the result would be so opposite. It was evident that Zhu Yuanzhang was indeed very angry. After so many incidents, he fully realized Zhu Yunwen's true character. This person was not only useless, but also bad-hearted. With his limited brain, he attempted devious schemes to harm others. Yet every single one of these attempts only harmed himself as well. For such a person, how could Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor, possibly tolerate him, let alone passing the throne to him? Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang said coldly, starting today, you don't have to attend morning court sessions anymore. You're forbidden from participating in any political affairs. Zhu Yunwen turned pale and collapsed onto the ground. At this moment, it seemed to him that Zhu Yuanzhang had personally announced he would never be made crown prince. This was more painful for him than being killed outright. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Yunting. Despite facing an almost impossible situation, Zhu Yunting was still able to turn the tables and choose to endure injustice rather than allow workers to be exploited by the Ministry of Revenue. From this, Zhu Yuanzhang saw that this was someone with upright thoughts, who cared about the common people, and who possessed great ability. After all that had happened, Zhu Yuanzhang had no choice but to admit that Zhu Yunting was even stronger than himself in some aspects. At least regarding today's incident, if it had been him, perhaps he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. There was no way he could counterattack as perfectly as Zhu Yunting had. Therefore, Zhu Yuanzhang had decided, after a period of time, he would publicly announce Zhu Yunting as the crown grandson in front of everyone. By now, what Zhu Yunting had displayed must have convinced the civil and military officials alike. At the very least, the military officers were absolutely convinced. Even if some of the civil officials remained unconvinced, Zhu Yuanzhang believed that Zhu Yunting would eventually make them submit. With these thoughts in mind, Zhu Yuanzhang smiled. Knowing that he had a successor filled him with joy. Since the death of Crown Prince Zhu Biao, Zhu Yuanzhang had been worried daily about the issue of succession. Now, not only did he have a good choice, but this successor he favored was also extraordinarily capable. Perhaps, he might even surpass Zhu Biao in the past, which was definitely something worth celebrating for Zhu Yuanzhang. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang viewed Zhu Yunting with genuine affection. He then said, Yunting, your princely mansion, we'll let the Ministry of Revenue continue expanding it for you. Yunting replied, there's no need, grandfather. I'm already satisfied with the current mansion, and it doesn't require a larger scale. Zhu Yuanzhang paused momentarily and sighed, saying, wouldn't that mean putting you at a disadvantage? Zhu Yunting shook his head with a smile, and Zhu Yuanzhang didn't add any more words. Anyway, he had already decided. Within some time, he would proclaim Zhu Yunting as the crown grandson. When that happened, Zhu Yunting would enter the Eastern Palace, while Consort Lu and Zhu Yunwen would have to leave it. The vast Eastern Palace was undoubtedly much better than the Wu princely mansion. Fine, since you feel it's acceptable, then continue living here for now. This statement actually implied some meaning. Living here for now clearly signified that Zhu Yunting would soon leave this place. Just no one noticed it. Subsequently, Zhu Yuanzhang said again, the Ministry of Revenue is now without a minister, leaving a vacancy. Yunting, who do you think would be suitable for this position? Zhu Yunting thought for a moment and directly turned to Zhang Shan, the chief clerk of the Ministry of Revenue. Then he said to Zhu Yuanzhang, grandfather, this chief clerk Zhang Shan was forced to exploit workers during the construction of my princely mansion before. But it was out of necessity, and this time assisting me counts as making up for his faults. Moreover, judging from how he sorted out the accounts and assisted me in revealing the ugly face of the Minister of Revenue, his abilities are certainly sufficient. So, I believe, we should give him a chance and recommend him as the new Minister of Revenue. Upon hearing these words, the officials present were all somewhat shocked. To elevate a mere 6th-rank chief clerk into a 2nd-rank minister was quite astonishing. This was truly a meteoric rise. Zhu Yuanzhang felt Zhu Yunting's suggestion made sense, and mainly agreed to it for the sake of giving Zhu Yunting face, so he directly nodded and said, all right, we'll appoint Chief Clerk Zhang Shan of the Ministry of Revenue as the new minister. Hearing this, Zhang Shan knelt down on the ground in excitement. I thank your majesty. I thank his royal highness the 3rd grandson. Both Zhu Yunting and Zhu Yuanzhang slightly nodded their heads in acknowledgement. Then Zhu Yunting said, I also value your character and hope that you will work diligently from now on. Don't ever go astray like you did before. Zhang Shan bowed his head heavily and said, That day, I owe my awakening entirely to the beating I received from His Royal Highness the third grandson. Although I was forced into it at the time, it was still wrong of me to whip workers. Afterwards, I deeply regretted it and compensated with silver money. Now, thanks to the trust given by His Royal Highness the third grandson, I pledge from here on to serve until death. Zhu Yunting and Zhu Yuanzhang exchanged satisfied glances and both smiled. Zhu Yunting smiled because with Zhang Shan as the Minister of Revenue, the ministry would now be loyal to him. Zhu Yuanzhang clearly saw this point as well and was very pleased. Zhu Yunting had skillfully taken control of the entire Ministry of Revenue through such a clever move. Not only was Zhu Yuanzhang delighted, but he was also reassured and somewhat surprised by Zhu Yunting's methods. Today's incident not only failed to harm Zhu Yunting in any way, but actually allowed him to take control of the Ministry of Revenue, showing his remarkable ability. On the other hand, Zhu Yunwen had repeatedly tripped himself up, completely losing his chances. Zhu Yunwen glanced at Zhu Yunting. While there was endless killing intent in his eyes, there was even more helplessness. He knew that in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes, his struggle against Zhu Yunting had already ended in failure. But he didn't want to lose so thoroughly. Surrendering the throne willingly was absolutely impossible for him. Chapter 45. Moving into Prince Wu's mansion. On this day, Zhu Yunwen was deeply disheartened. After returning to the Eastern Palace, he remained silent. Qiu Shi, who was happily waiting for him in the Eastern Palace, saw this and immediately had an ominous premonition. She carefully probed and asked, Yunwen, why did you return so late from the morning court session today? How was the situation? Did you completely suppress Zhu Yunying? However, Zhu Yunwen just shook his head expressionlessly, then looked at Qiu Shi and said, Mother, it seems I won't have a chance with grandfather. Upon hearing these words, Qiu Shi's body suddenly trembled violently. She looked at Zhu Yunwen and said, How could this be? Wasn't your plan with the Minister of Revenue foolproof? How could it end up like this? Zhu Yunwen sighed deeply and told Qiu Shi, Minister of Revenue Zhao Mian has just been beaten to death by grandfather. Qiu Shi's body jolted, her eyes revealing a look of sheer terror. She shakily asked, How could this be? He is the Minister of Revenue, a loyal old official. How could the Emperor kill him? Zhu Yunwen wandered into the main hall like a lost soul, heavily sitting down on the chair. He then began recounting everything that happened to Qiu Shi from start to finish. After hearing the whole story, Qiu Shi was utterly dumbfounded. How could this happen? How did it get to this point? What kind of tactics is Zhu Yunying using? Zhu Yunwen fiercely rubbed his cheeks, struggling to put on an expression. But the expression that finally surfaced was pure fear. At this moment, Zhu Yunwen felt fear towards Zhu Yunying. Because no matter how he thought about it, he never imagined that the intricate trap he set up with the Minister of Revenue would have been dismantled from the beginning by Zhu Yunying. This turn of events was something he couldn't accept, but also couldn't deny. This Zhu Yunying, since that night, has suddenly become so terrifying. It's absolutely abnormal. Qiu Shi nodded and said yes. This isn't normal. On that day, he should have died, but not only did he survive, now he's behaving like a different person entirely. There must be some issue here, Yunwen. You need to investigate properly. See if there's some mastermind behind him giving him advice, or if there was something wrong with the medicine the royal physician gave him that night. This is very important. We must quickly uncover the truth. Otherwise, we might truly have no chance to reverse our fate. Zhu Yunwen naturally understood this principle. His eyes again sparkled with a desire for power, as he nodded and said, All right, I'll act on it right away. If I can break through from this angle and make significant progress, it will be the best course. If I cannot obtain any meaningful results, then I will have only one path left. Hearing Zhu Yunwen's words, Qiu Shi immediately looked somewhat nervous toward Zhu Yunwen. Zhu Yunwen also stared at his mother and slowly continued. If it comes to that, my only option will be secretly conspiring with scholars and officials in the court. Once grandfather passes away, I will seize that position. A glimmer of fear flashed across Qiu Shi's face as she said, A rebellion? Zhu Yunwen stayed silent, clearly implying agreement with her. Though Qiu Shi was afraid, when she considered the prospect of her son losing the throne, she became even more terrified. Thus, gritting her teeth, she firmly nodded and said, I, your mother, will do everything I can to help you. Back in the day, when your grandfather was alive, he maintained good relationships with many scholar officials. They may give us some face. And furthermore, she added, your reign as emperor will greatly benefit the scholar officials. The empire has already been conquered, and we need the wisdom of these scholars to administer policies and govern. At this moment, they are the most crucial people. We must rally them to our cause. In return, we will grant them as much power as possible, suppressing the military class. In addition, she emphasized, this plan of yours needs to be frequently communicated to these officials, making them realize that their status will rise once you ascend to the throne. They'll gain glory alongside your success, and under your reign, the prestige of scholars will reach unprecedented heights. Zhu Yunwen solemnly nodded, understanding well. Indeed, historically speaking, after Zhu Yunwen ascended to the throne, this is exactly what he did. He drastically reduced the influence of military officers while elevating the role of civilian officials. This gradual policy shift caused the Ming dynasty to eventually establish a society where civil governance was prioritized over military affairs, leading to a situation in its later stages where civilian officials held unimaginable authority. Conversely, capable generals became exceedingly scarce. In any dynasty, it is essential to maintain a balance between scholars and military officers. Internally, there must be scholar officials capable of governing the country. Externally, there need to be generals who can defend and expand the borders. Only in this way can a nation achieve strength and prosperity. Whether allowing either the scholars or the military to dominate unilaterally is never a good idea. Clearly, Zhu Yunwen failed to understand this point, so not only did he fail to realize the problems with his own thoughts, but he also continued down this path unwaveringly. On the other side, Zhu Yunting was also plotting rebellion. Although the current blow dealt by Zhu Yunwen was extremely thorough, Zhu Yunting still wanted to rely on his own strength to make a name for himself. What one obtains on their own is the most reliable. The Wuangfu had already been repaired, so Zhu Yunting moved out of the palace and directly settled into his own Wuangfu. Although the Wuangfu wasn't very large, after repairs, living inside was quite comfortable. The mansion was granted several maids and a handful of servants by Zhu Yuanzhang for Zhu Yunting's use. Originally, Zhu Yuanzhang intended to provide even more, but Zhu Yunting thought it unnecessary, since he alone wouldn't require such extensive attendance. As for Princess Iluan and Princess Jiangdu, following Zhu Yuanzhang's wishes, they were kept within the palace, staying in Shaoyang Palace near his bedroom. Firstly, the palace was much safer than the outside world. Secondly, the two girls were still young, so leaving the palace at such an age would indeed be inappropriate. After careful consideration, Zhu Yunting also deemed this arrangement stable. Although the two girls were somewhat unhappy, safety was ultimately more important than feelings. Moreover, Zhu Yunting had big plans, and it would be inconvenient to take care of two sisters while he focused on his ambitions. Living in the Wuangfu gave Zhu Yunting a complete sense of freedom. On the first day moving in, his maternal uncle Lan Yu was carried over by others. Chong brothers and Fu Yud came to congratulate Zhu Yunting without delay, because now Zhu Yunting was finally recognized as a true prince. In the house, at the dining hall, around the round table, Zhu Yunting personally cooked a few dishes. These dishes were what he particularly liked in his later life. Evidently, no one had tasted these types of dishes during the early Ming dynasty. Lan Yu was greedy when it came to food. He didn't care about his seniority now, casually sitting in the chair, resting one leg on another chair. With chopsticks in hand, he continuously ate with apparent joy. Yet from time to time, due to overly enthusiastic movements, the act of picking food caused pain in his leg wounds, leading to his distorted face. His expression truly matched the saying, gritting his teeth. Seeing this, Zhu Yunting couldn't help but laugh. Uncle, you don't need to exaggerate like that. There's plenty of food. If it isn't enough, I can always cook more. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed loudly. Lan Yu didn't mind. He bit into a rack of lamb voraciously before saying, Yunting, you don't know how Uncle has been lying in bed, longing for some delicious meals. Even though I've had all sorts of mountain delicacies and seafood, I've grown tired of them. Who would have expected that your dishes today could stimulate my appetite once again? To think, nowadays you've become quite the all-rounder. I've heard quite a lot about your actions in court, whether it's advice on freedom or strategies for stabilizing the northern region against remnants of Beiyuan forces. And every time those officials challenged you, you handled them with ease, making me admire you greatly. Speaking of this, Chong brothers and Fu Yud praised repeatedly. Zhu Yunting smiled, but brought up Beiyuan and looked at Fu Yud. Isn't His Majesty sending you north to train troops? Why have you stayed for so long? Hearing Zhu Yunting ask this, Fu Yud immediately turned serious. Isn't winter coming soon? The remnants of Beiyuan forces are temporarily cowed, ensuring peace for at least 1 to 2 years. As for Crown Prince Zhu Di on the Yinhuang front, His Majesty has temporarily ordered him not to recruit soldiers either. Hence, I don't feel pressured to leave just yet. Let's wait till after winter before going north. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunting let out a wry smile. His Majesty sent you precisely because he wanted to punish you through the freezing conditions. And yet, you actually plan to avoid it? Don't cut corners on this matter, or it will hinder your own progress. After a while, head to the Ministry of War, get your papers, and go north to recruit soldiers and train them diligently. Seeing Zhu Yunting suddenly becoming so solemn, Fu Yud felt slightly intimidated. He was fully convinced by Zhu Yunting, aware of his capabilities. Since Zhu Yunting had spoken, Fu Yud dared not utter any more words, hastily standing up and bowing to say, Prince Wu is right. Then, I'll fetch the document and set out for the north in a couple days. Zhu Yunting nodded, leaning back in his chair, frowning, and said, This trip, I also have a task for you. At this moment, Zhu Yunting revealed an intangible aura in his every gesture. This aura carried a sense of awe, and while others might react differently, everyone present felt some pressure facing Zhu Yunting now. Even Lan Yu, who had been indulging in food just moments ago, put down his lamb rack and sat up straight, looking at Zhu Yunting earnestly. Fu Yud quickly said, Prince Wu, if you have any orders, please don't hesitate to give them. I absolutely will not slack. Zhu Yunting nodded and said, This matter shouldn't really be brought up in this setting. It would leave a bad impression, but after careful thought, all of you here are my own people. There's no need for formalities. Hearing this, Lan Yu and the others all nodded, whereas Fu Yud was somewhat honored and surprised. After all, being the uncle and grandfather-in-law to Zhu Yunting, Lan Yu and the Chong brothers naturally had close familial ties with him. But despite not having any kinship relations with Zhu Yunting, Fu Yud was referred to as one of his own, showing how highly Zhu Yunting valued him. Everyone could see Zhu Yunting's growing capabilities and strength, and Zhu Yuanzhang's affection for Zhu Yunting had drastically changed compared to before. So Fu Yud was well aware that Prince Wu was definitely destined for greatness in the future. Then Zhu Yunting continued, The thing is, when you go north, remember, Yanwang Zhu Di must not gain any prestige or influence among the border troops. At present, grandfather has placed the recruitment and training of the northern garrison entirely under your charge. On the surface, Yanwang Zhu Di doesn't have any reason to get involved. So not only should you prevent him from openly having any chance to intervene, but also ensure he cannot secretly infiltrate his power into it, or build any kind of reputation. Do you understand? Fu Yud saluted and replied, I understand. Your words, Prince Wu. I will always keep in mind and treat this matter seriously. Zhu Yunting nodded, and at this point, Chongqing asked him, isn't this move by you aimed at guarding against Yanwang Zhu Di? Zhu Yunting didn't hide anything, so he simply nodded and said, Yanwang Zhu Di possesses considerable military talent. After the first crown prince's death, which one of these feudal kings hasn't entertained thoughts? They must be kept on guard. Upon hearing this statement, everyone present gained even more respect for Zhu Yunting. None of them expected that Zhu Yunting already possessed such far-sighted vision, starting to guard against potential threats in the future. This made everyone present feel that such an extraordinary person would surely soar high above the clouds in the near future. Chapter 46. The Heaven-Ordained Person, Absolute Loyalty. This meal at Prince Wu's mansion was bound to be anything but simple. Zhu Yuntung had allowed Fu Yud to have full control over military power in the north, not giving Zhu Di even the slightest chance to infiltrate his forces. This was just a topic introduced as bait. After this was said, Lan Yu seriously told Zhu Yuntung, this Zhu Di needs to be guarded against, but I believe that the second crown Prince Qin King Zhu Peng and the third Prince Jin King Zhu Gang, these two powerful feudal kings cannot be ignored either, and their respective places of governance are prime locations. One is based in Chang'an, the other in Taiyuan. Both these places are imperial lands. If they are not carefully guarded against, the threats they will produce in the future will surely be far greater than those posed by Crown Prince Zhu Di. Chang Sheng, son of founding general of Ming, Chang Yuchen, lives up to his name. His military expertise carries on the features of his father well, and his level of careful thought is absolutely not lacking. The words he speaks now are undoubtedly quite reasonable. In reality, at this moment, Qin King Zhu Peng and Jin King Zhu Gang were much stronger than Yin King Zhu Di in terms of strength. Furthermore, the locations where these two princes resided, i.e., their fiefs, were evidently better than Beiping. After all, Beiping belonged to a cold and barren place. On the northern side, there were also leftover Yuan dynasty forces often conducting raids. Not only was there immense pressure defending the borders, the conditions were also exceptionally tough. Thus, Beiping obviously did not compare with Taiyuan and Chang'an. Therefore, when Chang Sheng brought up this issue, his younger brother Chang's son, Lan Yu, and Fu Yud all solemnly nodded. Meanwhile, Fu Yud somewhat awkwardly realized that, considering he was related to Jin King Zhu Gang by marriage, it seemed inappropriate for him to be present during such discussions, and perhaps needed to abstain from involvement. However, regarding their concerns, Zhu Yunting merely smiled, and then said, as for this point, you do not need to worry too much. Although Qin King Zhu Peng and Jin King Zhu Gang currently seem to pose a much greater threat compared to Yin King Zhu Di, in actuality, there's no real reason to fret. Neither of them will pose any threat whatsoever to my future plans. It's not necessary to keep a close eye on them. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately drew puzzled looks from everyone present. Even Fu Yud couldn't help but ask aloud, Prince Wu, why is that? Could it be that you have enough confidence to handle them? Zhu Yuntung laughed again, getting up from his chair and saying, Fu Yud, if His Majesty already harbors suspicions about you, fearing that you may one day assist your relative in marriage Jin King Zhu Gang, posing a potential threat to the emperor of the future, then why would I still try my best to protect you? Am I a fool? Don't I realize grandfather's concerns are justified? Fu Yud paused momentarily. Indeed, Zhu Yunting had mentioned this concern when protecting him previously. Yet Fu Yud always had lingering doubts because in his view, Zhu Yuanzhang's worries made sense. Even though Zhu Yuntung protected him, and Fu Yud was loyal at the moment, wouldn't Zhu Yunting fear nurturing tigers who might one day eat him? After all, if Zhu Yuanzhang passed away and Zhu Yunting couldn't control Fu Yud, it could pose a great danger to Zhu Yuntung, right? Lan Yu and the Chang brothers also slightly frowned at this moment. Then Lan Yu opened his mouth and said, Yunting doesn't need to worry about this issue. As long as I, his maternal uncle Lan Yu, am here, Fu Yud, whatever schemes you want to carry out for your marital alliance Zhu Gang, probably won't be so easy. Upon hearing this, Fu Yud awkwardly smiled. Although it was indeed a fact, who could predict what the future held? Even if Fu Yud really betrayed Zhu Yuntung later and helped his relatives-in-law start a rebellion, while Lan Yu might be able to deal with him, Fu Yud would still be a threat nonetheless. Seeing the subtle yet awkward atmosphere developing in the room, Zhu Yunting realized that it wasn't beneficial for unity. So, he quickly intervened and said, you don't need to analyze this anymore. To be honest, if Fu Yud has even a slight possibility of aiding his relative in marriage Zhu Gang in the future, I would never let him live. At this moment, Fu Yud's forehead broke out into a thin layer of cold sweat. Zhu Yuntung was laying it all out on the table. However, Zhu Yuntung appeared to be like this towards people he trusted. He would lay everything bare, speaking frankly without beating around the bush. Because in his opinion, it wasn't necessary. Some things needed to be clearly said to achieve the best results. Lan Yu asked curiously, Yuntung, I'm having trouble understanding you too. Why aren't you worried about this problem? What if Fu Yud does become closer to his marital alliances in the future? Fu Yud stood weakly to the side, curious as to what Zhu Yuntung would say next. But Zhu Yunting's following words froze everyone present in their seats. Just see how Zhu Yunting confidently smiled and said, Fu Yud won't have the opportunity because Jin King Zhu Gang will not live more than a few years. Lan Yu, the Chong brothers, and Fu Yud were all immediately dumbstruck in place. They doubted if their ears had deceived them. Had Zhu Yuntung just said that Jin King Zhu Gang would not live more than a few years? What did this mean? Yuntung, what do you mean by this? We haven't heard of Jin King Zhu Gang suffering from any illness, Chong's son asked in confusion. Zhu Yuntung replied, Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. I can only tell you that Jin King Zhu Gang probably has only 5 years left. He will pass away in Hongwu year 31. The shock grew even more profound among those present. Not only did Zhu Yuntung know when Jin King Zhu Gang would die, but he could also predict the exact year. Was this man really so divine? But Zhu Yuntung wasn't one to stop there. He continued speaking. Not just Jin King Zhu Gang. Qin King Zhu Pang doesn't have many good years left either. In about 2 or 3 years, Qin King Zhu Pang is sure to die. This jolted Lan Yu into action despite his leg pain. Standing on one foot, he stared intently at Zhu Yuntung and said, Yuntung, you must not say these things lightly. If His Majesty hears it, he might think you're planning something and bring trouble upon yourself. With a smile, Zhu Yuntung waved a hand and said, Rest assured, this matter has nothing to do with me. Without hiding anything from you all, I simply have the ability to foretell the future. I've learned that both of them will die from illness, which is why I mentioned earlier that Yin King Zhu Di will pose a slight threat to me in the future. You don't need to worry too much either. If the deaths of Zhu Gang and Zhu Pang were related to me, wouldn't I have taken care of Zhu Di as well? After Zhu Yunteng's explanation, everyone nodded slightly, but then Lan Yu added, Wait, claiming you can foretell the future is even harder to believe, isn't it? Hearing this, Zhu Yunting thought it was indeed true and thus replied, Just don't overthink it. What I've said is correct. You all know that recently I suddenly suffered extreme sickness, nearly dying, but then I inexplicably recovered. At that time, it felt like I had a dream where I saw many events that would happen in the Ming Dynasty's future. Hence, I roughly understand the fates of many people and the course of certain events. By saying this, Zhu Yuntung wasn't just posturing for show. He wanted to convey to everyone present that he possessed valuable inside knowledge. Knowledge about their fates and the fates of others. This added an aura of mystery around him. It would also ensure greater loyalty from those present. They might start thinking, if Zhu Yuntung can see so much in his dreams, doesn't that mean he's truly destined by heaven, at least according to superstitious minds from ancient times? Thus, at this moment, the way Lan Yu and Fu Yud looked at Zhu Yuntung underwent a subtle change. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Zhu Yuntung stopped revealing more. Instead, he warned everyone, The things I told you tonight are absolute secrets. You mustn't leak them out, or I won't hesitate to act. Also, regarding what I said tonight, you'd best not doubt any of it. After all, Uncle Lan Yu and Fu Yud, you both changed your destinies based on my words, didn't you? So you should trust that I am not lying. These final words struck a deep chord within Lan Yu and Fu Yud. Upon careful reflection, they realized he was right. Back then, during his conversation with Lan Yu, Zhu Yuntung had analyzed how Lan Yu's excessive arrogance and pride would lead to an early death unless forced into becoming a disabled old cat. Now, Lan Yu, having followed Zhu Yuntung's advice, had distanced himself far from disputes. Even Zhu Yuanzhang barely mentioned him anymore. When contemplating executing Fu Yud initially, Zhu Yuanzhang never even considered harming Lan Yu. Fu Yud resonated with this deeply since he had just gone through such an event. Had it not been for Zhu Yunting saving him ahead of time, he'd likely already be dead by now. Zhu Yunting further explained. In fact, Zhou Dexing's fate was also sealed. The reason I didn't save him is because his son was excessively rebellious, and Zhou himself showed no real understanding. Such a person can't be saved, and even if rescued, they wouldn't feel grateful. So, although Zhu Yuntung left his words unfinished, everyone understood the implication. Zhou Dexing died, and his death was horrific. This outcome served as a reminder. Simultaneously, Zhu Yuntung's words were also warning those present. Should they choose not to heed him fully, their fate might mirror Zhou Dexing's. At this point, all of them thoroughly trusted Zhu Yuntung's words. In their eyes, Zhu Yuntung seemed almost deified, no longer just an ordinary man. Thus, Fu Yud addressed Zhu Yuntong, possibly typo referring to Zhu Yuntong, with great solemnity. Even if Zhu Gang does not die, I would absolutely never betray Prince Wu. My loyalty, Prince Wu can absolutely count on. Zhu Yuntong smiled, thinking to himself that this was no longer important. What mattered was that the people present would not dare to be disloyal to him. And the reason why was, of course, unimportant. What mattered was the result. This dinner tonight was anything but ordinary. The dishes Zhu Yuntong prepared were excellent, and the words he spoke had a more Den Fu Tive impact on everyone. From now on, all the people present would be absolutely loyal, because they knew that if they wavered in their loyalty, the consequences were self-evident. This mysterious Zhu Yuntong undoubtedly had countless ways to deal with them, which was far too dangerous for them. Zhu Yuntong had achieved his goal for the night. Everyone was full, and as they dispersed, none of them could sleep. They stayed up at home carefully pondering over what Zhu Yuntong had said today. In the end, each of them repeatedly cautioned themselves deep in their hearts. Their loyalty to Zhu Yuntong must not waver even the slightest bit. Chapter 47, Meeting the Appointment. Ever since Chun-Yi joined Prince Wu's mansion, he felt much less pressure. After all, living in the palace before, there was always a strange sense of pressure, while now he finally felt a rare sense of ease and freedom. Nowadays, he has completely taken control over several powerful generals among the military officials. Among the civilian officials, Minister of Revenue Zhang Shan is already on his side. At this moment, the political landscape of the court has undergone significant changes. Zhu Yuning managed to promote Zhang Shan to the position of Minister of Revenue, which was also sending a signal to the civilian officials. Those who oppose him will end up dead. On the other hand, those who return from the wrong path and join his camp will reap endless benefits. He has indeed proven his abilities. A 6th-rank official of the Ministry of Revenue quickly became a 2nd-rank minister of the Ministry of Revenue. In just one of Zhu Yuning's counterattacks, he accomplished such things as a matter of course, and his abilities cannot fail to astonish people. However, even though Zhu Yuning demonstrated formidable strength, the civilian officials still tended to support Zhu Yunwen more for the sake of their own interests. They still hoped that Zhu Yunwen, who favored the civil officials, would come to power. But in Zhu Yuning's view, this was no longer important. He could give these civil officials enough benefits if they were willing to support him. If they didn't want to support him, eliminating them one by one wasn't an insurmountable difficulty. Having made up his mind, Zhu Yuning stopped worrying about this matter too much. In his residence, the 10 brocade armored guards Zhu Yuanzhang arranged for him were still at his disposal. Additionally, there was a steward, who used to be a trusted servant of the Chang family. This person had close ties with Zhu Yuning's mother's family. Previously, brothers Chongqing mentioned to Zhu Yuneng that this steward was carefully selected for him, absolutely trustworthy. From this, we can again see Chongsheng's meticulous nature. He knew that Zhu Yuning harbored grand ambitions and was secretly planning something earth-shattering. There must be no leaks during casual conversation, so having a trustworthy steward was extremely necessary. Even some maidservants and servants had been strictly tested to ensure they had no questionable backgrounds before being employed. After returning from the court session, Zhu Yuning sat in the main hall drinking a few cups of tea. Today in the court, the attitude of the war minister toward Zhu Yuneng remained as hostile as ever, filled with targeted words and remarks. Clearly, Zhu Yuning squeezing Zhu Yunwen out entirely had sparked strong dissatisfaction among the civilian officials. These officials were evidently preparing to isolate Zhu Yuning. The future crown prince must receive support from the officials. If the crown prince does not get along well with the officials, it is certainly not a good sign. These officials intentionally alienating Zhu Yuning is also sending a signal, subtle or overt, to the emperor that Zhu Yuning struggles to maintain harmonious relationships with civil ministers. Such a person becoming emperor may not necessarily be a good thing. However, Zhu Yuanzhang did not interfere excessively in response to this situation. He wanted to see how Zhu Yuning would respond. Therefore, Zhu Yuning actually resolved in his heart that he needed to take action against the War Department next. The War Department holds considerable influence. Almost everything related to military matters is handled by the War Department. Orders for troop deployment, army formations, weapons production, horses, etc. In short, all matters related to the army except going to war are under their jurisdiction. During certain special periods, if the war minister possesses formidable military capability, leading troops on the battlefield is not unheard of. But now, in the Great Ming, there are many valiant generals, so the war minister does not need to go to the front lines. Thus, the primary role of the war minister in today's era is mainly ensuring logistical support and transmitting the emperor's military orders. In other words, within the army, there isn't direct control over troops. Actual command over troops is still firmly held by a few major generals at court, like the Chang brothers, Fu Yud, Feng Sheng, and various local feudal princes. After sipping a few more mouthfuls of tea, Zhu Yuning thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to place the War Department under his control. At this moment, the steward walked in and said to Zhu Yuning, "My lord, Minister of Rights Li Yuanming invites you to meet at the 100 Flowers Garden." Zhu Yuning slightly furrowed his brows and said, "Minister of Rights invited me? What does this mean?" The steward said, "This 100 Flowers Garden is a regular gathering spot for literati and talented individuals, where people often indulge in poetry and display their talents. It is quite normal for the Minister of Rights to entertain guests in a place like this. This time, I've heard that Minister of Rights Li Yuanming invited many talented scholars to the 100 Flowers Garden for a tour and claimed he has organized a 100 Flowers Assembly. Indeed, it sounds rather funny because winter has already set in. Except for some plum blossoms, most flowers in the 100 Flowers Garden have withered by now. It is unclear why such an assembly still bears the name 100 Flowers." Zhu Yuning sat silently on his chair for a moment before breaking into a cold laugh. An unfriendly invitation indeed. The steward paused for a second, then reminded Zhu Yuning, "My lord, technically you are the guest since he extended the invitation." Zhu Yuning nodded and said, "Yes, I am the guest, which is exactly why I call it an unfriendly invitation." He straightened his clothes as he got up. "Bring me a horse. Since the Minister of Rights has invited me, how can I refuse?" The steward nodded but hesitated a bit before speaking to Zhu Yuning. "My lord, the Minister of Rights has always taken pride in his literary talent. This sudden invitation, combined with the presence of so many scholars, suggests something more complex might be at play. Perhaps they intend to embarrass you." Zhu Yuning showed no concern and casually replied, "Sometimes I truly admire the audacity of these civil officials. Despite their limited abilities, they enjoy making challenges." Zhu Yuning wasn't foolish. He realized that the so-called 100 Flowers Assembly, organized by Minister of Rights, must be directed against him. If the event were purely recreational, Minister Li would not invite someone like Zhu Yuning who was known neither for scholarly achievements nor favored by literary circles. Moreover, Zhu Yuning could be considered the enemy of all the civil officials. This left only one possibility. The minister's gathering was a trap targeting Zhu Yuning. Once he accepted the invitation, Zhu Yuneng would be ensnared in this setup and face possible ridicule based on his lack of knowledge in literature or scholarship, undermining his image among intellectuals. To be a qualified crown prince, high scholarly competence was essential. If Zhu Yuneng failed to display adequate intellectual superiority, it would only bring disgrace, heavily impacting his standing. To put it bluntly, inviting Zhu Yuneng to attend was likely aimed at revealing his lack of erudition in front of talented scholars, inciting negative public opinion across the literati community, and spreading the notion that Prince Zhu Yuneng was uneducated and unfit to become the future emperor. These civil officials had recognized that traditional political means would hardly work to oust Zhu Yuneng from power. Thus, perhaps approaching from another angle presented an opportunity. However, Zhu Yuneng harbored no fear over this matter. He quickly dressed himself and rode the horse prepared by the steward, accompanied by several brocade-clad guards heading towards the famous Hundred Flowers Garden located in the capital. The Hundred Flowers Garden was a splendid estate belonging to someone reputed for literary accomplishments in the city. Ordinarily, it served as a venue for scholars and poets to indulge in refined pursuits and display their talents, itself a joyful endeavor. Upon arrival at the Hundred Flowers Garden, Zhu Yuneng declared his identity and entered without hindrance. As expected, due to the season, various types of flowers within the garden had already wilted. Nevertheless, the layout of the garden and its lush greenery remained stunning. There were bridges over streams, artificial mountains complementing the green plants, creating an ambience of natural beauty that transported visitors to a world detached from ordinary life. After walking just a few steps, a small bridge came into view. Beneath it flowed an artificially created stream connected to the Shangjing River outside, presenting crystal clear water. On either side stood pavilions surrounded by picturesque landscapes. A variety of scenic trees enhanced the setting, forming a rich poetic atmosphere. Zhu Yuneng couldn't help but feel captivated by the beautiful scenery, nodding slightly while murmuring, "Truly a wonderful place." His words barely fell when ahead he noticed a large pavilion underneath the bridge. Inside, approximately 30 young men sat conversing and drinking merrily or engrossed in discussions about classics from books they held in their hands. Opposite them, around 20 beautiful young women sat arranged neatly. These talented scholars and graceful ladies were seated on either side of a corridor, facing each other. The men drank wine, laughed joyfully, discussing classic works from books. The women played with flowers in front of them, among which there were mainly plum blossoms. Occasionally, they picked up flowers and giggled while chatting amongst themselves or commenting about one of the scholars on the other side. Evidently, the scholars' actions and expressions, holding books to discuss eloquently or frequently expressing their reflections on an ancient poet's work, captured the full attention of these young women in a very perfect way. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Zhu Yuneng found it somewhat amusing. He thought to himself, were those scholars genuinely discussing poetry and classics? Men understood men best, they were merely putting on an act. Otherwise, why would their glances occasionally drift towards the graceful ladies opposite? Especially when they noticed a lady looking at them, their confidence in speaking would increase even further. This sight elicited a disdainful cold laugh from Zhu Yuneng as he muttered, "Just a group of hypocrites seeking fame." At this moment, someone noticed Zhu Yuneng's presence. It was a man around 27 or 28 years old. He wore a pure white outfit, with a simple white sash around his waist adorned by an unblemished jade pendant. Even in this chilly season, a fan rested in his hand, which after a few taps he carried toward Zhu Yuneng with somewhat perfunctory manners, performing a respectful bow while saying, "Ah, it's His Imperial Highness, the third grandson of the Emperor. Oh, forgive me, we should now address you as His Royal Highness, Prince Wu. Your timely arrival graces us, and I am immensely honored." Zhu Yuneng furrowed his brows, examining the man speaking before him, realizing that this wasn't the current Minister of Rites. Then he heard the man introduce himself. "Oh right, His Royal Highness, my name is Li Sanxia. I am the son of Minister of Rites Li Yuanming. My father is chatting with some elders at the back, so I've come forward to receive you on behalf of His Royal Highness." Zhu Yuneng gave a slight nod, staying silent without much comment. Li Sanxia smiled again and said, "So, His Royal Highness, please take your seat." As he spoke, he led Zhu Yuneng to the pavilion on the other side of the bridge, where his appearance immediately stirred discussions among the scholars and young women present. However, the gazes directed at Zhu Yuneng appeared somewhat disdainful and peculiar. Chapter 48, a poem, stunning everyone present. As for those rather unfriendly gazes, Zhu Yunting didn't pay too much attention. After being led by Li Sanxia to a spot and sitting down, Zhu Yunting calmly glanced at the few plum blossoms nearby. Beside him, quite a few literati had strange expressions on their faces. The one closest to Zhu Yunting sniffed lightly and said, "Suddenly, I feel uneasy sitting in this spot. Maybe it's due to some external factors?" This remark clearly targeted Zhu Yunting, causing his brows to wrinkle slightly. He knew that he would definitely be targeted coming here today, but he didn't expect to be challenged by these literati as soon as he arrived. It puzzled him. Even though his previous reputation wasn't very good, it shouldn't have spread widely among common folk, right? So why was there immediate opposition when he showed up? The only explanation might be that someone with ill intentions, like the Minister of Rites or others, had deliberately spread negative rumors about him beforehand. Faced with such a situation, Zhu Yunting, of course, had to retaliate. Otherwise, what was the purpose of coming here today? Surely, it wasn't simply to cooperate with the Minister of Rites and confirm his bad name? Thus, Zhu Yunting turned his head to look at the speaking literatus, then said indifferently, "Yes, it might be because of certain people with bad breath. After all, I just smelled something unpleasant after sitting down. While saying this, he fanned the air lightly in front of him. This comment instantly made everyone understand. The literatus who had previously spoken and mocked Zhu Yunting immediately looked embarrassed. Wasn't Zhu Yunting outright saying he had bad breath? Seeing that this literatus got the short end of the stick, another man in a green robe hesitated, then stood up and casually bowed to Zhu Yunting, saying, "Could it be His Highness, the third grandson? I've heard your reputation isn't too good, but upon meeting today, it seems somewhat different from what has been said." He merely said it was somewhat different from what was rumored, meaning Zhu Yunting was still largely similar to what the rumors suggested. Thus, Zhu Yunting replied, "And what exactly is rumored about me?" The green-robed man smiled and said, "Well, I wouldn't dare say it outright, but indeed, I've heard many stories. They say the third grandson's knowledge is very shallow, and his temperament extremely volatile, even extreme. Of course, all of this is hearsay. Your Highness must not blame me." Zhu Yunting smiled faintly and responded, "Of course, there's no need to blame anyone. Everyone here is learned individuals. I imagine you wouldn't blindly believe anything without basis. I trust in your integrity." After these words, several of the literati appeared uncomfortable. On the surface, Zhu Yunting seemed to be praising them, but in reality, they were precisely the kind of people Zhu Yunting described, blindly following hearsay. By negating, he indirectly confirmed that those present were individuals who blindly believed gossip. Clearly, this counterattack hit the root cause and placed the literati at a disadvantage. After all, Zhu Yunting guessed initially that these literati shouldn't know much about his reputation. Someone must have informed them. Thus, he took this chance to criticize them for being blind followers of hearsay. If subsequently, anyone mentioned how Zhu Yunting was rumored to be like, it would mean admitting their mistake themselves. Seeing the attacks put them at a disadvantage, the son of the Minister of Rights, Li Sanxia, became increasingly displeased. Subsequently, he stepped forward and grinned, saying, "Yes, indeed, many of the external rumors are nothing more than blind gossip and can't be entirely trusted. But we have met His Highness now, and thus will form our own judgment. Let's do this. Since my father organized the 100 Flowers gathering today, it also comes in two parts. Our group of young people is one part, and the group of scholarly elders behind us is another. When I went earlier to bring tea to them, I overheard them composing poems. As the young and gifted scholars of the capital city, we should follow suit and engage in literary refinement as well." Upon hearing this, the literati nodded approvingly. Even the 24 distinguished young ladies opposite perked up at once, showing interest. Watching the literati compose poems and engage in refined conversations has always been a pleasure for these ladies. Composing an excellent poem could become a topic of discussion within social circles. Especially during poetry gatherings, if a particular scholar composed a poem exclusively for someone, it could potentially become a delightful tale discussed over tea and meals. Furthermore, if a female obtained a fine poem written specifically for her by a scholar, her reputation could soar through the entire city of the capital. This was undoubtedly a good method to gain fame in ancient times. Composing an excellent poem back then was akin to producing a phenomenon-level song in later generations, with little difference between the two. But Zhu Yunting knew that this suggestion clearly targeted him again. Speaking of rumors not being true and allowing everyone to properly understand Zhu Yunting, followed by proposing to compose poetry, left no ambiguity. It was meant to have Zhu Yunting display his erudition in front of everyone. If he showed great talent, there would be nothing more to say. But if he lacked poetic finesse, he would fall right into their trap. Then the talented scholars present would surely spread the word widely, ruining Zhu Yunting's reputation. Seeing Li Sanxiao introduce this topic, he took the initiative to continue. "So let me take the lead with my humble attempt at poetry." Saying this, he glanced around and slowly began. "In winter, without flowers bloom, plum branches bravely sprout alone. A pavilion smells of delicate fragrance, where streams gently flow through homesteads." After Li Sanxiao finished, all the talented scholars and beautiful young ladies couldn't help but praise him. Someone stood up, raising a thumb in approval. "Brother Li is indeed gifted. You composed a poem effortlessly, perfectly capturing the moment's atmosphere. Truly remarkable." Another person added, "You said you were only throwing out a modest beginning, yet your opening verse was so astonishing. How are we who come after supposed to respond?" Everyone burst into laughter. Just then, another man stepped forward, cleared his throat, and said, "Since this is the case, allow me to offer one as well." At the bridgehead, green pines proudly stand, followed by the smile of a blooming plum flower. Its scent flows with the stream, casting reflections of graceful maidens. Again, everyone showered him with compliments. They said that not only did this poem capture a vivid image, but it also vividly described the reflections of the young ladies sitting by the brook, making the scene even more fitting. This delighted the maidens who covered their mouths and giggled. With each participant offering verses in turn, they used the surroundings and real situations as themes, presenting various poems. Although these poems were all rather ordinary, they showcased their respectable literary talents nonetheless. Once everyone had spoken, all eyes finally turned toward Zhu Yunting. Earlier, Zhu Yunting had simply picked up the wine cup before him and drank. The drink was made with green plums, tasting refined, yet carrying a deep aroma. At that moment, Li Sanxiao smiled and spoke up. "Your Highness, third grandson, do you not feel inspired to craft a poem yourself? It could silence those who claim you lack any learning and debunk these baseless rumors." Zhu Yunting smirked faintly. He had expected them to wait until now for him. Nevertheless, he remained calm, pretending to show some humility instead. "To tell the truth, composing poetry isn't my strength. I'm not particularly skilled at it. Upon hearing this statement, surrounding scholars immediately revealed disdainful expressions. Moreover, beside him, the scholar in a green robe openly commented, "Previously, Your Highness criticized others calling your knowledge shallow, as mere hearsay. Yet now, you hesitate to craft a poem. Does this not suggest that?" He didn't finish his sentence, but its meaning was clear to all. Zhu Yunting chuckled, but did not rush to respond. He wasn't unwilling to compose a poem. It just wasn't the right time yet. After all, during his stay in Shaoyang Palace recently, he had perused many books in Zhu Biao's study. Though his knowledge hadn't improved dramatically, creating poetry was certainly not beyond him. He actually possessed this skill. As he smiled silently without reply, several other literati around him rose one after another, subtly mocking Zhu Yunting in their speech. It was evident that unless Zhu Yunting came up with an impressive poem today, these scholars would use the opportunity to tarnish his name, spreading throughout the capital that the third grandson of the emperor was merely a man of shallow learning. In ancient times, scholars were renowned for their sharp tongues. If they set out to slander someone, even village gossips of later generations would pale in comparison. Watching these learned scholars grow increasingly condescending, while Zhu Yunting remained unfazed, Li Sanxia decided to step in and said, "If His Highness, Prince of Wu, truly cannot produce a poem, there's no need to force it." Hearing these words, Zhu Yunting instantly understood. This was the man's way of defining him further. Thus, he responded, "Initially, I intended to remain humble, but since you all insist on pressing so hard, it seems inappropriate not to present a poem." As he said this, he stood up, placing both hands behind his back. His movement drew laughter from the crowd, thinking that if he had been capable of crafting a poem, he wouldn't have waited till now unless it was just for show. So everyone waited, eager to see Zhu Yunting make a fool of himself. But after casually surveying the surroundings, Zhu Yunting lightly smiled and opened his mouth to recite. In the 100-flower garden, plum blossoms exude fragrance, their noble bones unafraid of injury from the cold wind. Unlike all other trees devoid of color, they stand with branches still bearing flowers that have not yet perished. After Zhu Yunting finished reciting this poem, the atmosphere on-site suddenly became silent. Previously, everyone had been waiting for the spectacle with mocking expressions, but now their demeanor grew solemn. The reason was none other than the fact that in terms of artistic conception, beauty, and what it expressed, Zhu Yunting's poem almost instantly surpassed all the previous poems composed by the others. At a glance, this poem not only depicted the surroundings, but also portrayed the proud spirit and uniqueness of the plum blossoms, while at the same time belittling the other withered flowers in the 100-flower garden. The latter two lines also carried some metaphorical implications, as if they were indirectly referring to the other talented scholars present. If flowers were compared to poems, then plums were clearly outshining all the other flowers in the 100-flower garden. Talking about poetry, Zhu Yunting's poem almost completely overshadowed those previously crafted by the so-called talented scholars. It was highly aggressive and its intent quite clear. This made the talented scholars present feel rather uneasy. They had never expected that after laying down so much groundwork, they would ultimately be counterattacked by one of Zhu Yunting's poems. And furthermore, they were belittled like the other barren branches in the 100-flower garden. Li Sanxia's expression wasn't good either. He had just been quite proud of his own verse. But now with Zhu Yunting's poem revealed, their works paled in comparison. Wasn't that line, "Unlike all other trees void of color, standing with only barren branches where flowers once bloomed," exactly describing them? Not only were people angry due to Zhu Yunting's poem subtly mocking them, but they also felt somewhat powerless. Because today, Minister of Rights Li Yuanming had told everyone that the current third grandson lacked any talent or learning, having a significant gap when compared to second grandson Zhu Yunwen. Thus, through a bit of instigation, they were hoping that during today's gathering, Zhu Yunting would be embarrassed, spreading rumors about his shallow learning to pressure him by public opinion. Simultaneously, they wanted to promote Zhu Yunwen. But now, it seemed that such schemes would come to naught. Just judging from the poem Zhu Yunting had just recited, his academic abilities were not low. At least many people present could not compare with him, making it evident that the goal would be difficult to achieve. Meanwhile, deep within the 100-flower garden, Minister of Rights Li Yuanming furrowed his brows tightly after seeing a piece of paper delivered by a servant containing Zhu Yunting's poem. An excellent poem, indeed an excellent poem. He can actually create something like this? It seems I will have to step in. After several old men on the other side read the poem, although they were impressed too, as literati and officials of the court, they mostly stood on the same side. They hoped that Zhu Yunwen would rise to power. Then an elderly man with white hair spoke calmly. Even though he has some talent, he still needs to be suppressed. Let him come over to our side. Since the younger generation cannot suppress him, it will make it easier for us older folks to take action. Chapter 49 Bombardment of the Great Confucian Scholars. Soon, someone came to invite Zhu Yuntung to take a seat deep within the 100-flowers garden. Zhu Yuntung was utterly fearless as he stood up. The young scholars and ladies present all looked toward Zhu Yuntung's retreating back. The girls obviously admired this third grandson of the emperor not only for his handsome appearance, but also for his extraordinary poetic talent, which differed greatly from what rumors had suggested. A person with status, background, poetic talent, and good looks is hard not to catch the attention of these highborn young ladies. Clearly, regardless of Zhu Yuntung's situation when facing senior literati, he would at least be seen as an outstanding figure among the younger generation of intellectuals. Although the literati like Li Sanxiao were extremely disappointed and somewhat unhappy. After all, they are scholars. What can their unhappiness achieve? They must come up with substantial works, and truly surpass others through competition if they want to prove themselves. Otherwise, any dissatisfaction will merely be futile. Chun Ye's retreat towards the depths of the 100 Flowers garden carried an aura akin to that of a king, something the literary talents trailing behind him found difficult to possess. Perhaps this would indeed become the real difference between them. At the same time, no matter how adoringly the young ladies behind gazed at Zhu Yuntong, they would never have even the slightest opportunity with him. Even though in the capital city, their family backgrounds may have been quite respectable, compared to Zhu Yuntong, they were still vastly inferior. As he entered deeper into the 100 Flowers garden, there was a small wooden pavilion. Next to the wooden pavilion sat a few elderly men drinking tea and playing chess. These elderly men were renowned Confucian scholars in the capital city with unparalleled achievements in literature and knowledge. But Zhu Yuntong couldn't muster even a bit of respect for them from the bottom of his heart. Because these Confucian scholars, once involved in court struggles, had already lost their peaceful mindsets. Faced with such people who had lost their composure, it didn't matter how great their literary accomplishments were. Ultimately, they could not escape worldly concerns and became tools for those with ulterior motives in the political struggles. When these old men arrived, they didn't even raise their heads, acting as though Zhu Yuntong's presence meant nothing to them. Zhu Yuntong actually understood. The disdain between literati and their so-called arrogance carried within their bones was actually the cheapest and most laughable trait. Given their attitude towards Zhu Yuntong, he wouldn't indulge them either. With a casual flick of his sleeve, he sat down leisurely on a chair nearby. His eyes seemed indifferent to the old men as well. Those old men continued to play up their airs, maintaining a large demeanor, focusing solely on drinking their tea and playing chess, while Zhu Yuntong poured himself a cup of tea and then settled to admire the surrounding scenery. It seemed both sides ignored each other, behaving extremely composed at first. Initially, the old men remained calm, but as time went by, it appeared they began to lose patience. Then one old man frowned and sniffed disapprovingly, saying, "Rather poorly educated, no wonder you have such a bad reputation." This comment clearly referred to Zhu Yuntong. However, Zhu Yuntong calmly took a sip of tea before slowly replying, "No wonder this dynasty will fall because of you literati, nothing but a group of self-proclaimed superior individuals." Upon hearing these words, the eyebrows of those old men furrowed, including the bearded white-haired Minister of Rights. He slightly lifted his head, glancing at Zhu Yuntong, and then humphed, saying, "Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Are you accusing us of being detrimental to the country?" Apparently, as an official, such words made him very sensitive. A hint of cold smile surfaced on Zhu Yuntong's face as he said, "Isn't it true? Throughout history, besides priding themselves on being superior and conceited, has any scholar ever contributed much? If we consider the sage Confucius traveling across various states and promoting Confucian teachings, he did make contributions to commoners and deserves admiration. However, looking at today, beyond flaunting some so-called scholarly knowledge, defining themselves as literati and considering themselves superior, what else have they done? In essence, they are nothing more than ordinary people with inflated egos. Truly ridiculous." This repeated assertion caused the old men to finally feel uncomfortable. Among them, a white-haired elder abruptly discarded the chess piece in his hand and turned around, rebuking Zhu Yuntong. "You ignorant child, how dare you insult us like this? Even in this Ming dynasty, we at least count as great scholars of Confucianism. How dare you behave so disrespectfully?" Zhu Yuntong regarded these old men with utter disregard, speaking lightly. "Do you really deserve the title great scholar? Isn't it merely amusing that all you've done is read a few books? If you were truly great scholars, would your remarks carry such negative tones to mock others? If you were great scholars, would you get angry so easily? If you were great scholars, shouldn't you possess the basic qualities that great people should have, such as humility, gentleness, and wisdom? But look at you. Do any of you have even a trace of these qualities?" A black-robed old man stood up with a solemn face and said to Zhu Yuntong, "Young man, since you've come here, it would be acceptable if you didn't pay respects or greet us elders. But you take the initiative without asking and sit down boldly. Do you have any respect for seniors? Do you respect us learned men in the slightest?" Zhu Yuntong's eyebrows knitted together as he stared at the elder and said, "To earn others' respect, there must be reasons that justify that respect. You claim seniority to assert superiority. Is this what Confucianism preaches as greatness? As a junior, I am supposed to greet an elder, granted. But considering the situation today, are you all not clear about it? Instead of being upright scholars, you willingly serve as pawns manipulated by certain powerful figures in the court against me. And yet you want me to greet you politely? Is this your so-called moral reasoning? Furthermore, when it comes to status, though you are intellectuals, there is no rule in this world stating that one should automatically bow or show politeness or greetings to a scholar. On the other hand, I am a royal grandson and also bear the title of a duke. Since you are scholars, you should understand the concept of hierarchy and propriety. When you see me, why don't you bow? And yet you expect me, the imperial grandson, to salute you? Could it be that you scholars consider yourselves more significant than the royal family? Praising you scholars as self-regarding was an overstatement. To me, this is sheer arrogance and shamelessness." This tirade from Zhu Yuntong had angered several elders to the point their faces turned red with fury. They rose immediately to reprimand Zhu Yuntong. Zhu Yuntong, however, kept his hands behind his back indifferently and said, "Take a look. These are the individuals who consider themselves to be great Confucian scholars. But here they are raging and uttering crude words. If this were to spread, wouldn't it invite ridicule across the land? Upon hearing Zhu Yuntang's remarks, the group of elders realized they had breached decorum and quickly composed themselves. Despite this adjustment, their faces remained crimson with anger as they realized Zhu Yuntang wasn't playing by the usual rules. At this moment, the Minister of Rights gestured discreetly to the others, prompting them all to devise other ways to suppress this somewhat arrogant imperial grandson. Chapter 50. Ashamed to be your companion. Before the several great scholars could think of how to cunningly attack Zhu Yuntang, they saw that Zhu Yuntang had already taken the initiative to strike first, saying, "In the past, Confucius, the sage of Confucianism, traveled around various states and taught many disciples. His purpose was to spread his Confucian culture and thoughts throughout the world. He spent his entire life trying to make books accessible for everyone and provide knowledge for people to gain. But now when I look at you all, just because you have some knowledge in your heads, you consider yourselves superior and disdain everything, extremely conceited. Not to mention teaching commoners knowledge. Even when facing royal offspring like me, you are so self-possessed, it is unimaginable how high you look down on ordinary people. And let's not talk about whether you can contribute anything to this society." The old man in black clothes angrily said, "Are you saying we haven't achieved anything?" Chen Yi coldly laughed. "How much more? In my opinion, besides reading a few books, holding on to dogmatic principles, and barking nonsense here, what else can you accomplish? Self-cultivation, family management, national governance, and global peace. Which of these have you accomplished? Humph, scheming for fame and profit, indulging in romantic pursuits. You are certainly adept at that. Only concerned with enjoying yourselves, only taking care of your own reputation, yet unable to do any useful thing for this world and society. What kind of books did you read? Disgusting, truly disgusting." Zhu Yuntang spoke fluently, like cannon fire from his mouth, hitting the so-called literary scholars repeatedly, leaving them stunned and trembling. They hadn't thought of what methods or ways to continue targeting Zhu Yuntang. What they didn't expect was that Zhu Yuntang's sudden attack directly caught them off guard. That fierce offensive was like a huge foot stepping on their supposed high dignity as elder Confucian scholars, trampling it into the mud. Especially those latter words, as if directly pulling away the pride from the hearts of these so-called literati and scholars, making them slump in their chairs, completely losing the courage to argue further with Zhu Yuntang. This round was almost entirely Zhu Yuntang's overwhelming victory since the beginning. These scholars usually debated other literati, often dominating. However, against Zhu Yuntang, a person from later generations, they were clearly outmatched in speech. The Minister of Rights noticed the situation wasn't good and started to panic. But after carefully considering it, he found that Zhu Yuntang's words couldn't be refuted. At this moment, the old man in black regained some composure and said to Zhu Yuntang, "You say that we, the literati, have made no contribution towards self-cultivation, family management, national governance, and global peace, but I am not convinced. We, the scholars, rely on civil service examinations to serve as officials. How can we not be making contributions to the common people of the world?" Zhu Yuntang stared at the old man in black and said, "That's about other scholars, not you. To simplify, everything I've said before applies to each one of you present, understood? Or, perhaps you present members don't feel like you've made any contribution to the common people or the world. Or maybe your students, under your guidance, have contributed nothing to the world or the people." Once again, those senior scholars were left speechless. Zhu Yuntang's direct ridicule clearly hit the fragile hearts of these men very hard. At this point, the Minister of Rights finally couldn't resist speaking up to Zhu Yuntang. "Your Highness the Third Prince, I know you're sharp-tongued, but I must tell you, all the scholars in the country will surely support your Highness the Second Prince Zhu Yunwan. They will never support you." Zhu Yuntang suddenly burst into laughter and then said to the Minister of Rights, "You really view yourselves as significant? Have you ever considered that I've never needed your support? No matter whom you support, it has no effect on me whatsoever. Moreover, since you've mentioned Zhu Yunwan, I must also say this. Your judgment and taste are terrible, which reinforces my belief in how nauseating you so-called scholars are. Zhu Yunwan has repeatedly hired assassins intending to kill me. In the imperial court, using all sorts of strategies to frame me, distorting facts, and perverting right and wrong, things that you, being an official, should have witnessed in the court. Let alone the recent repairs to the prince's mansion where Zhu Yunwan conspired with the previous Minister of Revenue, strictly cutting corners in the project for private gain, forcing subordinates, employing elderly, young, sick, and disabled laborers, even risking fatalities for profit. Humph, such disloyal and disrespectful individuals, heartless and cruel with sinister motives. If they can receive support from scholars like you, it confirms my decision to look down upon such so-called scholars is indeed very wise." After finishing his speech, Zhu Yuntang stood up, flicked his sleeves, and turned around ready to leave. After walking 2 steps, he lightly added, "I deeply regret wasting my time coming here today. Truly ashamed to be in the same company as you all." This sentence was undoubtedly another heavy blow, directly making those scholars and great Confucian scholars feel intense chest pain. The old man in black even felt dizzy and blurred vision. With a bit of knowledge in their heads, they were often highly praised by others, and had never been so belittled before. Moreover, they couldn't refute it, which was an utmost disgrace to them. But Zhu Yuntang didn't care too much. Indeed, these so-called great Confucians were nothing in his eyes. They wouldn't affect his grand plan at all, nor bring him any harm. They were no more than several mosquitoes that made him feel slightly nauseous. As long as he stayed away from these mosquitoes, the problem would naturally be solved. However, for these Confucian scholars, Zhu Yuntang today had clearly caused them a great deal of injury. At least, it would make them question life for a very long time. After coming out from the depths of the 100 Flowers garden, the literati who were waiting outside started whispering about how awkwardly Zhu Yunteng would come out, presumably embarrassed and disheveled. What they didn't expect was that Zhu Yunteng now looked confident and energetic, with a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened, and just walked out. Seeing this state of his left those scholars and talented men outside somewhat incredulous. After all, there were several well-known Confucian scholars in the capital city inside. There was no way they could have failed against this young man. Upon seeing Chun Yi emerge, Li Sanxia, the son of Minister of Rights Li Yuanming, approached Zhu Yunteng and said, "Your Highness came out so quickly. I presume you enjoyed your conversation with the elders?" This was a probing statement. He wanted to know what had happened inside. Zhu Yunteng smiled and said, "Not bad. These senior scholars just lacked eloquence." A few words later, and they were already so enraged they spat blood. After speaking, Zhu Yunteng burst into laughter, turned around, and left. He left behind a group of literati and talented individuals dumbfounded on the spot. Had several masters inside been so enraged as to spit blood? It sounded truly unbelievable. After all, people with great knowledge usually possess sharp tongues that infuriated others. Yet this time, Zhu Yunteng had managed to enrage those within? Could it be that the ones inside had also suffered defeat? Just as they were all puzzled, someone inside hurriedly ran out. Li Sanxiao immediately asked, "What's going on? Why are you in such a rush?" The servant replied, "Old Master Li and Old Master Zhang have tightness in their chests and dizziness. I must go find a doctor urgently." Upon hearing this, the crowd present was shocked again. It seemed Zhu Yunteng's claim was true. The several Confucian scholars inside had indeed been angered to this extent, and Zhu Yunteng, who hadn't gone far yet, smirked and said, "They eat so lavishly every day, probably because they got angry. Their high blood pressure kicked in, huh?" Speaking thus, he shook his head and left. Chapter 51, Bringing Up Marriage. After leaving the 100 Flowers garden, Zhu Yunteng's mood was great. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his fierce rebuttal to those great Confucian scholars today. There are always stubborn people, but they shouldn't be indulged. Otherwise, if we allow them to remain so self-righteous, wouldn't I, as an emperor in the future, also have a headache dealing with such people? It's better to break faces with this crowd right from the start. Perhaps when I am in a higher position later, I will face fewer of these kinds of people. And it is even more crucial that the court in the future should not employ such people. Often these types of individuals are selfish. They only recognize rigid principles and do not understand adaptability. They may possess knowledge, but they cannot apply it, which is certainly not a good thing. Zhu Yunteng, who knows a little history, is very clear that the intellectuals bear undeniable responsibility for the destruction of the Ming dynasty. But it's too bad. The status of these intellectuals is getting higher and higher. Perhaps it's because they know how to market themselves and boast about themselves. Therefore, Zhu Yunteng has already made up his mind that if he becomes emperor in the future, he must find a way to stop this situation. It's fine to have knowledge, but one must also possess corresponding morality instead of blindly thinking oneself as upright and fishing for praise. After leaving the 100 Flowers garden, Zhu Yunteng wanted to go shopping on the street, but suddenly saw a girl walking towards him. On closer inspection, it turned out to be Zhao Qingzhu, whom he hadn't seen for many days. Ever since they returned to the capital city after the last disaster relief effort, Zhu Yunteng had almost never seen Zhao Qingzhu. Although both parties have a marriage contract, before becoming husband and wife, both sides should not have excessive contact. However, seeing her again this time, Zhu Yunteng couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Even though he had spent little time with Zhao Qingzhu, his feelings towards this girl have always been favorable. Good at martial arts, filled with justice, kind-hearted, and exceptionally beautiful. To embody all these qualities perfectly, it was destined that this woman would not be ordinary. It must be said that having such a fiancée is indeed a privilege. Zhao Qingzhu walked over and spoke to Zhu Yunteng. "I heard you were invited to this 100 Flowers garden, where the literati often gather. A sudden big invitation like this might not mean any good, so I came here just to make sure everything's fine." By the end of her speech, she turned a little red, although they could be considered familiar with each other, as adolescents still need some appropriate shyness. Zhu Yunteng chuckled lightly and teased, "But it seems that your arrival can't really help me much. Could you use your martial prowess to beat up those literati inside?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingzhu immediately laughed, and the atmosphere became relaxed again due to Zhu Yunteng's sentence. Thus, Zhu Yunteng continued, "Having nothing better to do, why don't you accompany me for a walk? The sunlight is just right now, and the weather isn't that cold. It would be quite suitable to walk around." Zhao Qingzhu nodded slightly, stepping forward alongside Zhu Yunteng, strolling together on the bustling streets. The prosperity of the capital always gives people unexpected surprises. Zhao Qingzhu slowly spoke. As a woman, she actually rarely went outside. However, which girl doesn't enjoy shopping? This was something imprinted in the genes, even in ancient times. Zhao Qingzhu was no exception. Zhu Yunteng agreed. "Indeed, but I've been to places even more prosperous, in that world, full of neon lights." After saying these 4 words, he stopped because in his opinion, describing too much about the modern world from which he came clearly serves no purpose. The people in this world would understand nothing. They couldn't imagine what kind of world the future is. Lights and neon? This is the first time I've heard such a word. Zhao Qingzhu looked confused. Zhu Yunteng smiled knowingly, and explained no further. Then he said to Zhao Qingzhu, "Are you hungry? Let me treat you." Zhao Qingzhu licked her lips, modestly replied, "To be honest, I've tasted a lot of delicacies in Nanjing City, so why don't I suggest where to go?" Zhu Yunteng shook his head and said, let's not eat outside. Come to my mansion, and I'll show you a couple of tricks. Zhao Qingzhu immediately exclaimed, can the prince cook? Zhu Yunteng touched his nose, saying, this sounds unbelievable, but I can cook a bit. If you don't mind. I don't mind at all. Zhu Yunteng smiled, then took Zhao Qingzhu towards his Wuangfu slowly. Upon arriving at the Wuangfu, Zhao Qingzhu observed that the scale of the mansion didn't match Zhu Yunteng's identity. I heard from father that the construction of this mansion does not match your identity, but from this we can also see that you are no ordinary person. Zhu Yunteng laughed and said, it seems that my father-in-law is paying great attention to me. I should visit him sometime soon. Zhao Qingzhu's face turned red instantly, but she did not object to anything, obviously accepting it by default, and was looking forward to it. Upon entering the mansion, Zhu Yunteng took Zhao Qingzhu directly to the kitchen. And after his series of operations, several dishes he was good at were made. On the table, Zhao Qingzhu looked at those dishes she had never seen before, showing an eager expression on her face. Zhu Yunteng told her not to be courteous and just eat. So Zhao Qingzhu immediately picked up her chopsticks and first ate a piece of sweet and sour spare rib. Its sweet and sour flavor indeed suited all the girls. Zhao Qingzhu's eyes lit up at the moment, her big eyes emitting a streak of light, as she said to Zhu Yunteng, it's so delicious. I've never eaten such tasty things before. It's hard to imagine they were made by your highness. Zhu Yunteng served her some food. If you like it, eat more. In the future, there will be plenty of opportunities unless you don't want to marry me. Zhao Qingzhu hurriedly opened her mouth. Who said I don't want to marry you? However, after saying this, she realized it was too unrestrained, her face turning red again. Zhu Yunteng burst out laughing. He thought the ancient girls were truly interesting, getting flushed easily. Despite being someone like Zhao Qingzhu, a martial arts expert, she could not avoid acting coquettish. Nevertheless, to be fair, this girl could really eat. She managed to devour several dishes cooked by Zhu Yunteng. Then, touching her slightly protruding belly, she said contentedly, this is the best meal I have ever had in my life. Zhu Yunteng stepped forward and said, if you're still hungry, I can cook you a few more dishes. Zhao Qingzhu hurriedly replied, that won't be necessary. If there's a chance in the future, it can be done. I am full today. Zhu Yunteng nodded and sat down again, then said to Zhao Qingzhu, Miss Qingzhu, I've actually been wanting to ask, do you really have no objections to this marriage proposal? Zhao Qingzhu saw Zhu Yunteng suddenly become serious, feeling nervous as she said, originally, there might have been some objections, but since I met you, I realized you are not like the rumors. Naturally, the objections disappeared. Moreover, I find you very interesting. Sometimes, you seem to be the wise and shrewd prince high above, but when we are alone, you appear to be a commoner who cannot be more ordinary. Yet this kind of ordinariness is different from the common people's, quite subtle and wondrous. Specifically, I can't express it clearly, but if I spend the rest of my life with you, I think it would be something very happy and fortunate for me. In ancient times, for a girl to say such words voluntarily indicates that she has a very good impression of Zhu Yunteng. Zhu Yunteng said seriously again, since that's the case, I'll bring up our matter to His Majesty. It wasn't that Zhu Yunteng was overly anxious, mainly because in such an ancient society, every day one could see many beautiful girls, and as a man, he also feared finding it hard to maintain self-control. Since there's already a fiancé and the fiancé is willing to marry him, it's better to take care of the matter sooner. At least when facing the temptation of women in the future, he wouldn't have to endure much. Zhao Qingzhu lowered her head slightly, then softly said to Zhu Yunteng, I will wait for your dowry and His Majesty's imperial edict at home. Zhu Yunteng smiled, nodding. I will mention this to His Majesty tomorrow. Zhu Yunteng indeed has a surging favor towards this forthright and straightforward girl. To speak of it, Zhu Yunteng has long been old enough to start a family. Now encountering someone excellent like Zhao Qingzhu, it is certainly reasonable to reach a successful conclusion. In the afternoon of that day, the two talked a lot in the mansion, thus laying a firmer emotional foundation. After the early court session the next day, Zhu Yunteng found Zhu Yuanzhang and mentioned that he still had a fiancé and wanted to inquire about Zhu Yuanzhang's opinion. Actually, mentioning this matter by Zhu Yunteng meant it was already obvious. Zhu Yuanzhang also knew that Zhu Yunteng had intentions towards Miss Zhao from the Zhao family. But Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and said to Zhu Yunteng, for now, there's no rush on this matter. We have a bigger issue to handle. Zhu Yunteng felt a little confused, unclear what the larger issue referred to by Zhu Yuanzhang was. But since Zhu Yuanzhang has already spoken, he didn't feel comfortable saying much more. After all, his fiancée was bound to not slip away. When Zhu Yuanzhang skipped over this topic, he then took Zhu Yun to the study. At this moment in the imperial study, there was a rack placed with a ceremonial robe embroidered with 4-clawed golden dragons. Generally, the emperor wears robes with 5-clawed golden dragons, where gold and red are the main elements of the dragon robe. However, this ceremonial robe was bright yellow, embroidered with 4-clawed yellow dragons. This kind of robe, under normal circumstances, is only allowed to be worn by the crown prince. Although Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang established the brocade uniform guard system, which granted some ceremonial robes as rewards to them, there were still huge differences. The ceremonial robes for the brocade uniform guards were usually black-red in color, and their dragons must not have either 4 or 5 claws. Therefore, the moment Zhu Yunteng saw the 4-clawed ceremonial robe, he knew it was prepared for the heir apparent. Yunteng, take a look at this ceremonial robe. What do you think? Is it good-looking and majestic enough? Zhu Yunteng glanced at it, and then said, indeed, it's pretty good. He did not think much about it at that moment, but did not realize that Zhu Yuanzhang was looking at him in a rather peculiar way. A simple sentence followed. If you like it, that's fine. Don't forget to come early tomorrow for the court session. Zhu Yunting nodded. He was entirely preoccupied with Zhao Qingzhu and his own matters, and did not care much about the ceremonial robe. Then Zhu Yuanzhang dismissed him. After Zhu Yuntung left, Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the ceremonial robe again, smiled, and muttered to himself. I'm getting old, so I need to make up my mind on this issue. The future of our Ming dynasty. I am entrusting it to you. Chapter 52. Zhu Yuanzhang announces the establishment of the crown grandson. The power struggles in the court had never ceased, nor had Zhu Yunwen's secret moves behind the scenes. He continued to harbor other thoughts and ideas. During this time, Zhu Yuanzhang had ordered him not to attend the morning court sessions anymore, which seemed to indicate that he was no longer being given a chance. But Zhu Yunwen clearly didn't intend to give up so easily. However, one day, a eunuch came to Zhu Yunwen to tell him that the emperor wanted him to attend the next day's morning court session. This news was undoubtedly very good for Zhu Yunwen, as he saw it as a positive sign. Lady Lu was also very happy, and said to Zhu Yunwen, my son is not an ordinary person. Although the emperor hasn't let you attend the morning court for some time, it wasn't long before he asked you back. This obviously shows that the court still needs you, and your grandfather still wants to nurture you as a key figure. Zhu Yunwen smiled, and said, I knew that in my grandfather's heart. Zhu Yunting can never be mentioned in the same breath as me. Even though I've received condemnation and punishment from my grandfather for certain actions recently, this punishment has clearly not lasted long. Lady Lu nodded with a smile, and said, this is a great start. You've made many mistakes, but His Majesty still plans to heavily rely on you, showing his approval and recognition of you. So this time, you must perform well. There's no need to rush to act against Zhu Yunting. First, show yourself in a good light. Demonstrate your superiority so that the emperor sees the gap in abilities. When the time comes, we naturally won't need to do anything to Zhu Yunting. The emperor will naturally abandon him. Zhu Yunwen agreed enthusiastically. Based merely on the fact that the emperor was allowing Zhu Yunwen to attend the morning court again, they had come up with numerous interpretations. Admittedly, their thinking was quite active, but whether what they thought would turn out to be true, perhaps, only time could tell. That night, Zhu Yunwen thought a lot, even devising how he would slowly reclaim the favor and authority lost during this period, along with how he intended to deal with Zhu Yunting later. Time passed quickly, and the next day arrived as expected. On this day, Zhu Yunting attended the morning court early, and surprisingly, Zhu Yunwen arrived earlier than he did. Standing neatly among the civil officials, Zhu Yunwen appeared spirited and in high spirits. It didn't look like he'd been severely punished by Zhu Yuanzhang just a short while ago. This gave Zhu Yunting a subtle feeling of foreboding. When he remembered yesterday when Zhu Yuanzhang showed him the four-clawed dragon robe, today Zhu Yunwen was already present at the morning court looking so confident. Could it be? Suddenly, he realized the only possibility. Zhu Yuanzhang was preparing to establish Zhu Yunwen as the crown grandson. Zhu Yongtong sighed helplessly upon hearing this. It looked like everything would have to rely on himself ultimately. The rebellion, it seemed, was inevitable now. He thought about it like that. Zhu Yunwen glanced at Zhu Yunting too, not bothering to conceal the smugness in his eyes. He had also obtained some insider information. Zhu Yuanzhang had commissioned a four-clawed dragon robe specifically for someone. It was obviously prepared for the future crown grandson, and since the four-clawed dragon robe had just been completed, today Zhu Yuanzhang invited him to join the morning court. Perhaps this was a way of hinting that Zhu Yunwen was going to be established as the crown grandson? Otherwise, why invite him to the morning court as well? Zhu Yunwen thought about this logically and believed it made perfect sense. Therefore, he became increasingly confident and full of spirit. In the court hall, the officials were also talking excitedly. If yesterday they hadn't gotten any messages yet, then today there was no wall in the imperial court without leaks. News of Zhu Yuanzhang commissioning a four-clawed dragon robe had spread throughout the court. Some were worried, others excited. The vast majority of those who were worried were the military generals, because Zhu Yunwen had always been favored previously, even though Zhu Yunting had shown impressive performances recently. Today in the morning court, Zhu Yunwen's sudden appearance already indicated something significant. For the same reason, the civilian officials naturally understood it as well. They all smiled, believing that Zhu Yunwen was now unstoppable. Amidst their various conjectures, Zhu Yuanzhang finally arrived in the court. Zhu Yuanzhang appeared particularly pleased today, smiling, and his face radiant with good health. He did not sit down, and after the entire court greeted him shouting, "Long live the emperor," Zhu Yuanzhang happily addressed the gathered civil and military officials. Today, I am very glad because I've made a decision. Everyone guessed that perhaps today would be the day the identity of the crown grandson would be announced. So they all became excited and nervous. Zhu Yuanzhang continued, "Since I founded the Ming dynasty, I haven't accomplished earth-shaking achievements, but I can claim I've done my part in maintaining this inheritance and fulfilling our responsibility to the people. After all, the empire must have an heir to inherit it. We initially trained a crown prince, but alas, heaven envied his talent and caused us immense grief. Fortunately, we still have our grandsons. After some time of consideration, we have finally chosen one among our grandsons who can be entrusted with important responsibilities and continue the great legacy." By this point, many officials had already directed their gazes towards Zhu Yunwen. Although Zhu Yunwen had not performed well during this period, even committing numerous mistakes and experiencing significant setbacks, and even losing badly several times, when it came to selecting a crown grandson and future heir, most officials immediately thought of Zhu Yunwen. After all, he was officially the eldest grandson of Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang continued, "A crown prince is the future emperor. Thus, in choosing a crown prince, we have been meticulously careful. Luckily, among our grandsons, there is one who stands out both in ability and character. Even if perhaps, at certain times, his reputation was somewhat tarnished, he has ultimately proven himself reliable under trial." This statement could apply to either Zhu Yunting or Zhu Yunwen. After all, neither of them had unblemished reputations recently, and Zhu Yunwen's name had also suffered over the past while. But the officials instinctively assumed Zhu Yunwen was being referred to. Zhu Yunwen couldn't help but smile faintly upon hearing these words. At that moment, with a wave of Zhu Yuanzhang's hand, a eunuch solemnly brought forth a magnificent four-clawed dragon robe. The moment Zhu Yunwen saw the robe, his excitement surged. He could already envision himself wearing the robe, standing beside Zhu Yuanzhang, second only to the emperor but above 10,000 others, exuding the regal bearing of a future monarch, basking in admiration and reverence. Zhu Yuanzhang went on, "I've already prepared the imperial robe for the future crown grandson, and today I will announce to all the officials, and to the entire realm, the selection of the crown grandson, who will be the future heir." At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang himself felt extremely excited, while the officials watched eagerly. The civil ministers and Zhu Yunwen waited anxiously for Zhu Yuanzhang to pronounce his three-syllable name, and indeed, Zhu Yuanzhang slowly announced, "I hereby declare that my chosen crown grandson and the Eastern Palace heir shall be my grandson Zhu Yunting." Chapter 53, The Tragedy of Zhu Yunwen. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunwen's face lit up with surprise, and he was about to step forward. However, in the next moment, he suddenly paused. He recalled uncertainly the name that Zhu Yuanzhang had just mentioned. For an instant, he was dazed, and Zhu Yunting was also in a daze. He furrowed his brows in confusion, wondering if the name emperor had just called out was his own. The civil and military officials were all stunned too. If the two main parties were somewhat bewildered, then the officials had actually heard it clearly. They began discussing among themselves, confirming that the person Zhu Yuanzhang referred to earlier was indeed Zhu Yunting. It seemed Zhu Yuanzhang also wanted to reassure everyone further, so he looked at Zhu Yunting and said, "Yunting, come forward, the emperor will personally dress you in the imperial robe." Zhu Yunting froze entirely, feeling as if in a dream for that split second. At the same time, he could hardly believe himself. Why would he be unexpectedly appointed as the heir apparent? On the other hand, Zhu Yunwen's body trembled violently, almost falling straight to the ground. The civil officials behind him also turned ashen, because they never would have thought that Zhu Yuanzhang would appoint Zhu Yun. The military officials, on the other hand, all laughed with excitement. They had been quite worried about the morning court assembly today, because everyone seemed to think that Zhu Yuanzhang would appoint Zhu Yunwen as the crown prince. No one expected such a huge change. This allowed the Chang brothers, Fu Yud, Feng Sheng, and others to finally breathe a sigh of relief. If Zhu Yunwen were to take power, their future would certainly not be promising. But Zhu Yunting was different. Especially given that they had witnessed Zhu Yunting's abilities, having such a competent person in control would reassure Zhu Yuanzhang, who might then spare them instead of ruthlessly eliminating them. Having Zhu Yunwen ascend would be entirely the opposite. They had reason to believe that Zhu Yunting's strength and capabilities far surpassed those of Zhu Yunwen. A capable crown prince would be sufficient to secure the lives of these powerful generals. Still submerged in shock, Zhu Yunting hesitantly took slow steps and dizzily made his way to Zhu Yuanzhang's side. At this moment, he understood everything. He now grasped why Zhu Yuanzhang had recently treated him so kindly. There was indeed a reason. It turned out he had misinterpreted Zhu Yuanzhang all along. Zhu Yuanzhang truly intended to groom him as his successor, even though this seemed somewhat inconsistent with history. But it had happened. He also realized why Zhu Yuanzhang had asked Zhu Yunting multiple times whether he wished to become a crown prince. It wasn't a test after all. It was all a misunderstanding. No wonder Zhu Yuanzhang had mentioned yesterday that there was something more important to handle. Unbeknownst to him, it was the announcement of his being made crown prince. This event seemed far more significant than arranging Yunting's wedding. After stepping forward, Zhu Yunting indeed saw Zhu Yuanzhang personally put the four-claw dragon robe on him. Standing above, Zhu Yunting wore the robe and felt it fit perfectly. It was clear that Zhu Yuanzhang had custom-tailored it according to his figure. By donning this dragon robe, Zhu Yunting ceased to be just a prince of the Ming dynasty, but became the crown prince, the heir to the throne, the future emperor. Although he would still need 7 or 8 years before ascending to the throne upon Zhu Yuanzhang's death, he would have ample time within these 7 or 8 years to thoroughly learn political strategies from Zhu Yuanzhang, enhance his own capabilities, and carefully build the governing team he would use in the future. Holding Zhu Yunting's hand, Zhu Yuanzhang stood before the court and proclaimed to all the civil and military officials, "Zhu Yunting, the crown prince of our great Ming, the heir to the throne, the future emperor." After finishing, the military officers below all knelt down in reverence. May the emperor live 10,000 years. May the crown prince live 1,000 years. Though the civilian officials found it hard to accept this fact, in front of Zhu Yuanzhang, they had no spirit to argue and dared not voice any opposition. So they all kneeled down, shouting "Long live, and live 1,000 years." In the entire hall, only Zhu Yunwen stood there alone, looking at Zhu Yuanzhang with anger and resentment. He couldn't comprehend why Zhu Yuanzhang would make Zhu Yunting the crown prince. Why choose Zhu Yunting and invite him? Was it merely to let him witness this? Isn't that too cruel? Yet how could he understand Zhu Yuanzhang's thoughts? The only reason Zhu Yuanzhang invited him was to give him a warning. a warning that Zhu Yuanzhang had selected Zhu Yunting as the crown prince, warning him against having any inappropriate aspirations anymore. And most importantly, letting him witness firsthand the full support Zhu Yuanzhang gave Zhu Yunting, so as to dismiss any undesirable thoughts. In reality, even if Zhu Yunwen had any thoughts at this moment, there would be absolutely no chance of them coming to fruition in the future. After all, almost every single one of the generals under Zhu Yunting's command now was practically invincible. Even if Zhu Yunwen wished to rebel, he would have zero opportunity to succeed. Zhu Yuanzhang also understood this point. After studying historical records, he realized that Zhu Yunwen indeed lacked much capability. The Zhu Yuanzhang written in history books left behind a solid and powerful empire for Zhu Yunwen, but it all fell apart under his rule. What ability could such a failure possibly possess to achieve a successful rebellion? As everyone else either happily or sadly absorbed what had happened, Zhu Yuanzhang spoke up again. Yunting, your Wuangfu is likely going to change hands. From today on, you will take over Donggong, the Eastern Palace. As for Lady Lu and Zhu Yunwen, they will move into your old residence at Wuangfu. Additionally, we'll rename Wuangfu as Jiangwen Wuangfu. And right here, I hereby confer the title of Duke of Jiangwen upon Zhu Yunwen. He does not need to go to a frontier fief. He may reside in Jiangwen Wuangfu. These words undoubtedly struck another severe blow to Zhu Yunwen. Not only had Zhu Yunting become the crown prince, but he was moving into the Eastern Palace. Zhu Yuanzhang was also driving Zhu Yunwen and his mother out of the Eastern Palace. Instead, they were being relocated to the previous residence of Zhu Yunting, Wuangfu. Even more humiliating, Zhu Yunwen's newly conferred noble title was merely that of a duke instead of a prince. It was important to note that within the hierarchy of nobility, princes ranked higher. Princes usually receive their titles based on a single character designation, like Jin Prince, Qin Prince, or Wu Prince. On the other hand, dukes required 2 characters for their titles, and thus ranked a level below. Although Zhu Yunwen did not know why his ducal title specifically was Jiangwen, it was already clear this didn't matter. What mattered was that he now wouldn't just miss out on being the crown prince. He'd even receive a mere ducal rank instead of a princely title. This status differed immensely from Zhu Yunting, who was now officially the crown prince. At the same time, a certain sense of helplessness welled up inside him. Back then, he had gone through great lengths, colluding with the former Minister of Revenue, scheming against Zhu Yunting at Wuangfu. Little did he expect that after everything came full circle, the Wuangfu itself became Zhu Yunwen's personal residence. The worst part? The mansion wasn't grand enough. Zhu Yunwen had managed to ruin himself. At this moment, Zhu Yunwen could feel the unfairness surrounding everything in his life so acutely. He wanted to sigh loudly towards the heavens, yet dared not do so. Looking back at the throne room, Zhu Yunting stood there dressed in a magnificent imperial robe, glancing down at the court ministers gathered below and speaking calmly. I know among those present today, some of you are dissatisfied with me. Some even disapprove of my becoming crown prince. But frankly, I don't care. After all, nobody is perfect, and it's impossible to please everyone. However, I must warn all of you here. I, Zhu Yunting, am no longer the Zhu Yunting I once was. If anyone in this hall still regards me as foolish, considers me stupid, or intends to deceive me with schemes, there is but one word for that. Death. Chapter 54, Establishing Authority. As the newly appointed crown prince, Zhu Yunting showed no signs of stage fright. Instead, at his first opportunity in the imperial court, he swiftly established his authority and announced the legitimacy of his role as crown prince. The expressions of the civil and military officials present varied. Most of the civil officials wore complex smiles on their faces. Their complexity stemmed from their inability to readily accept Zhu Yunting as the crown prince, yet they felt compelled to smile anyway. After a brief address by Zhu Yunting, the civil and military officials could only kneel again under pressure, exclaiming, "Live 10,000 years." It is said that new officials starting a post ignite 3 fires. As crown prince, Zhu Yunting naturally needed to establish authority, and to do so, he had to take concrete action to intimidate the civil and military officials present. Thus, he turned to Zhu Yuanzhang and said, "Grandfather Emperor, since you've named me crown prince, I bear a certain responsibility. There are 2 matters I wish to handle here in court. Would that be permissible?" Zhu Yuanzhang immediately nodded and said, "This is entirely appropriate. Handle whatever you wish. Your sense of duty and responsible mindset fill us with joy." Zhu Yunting slightly nodded, then glanced at the officials below, his face turning slightly dark. He coolly spoke. "The first matter, Minister of Rights, stepped forward." Upon being called out, Li Yueming, Minister of Rights, became instantly nervous and slowly stepped forward. He had deliberately made things difficult for Zhu Yunting earlier, and now, with Zhu Yunting as the crown prince, it was clear he intended to make an example of him first. Seeing Li Yueming step forward, Zhu Yunting scoffed and said, "As Minister of Rights, you summoned so-called literati scholars to 100 Flowers Garden intending to embarrass this prince. Are you aware of your transgression?" At this, Li Yueming hurriedly knelt down and said, "Crown Prince." Pausing on these words, he rephrased, "Great Crown Prince, this subject has been wrongfully accused. I merely invited the Crown Prince to socialize with learned talents, cultivating refined culture. How can this be interpreted as specifically targeting your highness? This is a fabricated charge." Zhu Yunting snorted and coldly replied, "Would it not suffice if I summoned those so-called literati scholars here to confront them face to face? You speak of cultivating refined culture, but when I arrived as agreed and engaged in poetry recitation with other young talents, my work, while not exceptional, was certainly not inferior. Yet when I was placed among those scholars by Master Li, you criticized my every aspect from a literary perspective, asserting numerous faults. Truly overbearing. I never imagined, Minister Li, that you would dare challenge royal blood through the help of a few scholars. Li Yueming hadn't expected Zhu Yunying to settle this score today. In fact, Zhu Yunying had initially no such plan. After all, what Li Yueming did was quite presumptuous and excessive. No one, regardless of status, has the right to discipline members of the imperial family. Under the guise of cultural refinement and scholarly exchange, Li Yueming had invited Zhu Yunying to attend, and even after Zhu cooperated and composed poetry on the spot, he still dragged the young prince to the older generation's circle to find fault with him. If this matter were exposed to the public, Li Yueming would indeed be guilty of high treason. This was perfectly utilized by Zhu Yunying, who had just become the crown prince, as a warning shot, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys and establishing his authority. It was also a caution to everyone present. If they attempted to cause trouble for Zhu Yunying using similar methods as Li Yueming, Zhu would not only respond flexibly, but also expose and deal with them publicly. Li Yueming's face was grim. He wanted to defend himself further, but it seemed futile. An old veteran of several years as Minister of Rights, accompanied by a group of elderly scholars, bullying a 14 or 15-year-old boy, moreover, with no noticeable effect. Regardless of whether this was embarrassing or not, the justification itself didn't stand, especially considering that the victim was a member of the imperial family. In smaller terms, this was a bunch of arrogant so-called scholars bullying younger generations. On a grander scale, this was a minister along with several scholars showing disrespect toward the imperial grandson by committing a grave act of insubordination. Naturally, all the officials understood this principle, and none dared come forward to defend Li Yueming. Zhu Yunying continued. As Minister of Rights, you should uphold propriety and serve as a model of conduct for all. But you, leaning on your seniority, you bullied younger generations and even colluded with several elder Confucians to oppress youth. Do you still retain any shred of dignity? As a court official who serves in the Ministry of Rights, you are clearly unaware of propriety, committing insubordination and showing disrespect to the emperor's grandson. How does this relate to discussing etiquette? Where is there even a trace of proper upbringing? People like you, bullying the young, disregarding status, being unaware of rank, and committing insubordination. Do you still have the audacity to sit in high halls? Do you still deserve to be an official in the Ministry of Rights? If people like you represent the principles and teachings of our great Ming, wouldn't it mean that our great Ming has lost all virtue and propriety? Zhu Yunying's words were highly aggressive, precisely targeting the weakness of officials in the Ministry of Rights who should exemplify propriety, combining this with Minister Li Yueming's actions, thus severely criticizing him. Minister of Rights Li Yueming's face was extremely pale. His mouth opened as if he wanted to say something, but his throat seemed blocked, and he could not utter a single word. He really wanted to refute Zhu Yunying, but he could find no basis for doing so. Indeed, as Minister of Rights, such blatant disregard for propriety left no room for defense for someone like Li Yueming, whose strong suit had always been propriety and who had risen to such a high position on that strength. Any attempt at justification would only highlight the gravity of his misconduct. After remaining silent for a long while, Li Yueming bowed his head heavily to the ground and said to Zhu Yunying, "Your old servant knows his sins well." Standing in the great hall, Zhu Yunying didn't look too pleased either, speaking lightly. "Do you recognize your fault? Very well then, I am not without compassion. Today, within these court walls, my intention was merely to point out some issues with you as Minister of Rights. These matters, when considered, aren't major. Since you have admitted your wrongdoing, I shall not pursue it further. But Minister Li, how fitting is it for a person as lacking in reasoning and education as yourself to hold the esteemed position of Minister of Rights?" Li Yueming's body trembled slightly. He understood what Zhu Yunying meant. He deeply regretted helping Zhu Yunwen invite Confucian elders to trouble Zhu Yunying back then. Not only did they fail, but Zhu Yunwen also completely lost any chance with the crown prince. Worse yet, he himself was now troubled by Zhu Yunying for his missteps in the court. This matter brought no benefit at all, instead resulting in grave consequences for him. But no matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. Zhu Yunying's message was already clear, a somewhat dignified way of reminding Li Yueming. If Li Yueming failed to grasp its meaning or refused to cooperate with Zhu Yunying might not show mercy. Realizing this, a tear welled up in Li Yueming's eyes. It was at this moment he realized just how dire the consequence of picking the wrong side was. Think of the former Minister of Revenue, then compare him with the current one. Isn't it like comparing heaven and earth? Having followed the previous Minister of Revenue's path without learning from his mistakes, Li Yueming cursed himself silently. With a sigh of resignation, he finally spoke. "This humble servant realizes it is unfitting to serve as Minister of Rights anymore. Hence, I beg to resign and retire back to my hometown, both before your Majesty and His Highness." In the court, still no one dared step forward to help him speak a word. Everyone knew Zhu Yunying was quite adept, and now, having just become the Grand Crown Prince, this was precisely the time for Zhu Yunying to establish his authority. If anyone stepped forward unwisely to speak up for Li Yueming at this moment, they risked becoming Zhu Yunying's next target. Zhu Yunying turned to Zhu Yuanzhang and said, "Grandfather Emperor, Minister Li requests to retire to his home village. What do you think?" Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but chuckle with mixed feelings. He thought, "You forced the man into retirement, and yet you come here to ask me. It's truly a bit over the line." However, Zhu Yuanzhang was also extremely angered by Li Yueming's earlier conduct. Since Zhu Yunying intended to make an example of him, Naturally, Zhu Yuanzhang supported this. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and said, Minister Li is old, and his moral conduct has fallen short. Since he has realized that his virtues do not match his position, we should indeed grant his request. Saying this, he waved his hand, signaling Li Yueming to step down. Li Yueming bowed again, then rose carefully, retreating from the court cautiously. That Zhu Yuning hadn't dealt him a fatal blow was enough reason for him to burn incense gratefully at home. At this moment, he must tread even more carefully, fearing to do anything that might displease Zhu Yuning. He resolved firmly that once court ended, he would immediately return to his hometown. From this day forth, everything concerning Zhu Yunwen would have no connection with him. In his heart, he had severed all ties with Zhu Yunwen. After all, despite serving Zhu Yunwen for so long, not only had he gained no benefits, but he had suffered such a fate. If he continued associating with Zhu Yunwen, the consequences would be unimaginable. After Minister of Rights Li Yueming stepped down, Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Yuning and asked, Yuning, what is the second matter? Zhu Yuning smiled and replied, Where is the Deputy Minister of Rights? In the court, the Deputy Minister of Rights was frightened and quickly knelt down, saying, Your Highness, Crown Prince, I am innocent. He desperately wanted to prove that he had never acted against Zhu Yunting. However, Zhu Yunting waved his hand immediately and said, Your Highness hasn't accused you of any misconduct. I called you because there is a matter for you to handle. The Deputy Minister of Rights sighed with relief, as he was really scared just now. This incident also reflects how effective Zhu Yunting's earlier demonstration of authority had been, to the point that even the Deputy Minister of Rights was so frightened when named by him. Zhu Yunting continued, You choose an auspicious day, prepare well, for I shall marry Zhao Qingzhu, the daughter of Zhao Sili from the Cavalry Command, who has been my fiancée since our engagement. After saying that, he looked at Zhu Yuanzhang and asked, Grandfather Emperor, will you be upset that I took the initiative? Zhu Yuanzhang obviously hadn't expected that Zhu Yunting's second issue would be about this. Thus, he smiled and nodded. Certainly not. You are the crown prince now. It is proper to take a secondary consort, especially when you already have an engagement with the Zhao family daughter. Your willingness to bear responsibility indeed proves good. The Ministry of Rights, follow the crown prince's wishes and prepare accordingly. Only then did the Deputy Minister of Rights truly relax. As long as Zhu Yunting wasn't trying to cause trouble for him, no matter what task was given, he was willing to carry it out. Especially something as honorable as preparing the wedding for the crown prince. Chapter 55, Entering the Eastern Palace. On this day, a major event occurred in the Ming dynasty. The crown prince was officially confirmed, and the news quickly spread across the land. In the capital city, almost everyone was deeply shaken by this event. Especially the scholars and officials of the aristocratic clans were shocked that Zhu Yuanzhang had chosen Zhu Yuning. Furthermore, they were also afraid because of Zhu Yuning's decisive measures on the court stage. A capable and adept grandson who could easily rein in the officials became the crown prince, which many officials considered to be far from a good thing. No official wanted to face an emperor like Zhu Yuanzhang. The pressure would be immense, and the entire court wouldn't have a moment's peace. But precisely because of this, the officials could be effectively restrained directly. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, Lady Lu also heard from some eunuchs that it seemed as though at the morning court session, the position of crown prince was being established. This made Lady Lu immediately burst into joyous laughter. Today the emperor has summoned Zhu Yunwen to attend the morning court session with the intention of establishing the crown prince. If it isn't Yunwen, I would find it hard to believe. Thinking about this, she anxiously waited in the Eastern Palace for Zhu Yunwen to come back and tell her the good news in person. However, the one who returned was a listless and dejected Zhu Yunwen. Upon seeing Zhu Yunwen, a feeling of unease surged within Lady Lu. Lady Lu revealed a trace of panic in her expression, but still hurriedly approached Zhu Yunwen and said, Yunwen, I've heard the emperor has established the crown prince. Is it you? Tell your mother. A streak of tears appeared at the corner of Zhu Yunwen's eyes, and then he looked towards Lady Lu and said, It's not me, it's him, it's that despicable Zhu Yuning. These words hit Lady Lu like a thunderbolt. After shaking violently several times, she collapsed onto the ground and was hastily propped up by a group of maidservants. With a pale complexion, Lady Lu kept repeating, Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could it be him? This must be false. She acted as if deranged, continuously repeating those few sentences, showing that the event dealt her a great blow, making her unable to believe it. However, the reality couldn't allow her to deny it. Zhu Yunwen continued cautiously saying, Grandfather the emperor has infected me as Prince of Jiangwen and ordered us to move out of the Eastern Palace to the Wuangfu, where Zhu Yuning resides. Lady Lu shook her head repeatedly, saying, Impossible, this is absolutely unacceptable. Not only did he choose Zhu Yuning as the crown prince, but he's also making us leave the Eastern Palace? This can't be allowed. I will go see the emperor. I will go seek out the emperor. Zhu Yunwen quickly blocked his mother saying, Don't cause more trouble. Otherwise, we don't even dare to imagine how grandfather the emperor might treat us next. Lady Lu looked at Zhu Yunwen and asked, Then what should we do? Are you content with merely being a common prince? Are you willing to let that supreme position of power just fall into Zhu Yuning's hands? Are you truly okay with this? Zhu Yunwen clenched his fists and said, Of course, I'm not okay with it. But what can I do? Now Zhu Yuning is already the crown prince. What options are left for me? Having said that, as if answering his own question, his eyes turned ferocious and he added, The only way is to conserve my strength and secretly build my own influence. When grandfather the emperor dies, I'll take back everything that belongs to me. Upon hearing these words, Lady Lu immediately looked at Zhu Yunwen. There was no fear in her eyes regarding Zhu Yunwen's statement, but only madness, intense madness. She spoke, right, we must take back all of it, surely take back all of it. It originally belonged to you. Zhu Yuning has just taken it temporarily. There's no chance for him to become emperor. Yunwen, we must start building our own hidden influence now, waiting until the day your grandfather passes away. We won't wait for Zhu Yuning's ascension. We'll seize the throne directly. The next emperor can only be you, and must be you. No one can alter this absolute fact. Zhu Yunwen nodded slightly, and the seeds of that mad plan, like post-rain vegetation, quickly sprouted in his heart. At the same time, Zhao Xilong, the military commander, was overjoyed in his residence. Even though he held only a 6th rank office, this day filled him with delight. During the morning court session, Zhu Yuning was named the crown prince. Though Zhao Xilong previously didn't have a very favorable impression of this future son-in-law, there was no denying that the present Zhu Yuning had completely transformed from his former self. He was no longer the useless wretch he used to be, nor did he possess the inferior moral qualities of his past. On the contrary, the talents, abilities, and overall traits displayed by Zhu Yuning now were undoubtedly top-notch. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to assume the position of crown prince. Crucially, upon becoming the crown prince, Zhu Yuning wasted no time in proposing this matrimonial alliance. Moreover, he proactively announced to let the Ministry of Rites prepare as soon as possible. How could Zhao Xilong not be delighted? His 6th rank official's daughter was about to marry the Grand Crown Prince and would become the future empress. This was absolutely a most glorious and honorable matter. Zhao Xilong called his daughter over and informed Zhao Qingzhu, Zhao Simi's daughter, of this news. Zhao Qingzhu was somewhat surprised, but not because Zhu Yuning said he was going to marry her. After all, the bond they had built up in recent times was no longer as simple as that between an engaged couple. What surprised her was that Zhu Yuning had indeed become the Grand Crown Prince. Daughter, you are truly bringing honor to our Zhao family. Starting from now, you are the crown princess of our great Ming dynasty, and will be the empress in the future. I will then be the father-in-law of the emperor. Haha. Our family will henceforth be royalty related to the emperor. Our Zhao family will thus count among the super families in the great Ming. Zhao Qingzhu smiled faintly, then spoke to Zhao Xilong. Father seems very satisfied with this marriage proposal. Zhao Xilong nodded and said, that is natural. The current Grand Crown Prince, Zhu Yuning, is excellent in every aspect. If I'm still not contented, then there must be something wrong with me. Daughter, after marrying His Highness the Grand Crown Prince, you must do your utmost to be an excellent helpmate. Zhao Qingzhu blushed, remaining silent. On the other side, after Zhu Yuning and Zhu Yuanzhang returned to the imperial study, Zhu Yuanzhang chatted extensively with Zhu Yuning. Most of their talk was regarding Zhu Yuanzhang's expectations for Zhu Yuning and also his teaching and guidance to him. The heir to the throne had been determined, which solidified the foundation of the great Ming dynasty. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang finally resolved one of his burdens. At this moment, he seemed to have aged much more suddenly. Before Crown Prince Zhu Biao passed away, Zhu Yuanzhang did not appear old. But ever since the passing of Zhu Biao, Zhu Yuanzhang seemed to age day by day. It was the foundation of the Ming Empire that kept supporting him, making him stay alert, focused, and prepared to face everything. But now that the heir had been settled, Zhu Yuanzhang could finally take a deep breath. Most importantly, Zhu Yuning gave him enough confidence. Not mentioning other aspects, just consider how Zhu Yuning demonstrated his authority in today's morning court session, which made the civil and military officials in the court quake with fear. Zhu Yuanzhang could clearly perceive that Zhu Yuning did not use the prestige of Zhu Yuanzhang nor leverage on borrowed power. Rather, Zhu Yuning completely relied on his iron blood methods, causing those present to feel awe. This was Zhu Yuning, whose first exposure of his brilliance as the crown prince showed his potential. With only this, Zhu Yuanzhang already knew he had chosen correctly. At least Zhu Yuning had the ability to restrain all the officials in the court. Holding his teacup at this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang said to Zhu Yuning, Yuning, tea is a good thing, but many people cannot appreciate its taste. They only think it bitter, or simply useful for quenching thirst, or perhaps imbue it with a slight sense of ritual. However, a true connoisseur understands that tea drinking is not about these surface-level matters, but rather, savoring its flavor. We hope that as the crown prince, in the future when you ascend to the throne, you will genuinely understand how to drink and comprehend tea. There is profound knowledge within it, and we may not be able to teach it accurately. More importantly, it requires you to personally experience it. Zhu Yuning slightly nodded and said, Grandson understands. Zhu Yuanzhang continued, this empire should not just endure for one generation. It should continue indefinitely for as long as possible. We who serve as emperors cannot only focus on the prosperity and splendor of the period during which we reign. Simultaneously, we should also consider what kind of foundation we need to lay for our successors. Just looking at the current situation, however, this point cannot be achieved by your grandfather. Yuning, whether you can achieve it depends on you. Zhu Yuanzhang made this statement because after studying historical records, he realized that the future downfall of the Ming dynasty was due to some emperor's mismanagement, leading to an irreversible trend which ultimately caused the Ming to perish. Perhaps it started with the Jiajing emperor, or perhaps the Wanli emperor, or even more likely starting from the Zhengtong era. In any case, the fall of the Ming dynasty was not something that happened overnight. Many periods had various factors mixed together resulting in the collapse. Among these factors, maybe eunuch interference played a role, or perhaps co-governance with scholar officials had an impact. Even worse, linking the disasters of the Little Ice Age might not be entirely unreasonable either. In short, there were numerous factors. In Zhu Yuanzhang's view, based on the historical accounts recorded in books, all these factors were actually related to the foundation of the Ming dynasty. If a wise emperor at the outset could drastically transform the country's environment, even influencing future generations, it might significantly improve the overall situation, and the Ming dynasty might not come to such a premature end. Zhu Yuanzhang's expressed meaning was crystal clear to Zhu Yunying in his heart. As a time traveler, he not only knew what happened in the Ming dynasty, but also clearly understood the issues it possessed. He naturally wanted to change some things through his own means. Perhaps from the moment he became the Grand Crown Prince, changes had already begun. At least, as long as Zhu Yunwen did not ascend the throne and Zhu Di did not successfully rebel, then all future emperors of the Great Ming would no longer be from Zhu Di's lineage. The grandfather and grandson talked a lot, and Zhu Yunting didn't leave the imperial study until the afternoon. Then, he led the head eunuch of the ceremonial office towards the Eastern Palace. When they arrived at the Eastern Palace, Lady Lu was seated in the grand hall of the palace. Zhu Yunwen sat by her side, their faces seemingly devoid of much expression, but there was a faint hint of reluctance. Today, the head eunuch approached Lady Lu and Zhu Yunwen upon receiving an order. His Majesty commands that Princess Consort Lu and Jiangwen Prince Zhu Yunwen immediately move out of the Eastern Palace and relocate to the former Wangfu Prince's mansion, now the Jiangwen Prince's residence. Lady Lu clenched her fists, stood up, and glared at the head eunuch, saying, "What's the rush? You're just a dog acting on behalf of someone more powerful." She then glanced at Zhu Yunting and added, "Small men, celebrating their insignificant success." Zhu Yunting narrowed his eyes, while the head eunuch grew angry and snapped back. "Princess Consort Lu, please mind your words. The person standing before you is the Grand Crown Prince of the Great Ming. Moreover, please vacate the Eastern Palace immediately, otherwise, I will have my people help you move." As the head eunuch prepared to act, Zhu Yunting raised his hand to stop him and calmly said, "Let's preserve the last shred of dignity for Lady Lu and the Jiangwen Prince. After all, they don't have much left." Chapter 56, Building the Leadership Team. That day, Lady Lu and Zhu Yunwen eventually left the Eastern Palace and moved to the former Wangfu, which is now the Jiangwen County Wangfu. The scale of this county Wangfu was limited. According to the previous plan by Zhu Yunwen and the former Minister of Revenue, only a paltry few tens of thousands of silver taels were allocated. Later, Zhu Yuntang actively cooperated with the current Minister of Revenue, and those few tens of thousands of silver taels were used for the renovation of the original mansion. Thus, although the mansion was well renovated, its scale was extremely small. It could be said that this was Zhu Yunwen's own doing. Although he felt very helpless, there was nothing he could do about it. Upon arriving at the Jiangwen County Wangfu, Lady Lu's expression remained gloomy. It was hard for her, as the former crown princess accustomed to living in the Eastern Palace, to suddenly move to this small county Wangfu. It was unbearable. So she looked at Zhu Yunwen and said, "My son, no matter what, we must rise again. We absolutely cannot continue living like this." Zhu Yunwen nodded solemnly, and then said, "I've already thought it through. In some time, I will secretly meet with our second uncle, King Qin Zhu Bang, third uncle, King Jin Zhu Gang, and fourth uncle, King Yen Zhu Di." Lady Lu's eyelids twitched slightly, and then she said, "Is my son trying to ally with them? But they are princes after all, and they are likely very focused on the throne. I think it will be difficult to persuade them to help you take that position." Zhu Yunwen smiled. "They have their ambitions, and I have my plans. I will take advantage of their ambitions, armies, and forces to rebel with me. After the rebellion succeeds, I will use stratagems to ascend to that position myself." Lady Lu suddenly understood and said, "You intend to deceive them and use their power to help you secure that position?" Zhu Yunwen nodded and said, "Exactly right. They will certainly disagree with each other, all wanting to sit in that position. I just need to use their military strength to seize the realm after grandfather passes away. Then I will incite internal conflict among them, making them struggle against each other so that I can ultimately benefit from the situation." Lady Lu nodded and said, "The plan is good, but it remains to be seen whether everything goes according to your control." Zhu Yunwen gave a confident smile. "Mother, rest assured, there will absolutely be no problem. I am quite confident in my own abilities. The reason why I temporarily lost to Zhu Yuntang is purely because of his luck." Lady Lu had blind confidence in her son, though this confidence may not be entirely baseless. After all, for a long period of time, Zhu Yunwen's demonstrated capabilities far surpassed those of Zhu Yuntang. This brief reversal has yet to make Lady Lu realize that Zhu Yuntang is now stronger than Zhu Yunwen. Apparently, mother and son were still moving down a path to destruction, thinking about how to go even further. On the other hand, after Zhu Yuntang moved into the Eastern Palace, he began assisting Zhu Yuanzhang in truly handling major affairs of the court. To cultivate Zhu Yuntang, Zhu Yuanzhang also established the Zhan Shifu office in the Eastern Palace. This so-called Zhan Shifu office is essentially a miniature court. There are configurations within that mirror the main court. For instance, while the court has 3 dukes, the Tai Sun's Zhan Shifu office has 3 assistants. They are used to instruct Zhu Yuntang, as well as to exercise him, giving him the sensation of managing state affairs as if on the court. Under these circumstances, Zhu Yuanzhang specially handed over some memorials to Zhu Yuntang for processing, after which he only needed to glance through them. The Zhan official also governed the politics of the office, institute, and bureau to tutor the Grand Prince. Zhu Yuanzhang, at present, takes education for the heir very seriously, so a more complete set of Eastern Palace officials compared to previous generations was specifically designed to train the crown prince. Zhu Yuntang was satisfied with Zhu Yuanzhang's arrangements, for the emperor still had a few years left before he would pass on. During these years, Zhu Yuntang could adequately learn to handle the affairs of the court, which is undoubtedly an opportunity. After all, while he possessed certain abilities, intelligence, and skills in dealing with matters, he still lacked familiarity with many issues within the court. Truly governing a country is absolutely not a simple task. Thus, the comprehensive training that Zhu Yuanzhang is currently providing Zhu Yuntang with can genuinely be considered a royal preparatory school. In this way, when Zhu Yuanzhang eventually passes away, Zhu Yuntang will be able to perfectly assume his duties without appearing flustered or unable to cope. Once he had his own dedicated workspace, Zhu Yuntang realized how numerous the affairs of the court actually were. From time to time, memorials would be sent over from the cabinet. These memorials were typically initially evaluated and handled by the cabinet before being reviewed and verified by Zhu Yuntang. If he thought there were any issues, he would return the memorial to the cabinet for them to reconsider. This process would continue until Zhu Yuntang was satisfied or he noted down small imperfections and made minor adjustments, at which point the memorial would be considered complete. It would then be handed over by a eunuch to Zhu Yuanzhang. If Zhu Yuanzhang found the cabinet's handling appropriate and agreed with Zhu Yuntang's opinions, the matter would then be directly passed on to the 6 ministries for execution. As such, in one day, Zhu Yuntang had to review nearly 40 to 50 memorials. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg among the many memorials. It was evident that being an emperor wasn't an easy task. Especially if one wanted to be a diligent emperor devoted to state affairs, it was even more difficult. Of course, if these matters could be entrusted to a trustworthy leadership team to resolve, it would naturally be a relatively easier thing. For example, if the cabinet had some capable and fairly upright officials helping handle the affairs, they could significantly alleviate the emperor's burden. Thinking about these officials reminded Zhu Yuntang of the famous 3 Yangs from the Yongle period, Yang Shiqi, Yang Rong, and Yang Pu. These 3 could be considered figures of great talent. In history, they had served under 4 emperors across 4 dynasties, making their abilities extremely powerful. They were known as the strongest cabinet team. If Zhu Yuntang could bring these 3 into his service first, to help him govern the country and manage state affairs, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous advantage. But these talents were only gradually discovered during the Jiangwen period. At the moment, it was still almost 10 years away from when they would historically be uncovered. Zhu Yuntang clearly didn't want to wait, so he was eager to find them as soon as possible. In his memory, Chancellor Yang Shiqi should have been from Taihe, Jiangxi. Since his childhood was marked by hardships, including losing his father at an early age and being raised by a single mother, life was extremely difficult. He later taught disciples based on the knowledge he had accumulated through his life, earning a modest income from this. Therefore, to find this talent, Zhu Yuntang might need to visit Taihe, Jiangxi, and carefully search. Now that his position as the Grand Prince had stabilized, Zhu Yuntang felt an urgent need to form his own leadership team. Thus, finding the 3 Yangs became a pressing matter for him. Although Zhu Yuanzhang had established the Zhan Shifu office and provided some officials to assist him in handling state affairs, compared to the 3 Yangs, these officials were vastly inferior. To not use existing talent would absolutely not be something a good emperor should do. So after dealing with official matters for a few days, Zhu Yuntang approached Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang was reviewing memorials in the imperial study when he saw Zhu Yuntang approach and asked curiously, "Yuntang, are you tired from handling state affairs?" Zhu Yuntang shook his head and replied, "It's all right, but I think handling court matters this way is too slow." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and said, "I understand, but as an emperor, one must attend to every detail. Many things, if we as emperors don't personally handle them, will result in significant errors, and the consequences can sometimes be very serious." Zhu Yuntang nodded and said, "I understand this principle, but if we had a set of trusted, capable, and highly principled cabinet members, wouldn't things become much easier?" Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. "That's true, but among all these officials, picking out a few with extraordinary talent and trustworthy character isn't that easy." Zhu Yuntang smiled and said, "I know of a few people who, if assisting in court matters, would be excellent assistants." Zhu Yuanzhang immediately became curious and asked, "Oh, who are these people you're talking about?" Zhu Yuntang said, "I can't explain everything to grandfather now, but I can guarantee that the 3 people I'm referring to possess exceptional capability." Continuing, he added, "So this time, I would like to invite them to assist in court matters. When the time comes and grandfather sees their abilities, you'll understand naturally." At hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang instantly thought of something. When Zhu Yuntang had originally crossed over, a history book was picked up by Zhu Yuanzhang, and whenever he had free time, he would take it out and read it. Therefore, he was also well aware of the 3 talented individuals from the early Ming dynasty. The historical records clearly mention them as part of the strongest cabinet team, the 3 Yangs. If there were any figures from the Ming history recorded in that book that impressed and satisfied Zhu Yuanzhang, then the 3 Yangs certainly ranked among the top few in his heart. Of course, this also included later figures such as Yu Qian and Zhang Jujing, the chief cabinet minister during the mid-Ming period. These were all figures in Ming history that Zhu Yuanzhang admired after reading about them. It was truly regrettable that such remarkable figures ultimately encountered emperors who were less than satisfactory. Especially in the case of Yu Qian, every time Zhu Yuanzhang thought about Yu Qian's fate, he became furious. He would always harshly denounce Zhu Di, wondering how there could be such unreasonable and reckless descendants who actually executed a highly talented official like him. When his thoughts returned to the present, Zhu Yuanzhang had already grasped the type of talent Zhu Yuntong was seeking. He was likely referring to the three Yangs as recorded in historical records. Although Zhu Yuanzhang didn't know why Zhu Yuntong was aware of the three Yangs' existence, the only explanation was that Zhu Yuntong, in his eyes, was truly the divinely chosen son. If the divinely chosen son knew about some outstanding talents, it wasn't that surprising, right? He never imagined for a moment that Zhu Yuntong was a time traveler from later generations, nor did he suspect that Zhu Yuntong was deeply knowledgeable about Ming history. On the contrary, Zhu Yuanzhang always believed that the book of Ming history had been sent down by heaven to guide him in altering the course of Ming history. This, indeed, was a little secret hidden within the hearts of both Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Yuntong. Chapter 57. Adorable Zhao Qingzhu. In his heart, Zhu Yunian guessed that what Zhu Yunting was seeking for were the three Yangs mentioned in the Ming history books. Naturally, Zhu Yuanzhang wouldn't have any reason to refuse. He also looked forward to these three talents appearing to assist Zhu Yunting, so he immediately agreed and let Zhu Yunting search for these three talented individuals. Zhu Yunting was very happy. After preparing for a while, he sent people to Zhao Silai, the commander of the cavalry force's house, to invite Zhao Qingzhu. Although the two had not yet completed their wedding ceremony, it would be improper for them to meet too frequently as per customs. However, the relationship between Zhao Qingzhu and Zhu Yunting was almost set in stone by now, with the Ministry of Rites still choosing an auspicious day and preparing for their marriage. And this matter had already been confirmed and ordered by Zhu Yuanzhang. Therefore, although the two hadn't gone through the wedding ceremony yet, they were essentially considered a married couple. After Zhao Qingzhu arrived at the Eastern Palace, she couldn't hide her joy when she saw Zhu Yunting. Zhu Yunting then smiled and moved forward, saying to Zhao Qingzhu, "I'm going to Jiangxi for a while, then I'll head to Jinan and Fujian. When the time comes, if you don't have anything else, would you like to accompany me?" Zhao Qingzhu nodded and said, "Of course. I've always had a great passion for traveling." Zhu Yunting said, "This trip is more than just sightseeing." Zhao Qingzhu, "Of course, you deal with your official business, and we can sightsee on the side." Zhu Yunting nodded bitterly and said, "The main reason for taking you along is because your martial arts skills are high, and you can protect me. You know, there are quite a lot of people in the court and other places who want me dead right now." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingzhu immediately grew serious and said, "You're the crown prince's heir now. Who would want you dead? Even if someone wants you dead, they wouldn't dare make a move, right?" Zhu Yunting, looking at this well-built but simple-minded girl, helplessly flicked her small nose and said, "As the prince, there are many who aren't satisfied with me. For example, Zhu Yunwen. He will never be willing to give up easily. Besides him, some of his loyal officials certainly don't want me to be this crown prince either. Moreover, similar to Zhu Yunwen, my uncles and older brothers who covet the supreme position not only want me dead, but also Zhu Yunwen dead. Even worse, it would be ideal if all the grandsons of our generation die out. So, you can imagine how dangerous this trip out could be." At this, Zhao Qingzhu realized, saying, "Different identities bring different levels of danger. But don't worry, as long as I am around, no one will be able to touch a single hair on your body. I've told you before, the world probably doesn't have many people who can beat me." Facing such a confident young lady, Zhu Yunting gained some confidence himself. But he still had doubts, looking at Zhao Qingzhu and wondering, how could this petite and cute figure be a martial arts expert? She also claimed that there were few in the world who could match her. Zhu Yunting didn't really believe it. He even had a fleeting thought, considering he used to practice some kickboxing in his past life. If they really fought seriously, this punch might make her cry for a long time. Of course, this thought disappeared quickly when he recalled the scene during the famine relief, when Zhu Yunwen sent an assassin after him. Back then, Zhao Qingzhu jumped off the horseback and easily injured the opponent. From this point alone, this girl, despite being cute and petite, harbors immense strength within her body. While Zhu Yunting wasn't sure if he could knock her down with a punch from her would surely make him cry for a long time. As if sensing the slight doubt Zhu Yunting had shown, Zhao Qingzhu pinched her nose, hummed, and said, "I see that you're dissatisfied. What about this? Find some skilled palace experts and let them spar with me. How does that sound?" Zhu Yunting nodded and said, "That's a good idea. My Eastern Palace doesn't seem to have especially strong experts. Come with me to the Imperial Study then." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Qingzhu's face changed. She said, "You won't make me fight in the Imperial Study, right? That's a crime punishable by death." Zhu Yunting laughed and said, "With me here, who dares behead you? Don't worry, come with me." Thus, he led Zhao Qingzhu to the outside of the Imperial Study. Outside the Imperial Study, there were some palace guards. The martial prowess of these guards was definitely strong. They were selected from among very capable Imperial bodyguards and even military elites. They wouldn't easily engage in fights, but once they did, each one of these palace experts could handle 20 ordinary soldiers alone. From this, it could be seen that their strength was absolutely powerful. Zhu Yunting looked at those guards and said, "You guys with higher martial prowess, step forward and let me see." As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen stepped forward immediately. As great palace experts, they had immense confidence in their own abilities. No matter the circumstances, they stood firm to display themselves with absolute confidence. After these people stepped forward, Zhu Yunting said, "Each of you exudes so much confidence, excellent." Then he said to the over 10 palace guards who had stepped forward, "The girl next to me is also very capable. She wants to spar with you all. Do you dare?" Upon hearing this, all the palace guards were dumbfounded. One guard stepped forward and said to Zhu Yunting, Your Highness, we are all rough men, and our moves are heavy. If we fight, what if we accidentally injure this young lady? That wouldn't be good. Another palace expert also spoke up. My punches lack control. Girls like her, I could probably knock out 3 with one punch. Your Highness, please don't joke about such matters. Seeing the honest expressions of these palace guards, Zhu Yunting couldn't help but smile and said, don't underestimate her. She's also a martial arts expert. Among you, come out one by one and spar with her individually. Let me see whether there's a difference in your strengths and just how much. The group of guards looked at each other hesitantly, clearly none wanting to take action and bear the title of abusing a woman. But Zhao Qingzhu hummed and then said, a bunch of men yet look down on me. Today, Grandma will teach you all a lesson. She took the initiative, pointing at one palace guard and saying, come on you. With a somewhat decent build, you should be able to barely withstand my punch. Hearing this, the muscular palace guard whose name was called instantly wore a grim expression. He didn't expect this young lady to choose him, which was too dismissive towards him. Meanwhile, the surrounding palace guards were made quite amused by Zhao Qingzhu's words. Seeing their laughter, Zhao Qingzhu felt disrespected and slightly angry as she asked, why are you all laughing? One of the guards quickly controlled his laughter and said, sorry miss, theoretically, no matter how funny the situation, we shouldn't laugh. But today we simply couldn't help ourselves, huh? This angered Zhao Qingzhu. As someone who considered herself a rare martial artist with few rivals in the world, being despised and laughed at by these palace guards was something she could not endure. Only seeing her anger rising, she pointed at the robust palace master and said, hurry up and make your move. Let them witness Grandma's skills. That robust palace master clearly had some hesitation, shaking his head and saying, you're a girl, and I certainly can't seriously fight against you. If I did, I'd be mocked by my colleagues. So here's an idea. If you really want to play, you punch me once. If I feel any pain, I'll admit you're good enough. How does that sound? This was obviously letting water flow too freely. Zhao Qingzhu disagreed, shaking her head and saying, enough talk. One punch from me could send you flying. You'd definitely be in pain anyway. Let's face off simultaneously. A proper duel would make things real. However, the robust palace expert couldn't help but laugh, replying, given my size, do you think you could throw me away with one punch? I weigh about 170 pounds. With your petite frame and soft fists, managing even to hurt me would indicate some strength. Flying me away? Miss, even as someone brought by His Royal Highness, isn't this boasting a bit too much? This really enraged Zhao Qingzhu. Clenching her delicate fists, she addressed the muscular palace guard. You're underestimating me way too much. Are you sure you want me to punch you first? The muscular palace guard nodded and said, I'm certain. Go ahead, I won't move. Strike me with full force. If it makes me feel pain, then you've proven your might. Advancing with her dainty fists raised, Zhao Qingzhu said, think carefully now. This fist holds decades of effort. This is not a bluff. Haha, 30 years of fat on my body aren't for show either. Hit me with your best shot, using all your baby power. If any one of us present hears me gasp, I lose. Zhao Qingzhu nodded and said, all right, this is your decision. Saying so, she stretched and loosened up her dainty fists. Speaking of Zhao Qingzhu, her smooth and delicate hands indeed looked as if they possessed no significant strength. Key to her appearance was her petite and somewhat adorable figure, standing before the robust imperial expert, making their power disparity seem very large indeed. But Zhao Qingzhu was extremely confident. Clenching her fists, she said to the powerful expert, I'm about to hit you for real. You still have time to back off if you regret. These words made the robust imperial expert laugh again. Then he replied, go ahead, hit me with all your strength. I want to see if your tiny fists can even cause me any pain. Zhao Qingzhu stopped talking, clutched her fists, stepped forward, and casually threw a punch that seemed almost effortless. This punch looked ordinary to everyone else. But at the moment of the punch, there was a faint sound of rushing wind. The next moment, the fist landed on the chest of the smiling, robust imperial expert. He had wanted to say something, but his face changed instantly. The muscles on his chest rippled like water. Then immense force sent the robust imperial expert flying backward. The expert flew nearly 5 meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. Immediately he clutched his chest, letting out an agonized cry of pain. Sitting up quickly, he looked at Zhao Qingzhu in disbelief. Zhao Qingzhu seemed unfazed, flexing her small fists, then turned to the robust expert and asked smugly, how about that? Did my punch hurt? The imperial expert gritted his teeth and said, pain, my whole body, hurts. Are you really a petite girl? Chapter 58, The Powerful Crown Princess. Outside the imperial study of the palace, it was quite lively at the moment. Because a petite young girl had just sent a bulky inner court master flying with one punch. The key point was that the girl was only around 14 years old. The strength she possessed stunned all the group of inner court masters present completely. At this moment, they could no longer laugh. They discarded their previous mocking attitudes and seriously looked at Zhao Qingzhu, who had a petite figure. However, Zhu Yuntung wore a smile. He had already witnessed Zhao Qingzhu's incredible prowess. For him, there wasn't anything too strange about being able to send a bulky man flying with just one punch. What truly intrigued him was how skilled Zhao Qingzhu's martial arts actually were. Could she hold her own for several rounds against the inner court masters? The previous inner court master had simply stood before her, allowing her to strike, which is different from both simultaneously exchanging blows. And right then, after the muscular inner court master painfully got up, massaging his chest earnestly, he exclaimed, Miss, you have a great amount of strength. I couldn't handle that punch. Zhao Qingzhu shook her head and said, it's not because my strength is large. It's due to the angle of my punch, which amplifies the power multiple times over, thus causing the force that seems very strong to you. Upon hearing Zhao Qingzhu's words, the muscular man immediately became serious and stepped forward to say, "The mastery displayed in your control and application of power is incredibly intricate. It's evident that misunderstands martial arts thoroughly." Zhao Qingzhu nodded proudly and said, "I've told you, there aren't many people in the world who are my match. Though my physique is small and my strength is not great, I have numerous methods to amplify my potential power infinitely. Through various techniques and tricky angles, the impact can multiply several folds or even become incalculable." The robust inner court master promptly paid respect to Zhao Qingzhu with a bow and said, "My vision was short-sighted. Since Miss wishes to spar, let me disregard rank and humbly request some instruction from you." Clearly, this sturdy man also harbored a deep passion for martial arts. Upon learning that Zhao Qingzhu indeed possessed commendable kung fu skills, his ridicule transformed into growing respect and admiration. Zhao Qingzhu spoke, "Indeed, but you alone would not be sufficient. Select a few more skilled ones, come at me together. Let our crown prince know just how powerful I am." The robust man retorted, "Let me try first. Although you knocked me down easily earlier, if I take it seriously, you might not necessarily be my match." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingzhu shook her head and said, "Alas, you underestimate me still." With that, she slowly moved forward, initiating a preparatory stance. Then with a light tap on the ground, her body lightly soared toward the robust inner court master. Like a raging bull, the inner court expert leaned his entire body forward, giving a fierce kick as though launching a projectile rocket. Simultaneously, he swung his fist towards Zhao Qingzhu. Zhao Qingzhu remained composed. She didn't pit her delicate fist directly against the inner court expert's blow. Instead, at the moment their contact was imminent, she abruptly shifted her fist into a grappling position, instantly seizing the big man's wrist. Then with her fingertips, she pinched an acupoint on his wrist, exerting firm pressure. The guard's complexion changed instantly as his tightly gripped fist suddenly loosened, losing all its strength. The next moment, Zhao Qingzhu twisted her body, kicking the large man's waist hard with her foot. Simultaneously, she herself flew backward gracefully, landing on the ground. Meanwhile, the big man fell ungracefully to the ground with a roll. Getting up awkwardly, he covered his wrist, staring intently at Zhao Qingzhu saying, "An excellent grappling hand technique. Your speed and precision offer no reaction time for me at all. Just with this single move, I must admit that if we were in single combat, I wouldn't last even a single round against you." Zhao Qingzhu smiled proudly, lifting her head haughtily, and gave a self-satisfied glance at Zhu Yunteng. Zhu Yunteng clapped appreciatively, exclaiming, "Remarkable, remarkable." Zhao Qingzhu then turned her gaze towards the other inner court masters equally stunned, saying, "You all, come together. I aim to fight 10 at once." The other inner court masters surged forward in outrage as if their dignity was trampled underfoot. Disregarding propriety, they quickly surrounded Zhao Qingzhu. Zhao Qingzhu shook her cyan robe, and with a mischievous smile, she said, "Come on then, let me see how skillful the Imperial Guards are." Zhu Yunteng felt that Zhao Qingzhu might not be able to break through the encirclement. However, he still underestimated Zhao Qingzhu. In a blink, her agile figure gracefully leaped up amidst the surrounding attack of everyone. Then her small feet stepped over the heads of the 10 palace guards, and suddenly in midair, she turned back and kicked a big man in the waist. The large man hurriedly extended both arms to evade, but in the next moment, Zhao Qingzhu's other leg attacked from another angle. In an instant, the palace guard failed to dodge, getting kicked on the chest and flying backward, landing hard on the ground. Qingzhu took advantage of the momentum, retreating rapidly in the air, while stepping lightly on several palace guards' heads along the way before finally landing gracefully. The group of palace guards swiftly rushed toward her again. Zhao Qingzhu effortlessly weaved through the cluster of palace guards, each time quickly finding gaps for attack. Whether it was throwing punches, kicks, or using her previous grappling techniques, she could precisely cause maximum harm to the palace guards. Thus, one after another palace guard would wail as they collapsed onto the ground. Upon standing up, they'd either clutch their chests, support their waists, or cradle their arms. From their expressions, it was evident that each of Zhao Qingzhu's seemingly not-so-heavy attacks actually caused them significant pain. Though her attacks did not result in serious injury, the intense pain was enough for them to endure. In this manner, within less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the 10 formidable experts were all defeated, each of them eyeing Zhao Qingzhu with fear, not daring to come closer anymore. Upon seeing this scene, Zhu Yunteng revealed a shocked expression on his face. He knew Zhao Qingzhu was good. He also expected Zhao Qingzhu to be very capable, but he didn't expect Zhao Qingzhu to be this good. At this moment, Zhu Yunteng's look towards Zhao Qingzhu changed. This young lady's combat strength is such that there really are few who can match her in the world of martial arts. After all, what she had faced just now was an attack by 10 formidable Imperial Guards. Each of these 10 guards, if picked out individually, could handle 20 common soldiers or even more ordinary people. But Zhao Qingzhu could single-handedly fight against all 10 of them, implying that Zhao Qingzhu alone could deal with 200 soldiers and hundreds of commoners. Having such a powerful kung fu expert by his side, Zhu Yunteng realized he truly doesn't have to worry about any overt assassinations. At this point, Zhao Qingzhu clapped her hands, showing no sign of fatigue, walking over to Zhu Yunteng and saying, "How's that? I told you I can fight 10, right?" Zhu Yunteng gave her a thumbs up and exclaimed 2 words. "Badass." Zhao Qingzhu looked puzzled and asked, "What does badass mean?" "It means being awesome." Zhao Qingzhu questioned further. And what does being awesome mean? Zhu Yunting suddenly became confused and replied. It means being great. Got it. Zhao Qingzhu nodded in satisfaction and said, this makes sense. With me responsible for your safety, you should feel reassured now, right? Zhu Yunting nodded and said, relieved, extremely relieved. Just then, unexpectedly, Zhu Yuanzhang's voice sounded from nearby. I'm also relieved. The group of palace guards saw that Zhu Yuanzhang had been standing close by all along, and instantly grew nervous upon realizing this. Apparently, though, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't intend to reprimand them harshly. Instead, he walked over and inspected these palace guards, saying, alas, how shameful indeed for so many people to lose to a little girl. Hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's tone, the palace guards exhaled a breath of relief. Clearly, Zhu Yuanzhang's statement was mostly a joke. Simultaneously, he seemed rather pleased that Zhu Yuntung had such a capable woman accompanying him. Zhao Qingzhu quickly saluted to Zhu Yuanzhang and said, Zhao Qingzhu, the eldest daughter of Commander Zhao Silai, pays respects to your majesty. Zhu Yuanzhang paused momentarily, carefully observing Zhao Qingzhu and saying, so you're Zhao Qingzhu. It appears that Yunting's future empress has remarkable qualities. Zhao Qingzhu's face immediately flushed red, appearing somewhat uneasy. After all, regardless of how skilled she was in martial arts, standing before her was none other than the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang. This scholarly and martial founding emperor was probably someone whose presence would evoke tremendous pressure in anyone. Zhu Yuanzhang liked this granddaughter-in-law, telling Zhao Qingzhu, since you are to be our future granddaughter-in-law, having you protect Yuntung makes us feel much more at ease. This time, Yuntung is leaving the palace and going such a long distance. There will inevitably be many situations along the way. As for safety, it goes without saying that you must pay utmost attention. Yuntung, aside from your fiancé, take with you the 10 brocade-clad guards we previously gave you. After all, they hold the rank of 100 house within the brocade guards, and local officials generally show respect towards their status, making it easier for you to exercise your authority as the emperor's grandson. Additionally, while their martial arts may not match those of your fiancé, they are still among the best. This could provide an extra layer of security. Zhu Yunting understood Zhu Yuanzhang's meaning and nodded, saying, thank you, grandfather. I'll set out early tomorrow morning and come to bid you farewell at that time. However, Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head and said, just go directly. There's no need for a specific farewell. It's not like this is some major departure, so we don't have to follow so many formalities. Zhu Yunting smiled and nodded. Clearly Zhu Yuanzhang preferred treating Zhu Yunting more like family. Only secondarily was it about the hierarchical rituals between sovereign and subject in the imperial family. Chapter 59, Sweet Potatoes and Potatoes. After realizing how formidable Zhao Qingzhu was, Zhu Yuntung began to look at the girl with new eyes. With such a highly skilled person as his own crown princess, there would be an extra measure of security for the future. This was something Zhu Yuntung had never anticipated. After all, he liked Zhao Qingzhu not because of her martial arts skills. Rather, it was because of Zhao Qingzhu's character and her kind heart. As for her high level of martial arts, it could certainly be considered a pleasant surprise. Zhu Yunting's departure from the capital was not made public. Aside from Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhao Qingzhu, hardly anyone truly knew about it. After all, many dangers were associated with travel. If one were to expose their whereabouts, they would merely become an obvious target. On the other hand, leaving the capital in a low-key manner would make it less likely to attract attention from those who might take interest. The following morning, Zhu Yuntung left the palace. He circled around the city several times, disguised himself on multiple occasions, and eventually arrived at a small alley where he had previously arranged to meet Zhao Qingzhu. There, 10 commanders of the brocade uniformed guards, also dressed as commoners, were already standing there waiting. Apart from Zhao Qingzhu and the 10 commanders of the brocade uniformed guards, this time Zhu Yuntung did not bring anyone else along on his journey. After all, when it came to intelligence, he himself could prevent many problems while on the road. When it came to martial skills, Zhao Qingzhu could handle things alone, which was absolutely reliable. When it came to dealing with the various troubles that might arise in wandering the world, the brocade uniformed guards were very experienced. After all, the whole world knew that the brocade uniformed guards were very difficult to deal with. Additionally, the brocade uniformed guards had unique methods for handling officials. With them by Zhu Yuntung's side, he didn't worry about being unable to accomplish anything when reaching certain places. At present, Nanjing, the imperial city, belonged to Yingtian Prefecture. However, their goal was to head southwest towards Shijiang to search for Yang Shiqi, the strongest first minister of the early Ming dynasty. The route would pass through many areas, and if traveling at a normal speed on horseback, it would roughly take 5 or 6 days. Of course, if nothing went awry during the journey, everything would be fine. That day, Zhu Yuntung and his companions rode out of Nanjing City. They entered the Jiangnan region. Jiangnan had always been incredibly wealthy, and the lives of the people were also very good. The people and scenery they encountered along the way made everyone feel just how prosperous the Ming dynasty truly was. However, after traveling for 2 or 3 days and nearing the borders of Shijiang, life seemed harder for the common folk. Many people toiled hard in the fields, most of them emaciated and obviously malnourished. This, of course, made sense. In the Ming period, apart from a few ancient capitals, only the Jiangnan region was relatively affluent. Other than that, the southwest, northwest, and northern regions lived more arduously. Perhaps this was due to the geographical environment, or perhaps because these regions were far from the emperor's reach. During this journey, seeing the hardships of the common people made Zhu Yunteng realize the weight of his responsibilities. There was much work to be done. The most important thing was good policies regarding people's livelihoods. Although the strength of the country was crucial, its foundation and depth ultimately stemmed from the common folk. Only when the common people resolve the issues concerning their livelihood can a nation truly grow strong and powerful. And people's livelihood mainly pertains to clothing, food, housing, and transportation. In ancient times, solving these four problems was quite challenging. As someone from a later era, Chun Yi grew up eating well and staying warm, with convenient housing and transportation, things these ancients could scarcely imagine. But despite living modern conveniences in the future era, Zhu Yunteng realized after witnessing the conditions of the common people's clothing, food, housing, and transportation in this ancient age just how difficult their lives truly were. Regarding transportation, it wasn't worth mentioning too much, as it was probably the least important among the four concerns. In ancient times, commoners seldom traveled far, but if it affected anything, it might indeed hinder development. A saying from later generations goes, to get rich, build roads first. Of course, this was all easier said than done. If you can't even eat enough, stay warm, or have decent shelter, how can you talk about getting rich or building roads? Thus, Zhu Yunteng believed he should first figure out ways to solve the basic needs of the common people, especially food and clothing. Especially hunger. Such a situation must not be allowed to exist. Once you are hungry, you can't accomplish anything. Only by eating enough can houses be properly built. Only by eating enough can quality clothing be made to keep warm. But upon entering the Xizang region, glancing around, many lands appeared barren. The crops planted clearly were not thriving. Moreover, as it was now midwinter, almost no grain could be sown anyway. At this moment, sweet potatoes and potatoes, these crops which could significantly address the food shortages of commoners, had yet to be introduced from overseas. As he reflected on this, Zhu Yunteng's eyes suddenly brightened. On horseback, his thoughts immediately snapped back to the present, almost blurting out. Right, sweet potatoes and potatoes? Ouyang Qingzhu was startled beside him and asked, puzzled. What? Red what? Earth what? A hint of delight flickered across Zhu Yunteng's face as he turned toward Ouyang Qingzhu and said, as we've been traveling, there's barely any food growing in the fields of the people. Even some of the vegetables planted can't survive due to the freezing weather. Winter is coming, and the people have almost no food for surviving through it. This problem must be solved. So, I need to figure out a way to obtain sweet potatoes and potatoes. Still confused, Zhao Qingzhu looked at Zhu Yunteng, who realized that he wouldn't be able to explain all this to her in just a few words. After thinking for a moment, he continued, I once read in a book about distant lands called Holland in the Philippines where they have these things called sweet potatoes and potatoes. If you grow them, they produce abundantly and are easy to store with good taste. They would surely help solve a large portion of the people's food issues. Zhao Qingzhu stared at Zhu Yunteng, still utterly perplexed and lost in her expression. But Zhu Yunteng kept thinking on his own. In modern times, sweet potatoes and potatoes make up a significant proportion of the food supply. If these crops were available now, solving the people's eating problems would be much easier. Although the Ming dynasty today has quite a variety of food, the yields of most foods are still rather small. Take rice and wheat. Mostly, each seed produces just one ear of grain. Unlike hybrid rice from later generations, which yields multiple ears and greatly boosts production several times over. Zhu Yunteng admitted that he didn't have the capability or expertise to create hybrid rice under ancient conditions, nor was he capable of improving the existing grains. However, he could attempt another approach, to bring high-yield staple food seeds from other parts of the world. This was akin to the principle followed when Emperor Qingzhou sent Zheng He on expeditions to the western seas, retrieving various seeds from around the world. Only, Zhu Yunteng planned to carry out this great feat earlier than history recorded. Chapter 60, Sense of Achievement. Zhu Yunteng felt that, since Zhu Yuanzhang was still in charge of the big picture, and at this moment, the Ming dynasty was extremely prosperous. If he could strategize and make this plan a success, not only would it be one of his accomplishments, but it would also solve the food problem for the people of the Ming dynasty. It was simply something that must be done. After making up his mind, Zhu Yunteng couldn't help but show a smile. As long as there was a solution, then solving the food problem for the people would just be a matter of time. Thinking about this, Zhu Yunteng's mood improved significantly. Thus, when it was almost dark and there was still some distance from the post station, Zhu Yunteng decided to find a nearby village and stay with a family for the night. After entering a village with a relatively large population, a 100-house officer of the brocade uniform guards entered the village first and found a decent household. He proposed to pay silver for staying overnight. The common folk were very warm-hearted and hospitable, so they gladly agreed, allowing Zhu Yunteng and his group to stay for the night. The family's courtyard was quite large, and although there weren't many rooms, they could squeeze together and accommodate everyone. The farmer was a rough-looking man in his 30s with a slightly darker complexion. His family consisted of a woman around 25 or 26 years old, and a boy and girl both around 3 or 4 years old. In the evening, 10 brocade uniform guards stood in the yard, ready to defend against any potential mishaps. Inside, Zhu Yunteng and Zhao Qingzhu sat by the table, while the 25-year-old woman smiled as she cooked their meal. Speaking of meals, what she actually prepared was a bit of flour mixed with rice in the pot, water added, to make a pot of rice and flour porridge. Next, the woman took out a bunch of fresh wild vegetables from a bamboo basket, smiling and saying, "Our mountainous area is not like the city. These wild vegetables I picked this afternoon from the mountains. I wonder if the two noble guests can get used to eating them." Zhu Yunting smiled and took a look. Although he couldn't recognize the wild vegetables, these things, in the future world, were rather popular among city folks, sometimes even fetching a high price per pound. So Zhu Yunting said, "This kind of thing actually tastes pretty good." The woman smiled and threw a handful of wild vegetables into the porridge, boiling them for a few moments. After cooking, she ladled 2 bowls for Zhu Yunting and Zhao Qingzhu. Then she asked Zhu Yunting, "What about the brothers outside? What do they eat? There's only so much of this porridge, it might not be enough." Zhu Yunting smiled and said, "Don't worry about them. They all have dry rations." In fact, the dry rations these brocade guards carried were much tastier than this porridge. Zhu Yunting lifted his bowl and drank a mouthful of the porridge. Frankly speaking, the taste wasn't great. It was bland with a hint of bitterness from the wild vegetables. These wild vegetables themselves were not tasty unless seasoned and cooked well. Clearly, in this peasant household, having food was already a luxury, let alone seasonings. There didn't even seem to be much salt added. After Zhu Yunting ate, though he found it hard to swallow, he still finished the bowl of porridge completely. After putting down the bowl, he smacked his lips and said, "Pretty tasty." Beside him, Zhao Qingzhu quickly devoured her bowl of porridge as well. She licked her lips and said, "Really delicious." Zhu Yunting couldn't help but glance at Zhao Qingzhu, thinking silently, "Are you serious?" Upon receiving such an evaluation from them, the woman was very pleased. She then went to the pot and scooped a small half bowl of porridge each for the 2 children. Zhu Yunting stood up and saw that there was nothing left in the pot. A strange pang struck his heart as he watched the 2 children finishing the scarce porridge and even using their fingers to scoop out any remaining bits. Zhu Yunting couldn't bear it, so he pulled out the dry rations he had brought along and approached the 2 children, saying, "Still hungry? Big brother has more tasty food." Apparently, the 2 children had never seen such flatbreads made by Zhu Yunting, so their eyes immediately lit up. The provisions Zhu Yunting carried were meat-filled pancakes. Due to the cold weather, after being made, they wouldn't spoil for over 10 days. When they wanted to eat them, they simply warmed them up on a fire. With the grease seeping out of the meat filling, the entire pancake became even more fragrant. Where had these 2 children ever tasted such fine food before? They each held a pancake, too reluctant to take a bite. That little boy even handed his pancake to his mother, saying, "Mom, you eat most of it, and leave me the rest." The little girl ran behind the stove to give the rough-faced father who was tending the fire a pancake, and said, "Dad, you eat." "I don't eat, you eat." The man laughed as he handed the pancake back to his daughter. Zhu Yunting and Zhao Qingzhu felt somewhat saddened inside. Zhu Yunting understood that solving the food issue for the common folk was urgent. In the small peasant house, the 2 children gave the best food they had ever seen to their parents. Zhu Yunting sighed and said, "Heat them up with fire and eat them." Both the woman and the man thanked Zhu Yunting gratefully and carefully used tongs to place the cakes on the fire for a moment. Once steaming hot, with the pork fat sizzling out, they immediately took them out and, with a rusty kitchen knife, divided them into several portions, giving each child 1 piece. And still, the 2 children dutifully handed over their pieces to their parents. The little girl looked at her father and said, "Dad, you eat first, and have more since tomorrow you will work for Lord Zhang." The man shook his head and said, "Dad isn't hungry, half is enough for me. You eat the other half." Zhu Yunting let out an involuntarily wry laugh, and then stood up, addressing the brocade uniform guards outside. "Take out your extra pancakes." Each of the brocade uniform guards carried a lot of meat pancakes, so they all took out plenty, leaving only enough for their own day's rations. The rest of the pancakes were placed on the table. There were more than 30 meat pancakes in total. Seeing the 2 little ones staring wide-eyed in astonishment, Zhu Yunting smiled and said, "Now you don't have to worry about not having enough to share. Come, take one each and eat as you please." But the rough-faced man stepped forward and told Zhu Yunting, "Master, this can't be. If you give us your provisions, what will you eat then?" Zhu Yunting laughed and waved a hand, saying, "Tomorrow we still have to keep moving. Along the way, there will surely be towns where we can buy some food later. Don't worry, just eat." The man and the woman kept expressing gratitude to Zhu Yunting because they knew these meat pancakes were like the most exquisite delicacies in the world to them. Even Lord Zhang's house probably didn't eat such food often. Yet now they had over 30 pancakes. With so many pancakes at hand, the 2 little kids stopped pushing them around anymore. Each grabbed one and bit into it eagerly, enjoying every bite. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yunting also revealed a satisfied smile on his face. Perhaps this was what achievement felt like. Chapter 61, Land Consolidation. It was merely a temporary solution to the family's food problem, yet it made him feel so content inside. If the countless commoners of the land could all have their long-term food issues resolved, what kind of feeling would that be? After this family of 4 had eaten their fill, Zhu Yunting finally spoke up. "I see that your rice and flour jars seem to be out of stock. So how will you get through this entire winter?" At the mention of this question, the man sighed and said, "Every day, I go work for Master Zhang. After working for a few days, I can earn a pound of rice or flour. With a pound of rice or flour, it's enough for my family to last for several days. As long as Mr. Zhang needs me to work for him, we should be able to survive this winter." Zhu Yunting furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Working for a few days only gets you a pound of rice or flour?" In his memory, when he previously went west to provide disaster relief, 1 tael of silver could buy more than 100 pounds of rice. And an average person working for a month could at least earn 1 tael of silver. That means working for a month could yield over 100 pounds of rice. Over 100 pounds of rice should be enough for a family for 2 or 3 months. But this man in front of him said that after working for Master Zhang for a few days, he could only get a pound of rice or flour. If he worked every day for a month, Wouldn't that only add up to 10 pounds of rice or flour? When calculated this way, the labor output was shockingly 10 times worse, or even more, than it should be. Clearly, this was extremely unreasonable. The man nodded and said, yes, even this much has many men from the village fighting to get the job. If one day Master Zhang doesn't need so many workers, then some families will go hungry. Zhu Yunting asked, what kind of work is done for Master Zhang? The man replied, tending to his fields, taking care of crops, or herding cattle, feeding pigs and sheep, etc. Zhu Yuntung then asked, can't you grow your own grain on your own land? Why must you work for Master Zhang just to get sustenance? Upon hearing this, the rugged man let out a helpless sigh and said, who wouldn't want to have their own plot of land to grow crops and sustain themselves? Unfortunately, it's not that simple. Zhu Yuntung frowned and asked, what do you mean by that? According to the norm, commoners all possess their own plots of land, yet it seems like you're making this sound as if owning land is a luxury. The man shook his head and said, at first, we indeed had our own land. But those rich landlords and powerful people use countless schemes to take away the lands originally belonging to us. And there's nothing we can do to resist. Sometimes, we even have to voluntarily give them our land. Because with the land in our hands, we simply can't hold on to it. But once we give it to them, it becomes their property. Without land, we have no place to plant crops, and thus lose our source of food. Therefore, we can only work as laborers for these wealthy landlords, relying on their handouts to support our families. Listening to this, Zhu Yuntung realized that the situation among the common folk was becoming severe, and in his mind, four words instantly emerged: land consolidation. Land consolidation, fundamentally speaking, is the process where people who are powerful, influential, and wealthy seize the land of many commoners using various methods, transforming it into their private property. This leaves the commoners without any land. Without land, they cannot cultivate crops, and they cannot feed themselves. In such a case, these commoners can only resort to working for these powerful and wealthy individuals again, exchanging their labor for meager rations and income. To put it bluntly, these commoners are tenant farmers. They originally owned land, but due to certain reasons, the land became the property of these powerful individuals. These commoners, in order to obtain food and to survive, can only go back to work and manage the land that originally belonged to them, now owned by those with power. Yet, the rewards they receive are extremely minimal. This kind of situation is very prominent among feudal princes who establish their territories and certain imperial relatives and aristocrats. Because these feudal princes usually have designated areas under their control, the land within these areas belongs to them, and the original owners of this land lose their rights. To survive, they must work for these powerful people. This creates a system of exploitation. If this continues unchecked for a long time, it will result in a serious consequence. 80 to 90% of the land being controlled by just 10% of the population, and 80 to 90% of the people can only own 10% of the land. Such an enormous disparity directly results in those with power and influence becoming immensely wealthy. The common people, on the other hand, go hungry. Zhu Yuntung was very clear in his mind that if this situation persisted, the Ming dynasty would inevitably fall due to land consolidation. He had analyzed many reasons for the downfall of the Ming dynasty in its later stages, yet he overlooked this critical factor of land consolidation. The numerous peasant uprisings during the mid to late Ming dynasty were essentially because these commoners could no longer bear the oppression. As the saying goes, where there is oppression, there will be resistance. If it wasn't an utterly desperate situation, who would willingly risk their lives by rebelling? From the beginning, the Ming dynasty implemented the feudal system of granting lands to princes and nobles, frequently rewarding fertile farmland, and allowing royal relatives and high-ranking families to seize the land of ordinary people using all sorts of methods across different regions. This directly encouraged officials and the rich to exploit the common people more shamelessly. Although, in a sense, the imperial authorities' indulgence of the exploitation by officials and the wealthy helped effectively manage local populations. This unscrupulous exploitation without any moral bottom line would only drive the common people to the brink of madness, eventually causing societal collapse. And those officials and wealthy elites would then become blood-sucking parasites and cancerous tumors of the nation. They wouldn't care about the country's destruction or the life or death of commoners. Thus, for the officialdom and the wealthy class, even if the Ming dynasty fell, another dynasty would arise. As long as their own interests remained untouched, they wouldn't be concerned. To them, when one generation of peasants dies from being exploited, there will always be the next generation ready for exploitation. When a slave dies, there's still his son, and when his son dies, there will still be his grandson. As long as humans continue to have children and pass on their lineage, these officials and the wealthy elite need not worry about having no one to serve them. This principle applies to every dynasty, every period, and every place or environment. Chapter 62. Reform is necessary. In that instant, Zhu Yunting thought of a great many things. Now, as the crown prince, though lofty in position, he was ultimately a Jaeger from another time. He had a deeper insight into the nature of things than most people did. And he also adhered to one principle consistently, that a nation must be rooted in the well-being of its people. If the scholar officials and rich classes were allowed to exploit the common people with imperial indulgence, then the country would be truly finished, losing all meaning for its existence. Thus, Zhu Yunting had once again resolved in his heart to carry out a strong and decisive strike against land consolidation, implementing land reform. The land reform he envisioned consisted of only 2 points. First, All the land in the empire should be distributed fairly and justly to all the common people. Second, regardless of any method used, it would not be allowed for peasant lands to be bought or sold. Only leasehold arrangements could occur. Moreover, leases would have to be renewed every year upon expiration. In this way, the root cause of the hardship of peasants having no land could be eliminated at the source. It could also prevent the nobles and rich from using various methods and means to defraud the people of their land. In Zhu Yunting's view, if a country's ruler needs to rely on the capital and upper echelons of the state to control and manage the lower classes, then that ruler is certainly an utter failure. Thinking to this point, Zhu Yunting took a deep breath. This journey was no longer simply about finding talented individuals like Yang Shiqi for him. At the very least, it made him think of two ways to address the people's livelihood issues. One was to seek crops overseas, such as sweet potatoes and potatoes, which could resolve food shortages among the populace. The other was to completely stop land consolidation and implement land reforms, ensuring all people in the land possessed land they could cultivate. With this approach, peasants would have land and seeds, thus not needing to worry about food problems. Zhu Yunting was filled with energy at the moment. However, just as he harbored grand plans in his heart, a commotion arose outside. An overbearing voice sounded. "Where is Zhou Dashan? Let him come out immediately." Hearing this, the man inside quickly rushed out. There stood a man in fine clothes, wearing a tall hat, sporting a small mustache and holding a whip, strutting arrogantly. This man went by the name of Zhou Dashan. Upon exiting, seeing the mustached man, he immediately groveled and said, "Oh, it's Manager Zhang. What brings you here, Manager Zhang?" The mustached man, called Manager Zhang, waved his whip without even glancing at Zhou Dashan, saying, "You don't need to come to work tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Zhou Dashan's complexion changed. He hurried forward and chuckled nervously, asking, "Manager Zhou, why is that? Is there something I've done wrong?" Manager Zhang responded, "Primarily, our master does not require so many workers. But if you really want to work, it's possible. Bring your son along tomorrow. From now on, each family has to provide 2 laborers, and you'll only get 1 caddy of rice or flour after 3 days of work. If you don't agree, that's fine. There are plenty of others lining up for the job." At this statement, Zhou Dashan's face changed drastically, retorting, "Manager Zhang, my son is only 4 years old. How can he do anything?" Manager Zhou replied, "He can still do lots of jobs. What difference does 4 years make? The master hires him to feed cattle, herd sheep, and raise pigs. All these tasks suit him perfectly." Though Zhou Dashan's face was ugly, he felt helpless. If he disagreed, then their family would lose their source of food. Reliant on wild vegetables from the mountains alone, they'd barely survive through winter. At this moment, the perceptive young boy stepped forward and bowed humbly to Manager Zhou, saying, "I am willing to go. I can do everything." Zhou Dashan glanced affectionately at his 4-year-old son, even tears welling up in the eyes of this big, burly man. Yet, what could he do despite how much it pained him? Manager Zhou snorted coldly, saying, "If that's the case, come early tomorrow morning. Our lord has 15 pigs, more than 20 sheep, and 5 cattle, all left in the charge of your son." Zhou Dashan's complexion changed dramatically. Could his 4-year-old son possibly feed 15 pigs, tend to over 20 sheep, and care for 5 bulls? Even an adult wouldn't be able to handle all that work in a single day. Inside, Zhu Yunting's expression darkened. Zhao Qingzhu clenched her fists and exclaimed, "It's outrageous to oppress a child as young as 4 to this extent. Are they human? They're absolutely beasts." Seeing Zhou Dashan hesitating, Manager Zhang furrowed his brows and snorted, "Are you going to work or not?" Seeing this, Zhou Dashan wanted to say something, but then he gave a heart-wrenching glance at his son. Just at this moment, Zhu Yunting slowly walked out and coldly said, "If they don't work, they will never work for your dog of a master again. Get lost, before I lose my temper." Zhu Yunting's sudden words immediately drew the attention of the mustached man. In an instant, enraged, he lashed out with his whip and strode toward Zhu Yunting while muttering curses. "Boy, who do you think you are? Calling our master a dog? Are you asking for death?" Zhu Yunting's face darkened. Ever since learning tonight about how the scholar officials and rich landlords exploit the common folk, his anger had been boiling within him. And now, this steward of Master Zhang showed up just in time to further oppress the Zhou family. This was like pouring oil on Zhu Yunting's fire. At that very moment, this overbearing attitude of Master Zhang's steward directly became the spark that lit Zhu Yunting's fuse. With a grave expression, Zhu Yunting stared at the arrogant approach of Mr. Zhang's steward and asked, "Who gives you the audacity? A mere lackey using someone else's strength to behave so outrageously." Hearing such insults from Zhu Yunting, the mustached man instantly seethed with rage. In his usual haughty life around several villages, who wouldn't treat him respectfully upon seeing him. But Zhu Yunting showed no courtesy toward him. How could he endure it? Then, the man widened his eyes, waving the whip in his hand and striking Zhu Yunting as he yelled, "Boy, have you forgotten whose territory this is? How dare you show me such disrespect?" However, before the lash even came close to Zhu Yunting, a flash of steel gleamed across the air. Next, an arm flew through the air and landed on the ground. Then, the steward, Zhang, looked down in terror at his severed arm and let out a horrified scream filled with pain. Chapter 63. When the world prospers, the common people suffer. In the flash of the blade, the scene of an arm falling to the ground terrified Hans Dashan and his wife, as well as the few lackeys that Zhang the steward had brought. However, it was not over yet. The genie Baihu who had drawn the long sword glared at Zhang the steward with a murderous aura, placing the blade against his neck. At that moment, Zhang the steward was shouting in agony from having his hand severed. But when he felt the cold edge on his neck, he seemed to instantly forget the pain in his hand, quickly turning around and looking at the Jin Baihu in panic before opening his mouth and saying, "I am the steward of Lord Zhang. Quickly remove your sword. If you kill me, you will be doomed." However, the Jin Baihu showed no fear, merely looking towards Zhu Yunteng. Zhu Yunteng's face carried a hint of calm, killing intent as he looked at Zhang the steward, who still did not fully understand his dire situation, and said, "Cutting off one of your hands is a lesson for you. If you remain reckless, be prepared to leave your life here." Upon hearing this, Zhang the steward became utterly terrified and asked Zhu Yunteng in fear, "Who exactly are you?" He clearly understood that someone who dared to recklessly permit their subordinates to kill could never be an ordinary person. Clearly, Zhu Yunteng had no intention of revealing his identity. There were too many who wanted him dead, and exposing his identity would be unwise. Thus, he said indifferently, "Who I am is unimportant. What matters is that you return immediately and tell your master, Lord Zhang, that if he continues to oppress the common folk and peasants like this, his end will come soon." Upon hearing Zhu Yunteng's words, the Jin White household sheathed his sword, evidently signaling that Zhu Yunteng had decided against killing Zhang the steward. With the terrible blade no longer against his neck, Zhang the steward breathed a sigh of relief, clutching his severed arm, drenched in sweat, as he looked at Zhu Yunteng and asked, "What is your name?" Zhu Yunteng furrowed his brow and replied, "Go." The steward, frightened, turned around promptly and stumbled away with a few lackeys, fleeing from the place. The courtyard quickly returned to quietness, but shortly thereafter, the man Zhou Dashan approached Zhu Yunteng and said, "Master, you should leave quickly. You have cut off one of Zhang the steward's arms, and Master Zhang will not let you go unpunished. Although Zhang the steward is not much in his eyes, he is still his steward. Hurting his steward is akin to slapping Lord Zhou's face. Lord Zhou will certainly not tolerate it." However, Zhu Yunteng laughed and spoke, "It would be best if he comes looking for me. Don't be afraid." Speaking thus, he asked Zhou Dashan to take his wife and children inside the house. After entering himself alongside Zhao Qingzhu, Zhu Yunteng said to Zhou Dashan, "I have some silver here." As he spoke, he took out 10 taels of silver and placed them on the table, continuing, "Take your wife and children to rent a house in the nearby county for a while and find some work. It's better than being oppressed here in the village." Zhu Yunteng's words shocked Zhou Dashan. He hadn't expected Zhu Yunteng to give him 10 taels of silver. In truth, Zhou Dashan hadn't even thought about making a living in the city. People in ancient times often stayed in the place where they were born all their lives. Except for some businessmen, most people rarely ventured far from home, not to mention a farmer running to the city. This was almost unimaginable. Seeing Zhou Dashan hesitating, Zhu Yunteng continued, "After all, I can't stay here for long, so I'm worried that after I leave, this matter may bring you some trouble. These 10 taels of silver are compensation I offer you, and also a form of support. In the county, you will avoid some unnecessary trouble." Zhou Dashan fell silent for a long time, looking at his pair of children. Perhaps life does need change. Living like begging here isn't good at all. Now there is such an opportunity, and he feels that it can indeed be grasped. So, he stood up and said to Zhu Yunteng, "Thank you, master. Your great kindness, my family will remember forever." But Zhu Yunteng waved his hand with a smile and then said to Zhou Dashan, "I believe that in the near future, the lives of the common people will improve greatly. At that time, you can choose to come back and live the life you desire in the rural countryside. That won't be too late." Hearing Zhu Yunteng's words, Zhou Dashan sighed and said, "Since ancient times, the common people have always suffered. As the saying goes, when the world thrives, the common people suffer. When the world perishes, the common people also suffer. As Master says, it is truly hard to see when the common people's lives will improve." This statement revealed endless bitterness, and it also strengthened Zhu Yunteng's determination to change this current situation. He made no further guarantees. After all, why would a farmer believe a stranger like him? So he just sighed and didn't say more. The night was long. Sure enough, it wasn't long before torches lit up outside, followed by a cacophony of voices. Zhu Yunteng let Zhou Dashan stay inside the house and not come out. As for him and Zhao Qingzhu, they slowly walked out. They saw that outside the courtyard, there were 2 or 3 dozen lackeys carrying torches. At the front stood a middle-aged man dressed in fine brocade robes, white and plump, his face flushed with anger. Upon seeing the 10 brocade guards inside the yard, he barked, "Who dared to chop off my steward's hand just now?" Zhu Yunteng stepped into the yard and gave the white, chubby Mr. Zhang a glance before huffing and saying, "It was me." Mr. Zhang glared at Zhu Yunteng and asked, "Who are you? Do you even know who I am? How dare your subordinates cut off my steward's hand? Young man, if you don't give an explanation today, I'll make sure you regret it." Zhu Yunteng sniffed and said, "You're really arrogant. Your tone makes it sound like you're some high-ranking official." Mr. Zhang burst into laughter and replied, "Young fellow, you don't even bother asking about my status around these villages. Calling myself the local emperor is no exaggeration. You, as an outsider, actually dare to interfere with my affairs and harm my steward? Looks like you've grown tired of living." After finishing, he didn't waste time exchanging words and simply gestured at the group of 2 or 3 dozen men behind him, ordering them, "Teach this group of people a lesson. Beat them until they're half dead." Upon hearing this, the armed lackeys rushed into the yard towards the 10 brocade guard officers and Zhu Yunteng. This caused Zhu Yunteng to laugh mockingly as he crossed his arms behind his back, watching with amusement. Those 2 or 3 dozen strong men entered the yard, barely lifting their clubs when the 10 brocade guard captains lunged forward and delivered devastating blows. In just a few short breaths, those 2 or 3 dozen men were already lying in the yard, moaning with bruised faces. Seeing this from outside the yard, Master Zhang's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected that his group of 2 or 3 dozen men would be completely subdued in the blink of an eye by just 10 individuals. This realization started making him nervous as he looked at Zhu Yuntang and asked, "Boy, who exactly are you?" Master Zhang wasn't stupid. If Zhu Yuntang's subordinates were so skilled, how could Zhu Yuntang himself be an ordinary person? Hearing this, Zhu Yuntang spoke. "Who I am, you'd better not inquire. It wouldn't do you any good anyway. Right now, I have just a few warnings for you. First, stop exploiting the villagers immediately, or sooner or later it will bring disaster, and perhaps cost you your life. Second, if you ever use any schemes to retaliate against this family, and I find out, I will lead my men to your residence and have you dissected limb by limb." Mr. Zhang's face turned grim, clearly dissatisfied, as he fiercely said, "What gives you the right to threaten me like this?" By now, Zhu Yuntang had grown tired of talking, and he gave a signal to one of the brocade guard captains. The captain then stepped forward, pulled out his badge signifying his rank as captain, and displayed it before Mr. Zhang. Upon squinting and taking a closer look, Mr. Zhang's eyes suddenly widened significantly, his body trembling slightly. And within the next instant, he dropped down onto his knees directly, bowing before the captain and pleading, "I failed to recognize you properly, Lord Captain. Please forgive me." The captain then retracted his badge. Captains varied in ranks. In the Ming Dynasty army structure, anyone commanding 100 men was considered a captain. A commander of 1,000 men was called a senior captain. But among all the captains, none were as prestigious as the brocade guard captains. After all, the brocade guards were a special class with immense power that even numerous officials in the imperial court feared. Mr. Zhang only noticed the words captain inscribed on one side of the badge, but didn't see the 3 words brocade guards on the other side. Had he known that this person wasn't just any regular captain, but also a captain of the brocade guards, he would have likely fainted from shock. Even so, a mere ordinary captain was far beyond the reach of someone like this landlord. At least in his mind, Zhu Yuntang, who commanded these captains, must be of even higher rank. At this moment, Zhu Yuntang walked closer and stared at the kneeling Mr. Zhang, saying, "Now, tell me, did you hear what I said earlier? Can you follow it?" Mr. Zhang hurriedly knocked his head on the ground a few times and said to Zhu Yuntang, "I've heard your warning loud and clear. Starting from today, I absolutely dare not exploit the surrounding villagers anymore, nor will I dare to retaliate against the Zhou Dashan family. Please, sir, rest assured." Only then did Zhu Yuntang nod in satisfaction. He wasn't in a rush to deal with Mr. Zhang. After all, at the moment, he didn't want to reveal his identity too much. If he were to punish Mr. Zhang now, it would stir up a major commotion. He would at least have to report it to the local authorities, or else he would only bring trouble to the local villagers. Of course, this matter was far from over. When Zhu Yuntang eventually launched the land reform, it would mark the beginning of a nightmare for these scholar officials and wealthy landlords. Chapter 64, Various Parties Stirring. Just a 100-man captain of the brocade uniform guard was enough to terrify Mr. Zhang into leaving with his cronies in great fear. For a long time after that, Mr. Zhou even stayed indoors and dared not oppress the surrounding villagers anymore. He even once employed these commoners at regular wages to work for him. From this, it can be seen how serious the fear Zhu Yunang instilled in him was that night. He even feared doing anything wrong and having another 100-man captain appearing at his house demanding justice. After achieving his goal, Zhu Yuning returned home and told Mr. Zhou Dasha that they could rest assured without worrying about Mr. Zhang's revenge. However, he still advised Mr. Zhou Dasha's family to live in the county for a while. The nature of people is hard to fathom, and if Mr. Zhang uses conspiracy methods to target the Zhou family, that would be bad. Such being the case, after resting one night at Mr. Zhou Dasha's house, early the next morning, Zhu Yuning left the village with Zhao Qingzhu and the captains of the brocade guard, continuing towards Jian Prefecture Taya County. In almost half a day, Zhu Yuning reached Jian Prefecture. After inquiring all along the way, by afternoon they arrived at Taya County, a small county under Jian Prefecture. Upon arrival, Zhu Yuning first took everyone to a restaurant for a good meal, then found an inn to stay in. By then it was almost dark. Since they had already found accommodation, it was only a matter of time before they found the person they were looking for, so there was no rush. In the evening, at the inn, for brocade uniforms guarded outside Zhu Yuning's room. Zhao Qingzhu in the neighboring room paid constant attention to any noise from Zhu Yuning's room. Since they had been out for such a long time, even though they were careful and did not want to reveal their identities, some purposeful individuals must have already realized Zhu Yuning had left the capital city and might pursue them. So the guards had to be more cautious. As a matter of fact, news of Zhu Yuning leaving the capital had already been known to many people in the city, including Zhu Yunwen. The moment he learned of this at the Jiangwen Manor, he was thrilled, nearly laughing out loud. He immediately found Lady Lu and informed her of the news. Lady Lu immediately told Zhu Yunwen, "An opportunity as good as this cannot be missed. We must pretend we do not know Zhu Yuning has left the capital city and urgently buy off assassins to seek out and kill Zhu Yuning. Once he dies, it will save us countless troubles. Your position as crown prince will be secure." Zhu Yunwen nodded and said, "Son understands. I have sent trustworthy men to hire assassins and also dispatched others to search for clues of Zhu Yuning. Once we discover Zhu Yuning, I must put him to death. No matter the cost, he must die." Lady Lu nodded and then went into the room to fetch her own chest, inside containing much gold and treasure. She told Zhu Yunwen, "These are my life savings over the years. Exchange for silver, they are worth 10,000 taels. Use all this silver to hire assassins. Zhu Yuning must be killed. Under no circumstances should he return safely to the capital city." Zhu Yunwen took the chest of jewels and gold, his face bearing a grim expression, muttering as if speaking to himself. "Zhu Yuning, this time you are surely going to die." Aside from Zhu Yunwen plotting Zhu Yuning's murder, Zhu Di far away in Beiping also received the message. By this point, he had long since harbored resentment towards Zhu Yuning. There were 3 reasons for this discontentment. One reason was when initially Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang aimed to eliminate the remnants of northern Yuan. Zhu Yuning suggested using Zhu Di's personal troops, led by Feng Sheng and Fu Yud directly. This severely diminished Zhu Di's personal soldiers, almost destroying the frontier army, painstakingly built up by the Prince of Seclusion. And just when Zhu Di was planning to recruit new soldiers and reorganize his personal troops stationed to guard the border, Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, following Zhu Yuning's suggestion, sent Fu Yud to Beiping to recruit troops and build a military force on behalf of the court. This directly replaced what Zhu Di should have done, and ostensibly, this was a punishment for Fu Yud. This left Zhu Di unable to make any objections. As a result, Zhu Di had little chance to establish his own personal forces in the northern frontier area, greatly damaging his power and interests. The third reason Zhu Di disliked Zhu Yunong was because of the various remarkable abilities Zhu Yunong displayed and became the crown prince grandson. After all, Zhu Di was ambitious. Ever since the death of his elder brother Zhu Biao, he began to covet the throne. Therefore, whether it was Zhu Yunwen or Zhu Yunting who became the heir apparent, he would regard either one as his enemy. And now that Zhu Yunting had become the grand heir, naturally, he had become the enemy in Zhu Di's eyes. Considering the 3 points mentioned earlier, Zhu Di harbored no good feelings towards Zhu Yunwen whatsoever, and might even desire to quickly eliminate him. In fact, relatively speaking, Zhu Di still preferred Zhu Yunwen to become the emperor. After all, Zhu Yunwen possessed little talent and lacked skilled generals to support him. If Zhu Yunwen were to ascend the throne, Zhu Di would have a great opportunity to successfully rebel. But if Zhu Yunting were to become the emperor, the several generals backing him would give Zhu Di a major headache. Not to mention others, just Lan Yu alone, if he lived long enough to assist Zhu Yunting in ascending the throne, would leave Zhu Di with no chance at all. Because if Zhu Di clashed with Lan Yu could utterly crush Zhu Di. Even without mentioning Lan Yu, Fu Yud alone could completely overwhelm Zhu Di. Just like at this moment, after Fu Yud arrived in Beiping, for some unknown reason, he always managed to suppress Zhu Di, intentionally or unintentionally. Zhu Di wasn't aware that Fu Yud wasn't just here on Zhu Yuanzhang's orders to recruit troops and train the border defense army. He also acted under Zhu Yunting's command to oppress Zhu Di. But even though Zhu Di didn't know the full truth, he could sense the threat posed by Zhu Yunting. So Zhu Di was determined to ensure Zhu Yunting's demise. At the Yanwang Palace, Zhu Di began offering large sums of money to send his subordinates out into the world to find assassins and killers. Their mission, locate Zhu Yunting and execute him. Not only Zhu Di, but also Qin Wang Zhu Bao in Chang'an and Jin Wang Zhu Gang in Taiyuan were making their own moves. However, their actions clearly weren't as effective as those of Zhu Yunwen and Zhu Di. All sides were conspiring in secret, plotting how to get rid of Zhu Yunting. After spending a night in the inn, Zhu Yunting began dispatching the brocade guards to search for someone named Yang Shiqi in Taya County the next day. And they particularly focused their efforts in the direction of scholars and teachers. Given these 2 criteria, there couldn't be many people meeting them, which greatly narrowed down the search area. Sure enough, within half a day, a 100-man captain of the brocade guard approached Zhu Yunting and said, "Your Highness, we've found the man. Inside Sanchao Book House, there's a 26 or 27-year-old man named Yang Shiqi. I've learned through inquiries that he is exceptionally gifted in scholarship. Unfortunately, due to poor family conditions, he lacks the resources to take the imperial examinations and earn official rank. Therefore, he can only make a living by teaching students and earning some money for daily sustenance." Hearing this, Zhu Yunting's eyes immediately brightened with excitement. He eagerly asked, "Is this really the man? Where is he? Take me to him." So, accompanied solely by a 100-man captain of the brocade guard and Zhao Qingzhu, Zhu Yunting set off towards Sanchao Book House. Sanchao Book House was a private school in Taya County where a few students were studying. Upon arriving, looking through the window revealed a young man of about 26 or 27, teaching students from a book. The young man had a delicate appearance, dressed in coarse clothes patched with mints, yet his body emanated an air of pride that couldn't be concealed. This kind of aura was unique to individuals truly proficient in knowledge and expertise. Recognizing that he had indeed found the person he sought, Zhu Yunting decided to wait patiently outside until school dismissed. When Yang Shiqi finally exited the Sanchao Book House, Zhu Yunting stepped forward respectfully and bowed. "Are you Master Yang?" Yang Shiqi looked at Zhu Yunting with curiosity, then responded with a courteous bow himself, saying, "I am indeed Yang Shiqi. My name is Yang and my courtesy name is Shuqi. Might I inquire who you are?" Zhu Yunting smiled and introduced himself. "My surname is Zhu, and you may address me as Master Zhu. I have heard that you possess considerable learning, and thus I wish to meet you." Yang Shiqi chuckled and modestly replied, "I understand your intentions, Master Zhu. Though I'm merely a commoner, any scholarly insight I have is minimal at best. Still, it is a great honor to receive your praise." Though Zhu Yunting held deep respect for Yang Shiqi, recognizing that historically this individual demonstrated commendable character and strong ability, accomplishing much for the welfare of the common people and the nation. Thus, Zhu Yunting said, Mr. Yang, there is no need for such humility. I know you are a man of great talent. It would be my pleasure to visit you. How about this? Let us find a place to sit and share a few cups of wine. Surprised and flattered, Yang Shiqi replied, if I have gained such recognition from you, Master Zhu, how can I refuse? With smiles exchanged, both men proceeded to find a tavern located on the second floor near a window position. Aware that Zhu Yunting wanted to converse privately with Yang Shiqi, Zhao Qingzhu took the initiative to sit at a nearby table. Meanwhile, the accompanying brocade guard discreetly kept watch, ensuring no danger arose. Once the wine was served, Zhu Yunting courteously poured Yang Shiqi a cup first. Yang Shiqi picked up the wine cup and finished it in one gulp with Zhu Yunting. Since the alcohol content of the wine was quite low at this time, Zhu Yunting drank the entire cup without any hesitation. His bold behavior won Yang Shiqi over further, making him feel more favorably inclined. It was then that Yang Shiqi slowly opened his mouth and said, I see that you possess a jade-like demeanor and an extraordinary presence. You must not be an ordinary person, but someone of high standing. Therefore, I am extremely curious. What does Master Zhu seek me for? Zhu Yunting smiled. Indeed, Yang Shiqi was no ordinary man. So Zhu Yunting stood up, respectfully performing a ritual bow toward Yang Shiqi as he said, I wish to invite you to come out of seclusion and assist me so we may deliberate on major matters. Yang Shiqi rose solemnly, his brow furrowing slightly as he responded. You must be of royal descent. Zhu Yunting, somewhat startled, asked, How did you figure it out? Yang Shiqi replied, I cannot say exactly why, perhaps due to the regal bearing possessed by Master Zhu. Moreover, since you bear the surname Zhu, could it be that? Zhu Yunting chuckled softly and said, You're correct. I am the grandson of the current emperor, and my name is Zhu Yunting. Upon hearing these words, Yang Shiqi was greatly shocked and immediately knelt down, paying respects to Zhu Yunting as he said, Your humble subject pays respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Chapter 65, Searching for Talents. Yang Shiqi obviously did not expect that the person standing before him would be Zhu Yuntung, the Crown Prince of the Ming Dynasty. This Crown Prince had become very famous recently. After all, his ability to make a comeback in adversity and secure the position of Crown Prince determined that he was no ordinary man. And Yang Shiqi, who had heard some stories about Zhu Yuntung, held great respect for this Crown Prince. After all, whether it was the previous disaster relief incident or the subsequent several times of crisis resolution in the imperial court, all these were enough to show that Zhu Yuntung was a talented person with both moral integrity and wisdom. People like Yang Shiqi have always possessed profound learning, but due to their humble birth and lack of wealth, they have never found an opportunity to serve the country. Now that he met Zhu Yuntung, naturally it gave him hope immediately. At this moment, Zhu Yuntung quickly stepped forward, helped Yang Shiqi up, and said to Yang Shiqi, Sir, there's no need for such grand ceremony. I came out disguised to search for talents. I know you possess extraordinary abilities, so I want to get acquainted with you. If you are interested in planning big events with me and can assist in governing and stabilizing the world, my trip will not have been in vain. Yang Shiqi was shocked and then asked Zhu Yuntung, Did your highness leave the palace to such a distant place just to find someone who can help govern the world? Zhu Yunting nodded and said, Yes, that is my main purpose. Besides, I also want to understand public sentiment and the hardships of the common people so that I can return and propose solutions accordingly. This speech greatly moved Yang Shiqi. Yang Shiqi stood straight, bowed respectfully to Zhu Yuntung, and said, With you as the heir of the Ming Dynasty, it is fortunate for the commoners and for the nation. Zhu Yuntung sighed. Sir, your words flatter me too much. On this journey, I passed through many places, witnessing scenes that made me uncomfortable. As the Crown Prince, I now bear heavy responsibilities and have a lot of work to do. Therefore, I need people with remarkable talent like you to assist me in jointly creating a peaceful era. Would you be willing? Yang Shiqi replied solemnly. Without hiding anything from your highness, though I possess some knowledge, my real wish has always been to serve the court and contribute to the country, but I have never had the right channel. Now that your highness appreciates me so much and cherishes talent, I will surely dedicate myself fully to serving your highness until death. Zhu Yuntung smiled. With these words of yours, I feel reassured. Come sit down. Today, I shall drink with you until we're satisfied and converse happily. Both sat down, picked up their wine glasses, and began to drink and engage in heartfelt conversation. During their exchange, Zhu Yuntung realized that Yang Shiqi was indeed not simple. The conversation earlier didn't seem special, but when drinking and hearing Yang Shiqi talk about some existing issues in the current Ming Dynasty and the methods he thought should be used to solve them, Zhu Yunting understood why Yang Shiqi could be called the most capable head of the early Ming cabinet. With this in mind, Zhu Yunting looked forward even more to the next two individuals. After having their fill of food and drink, the two became well acquainted. Yang Shiqi knew that Zhu Yuntung was out disguised, so in order to help conceal his identity, he intentionally did not show excessive respect to Zhu Yuntung. They treated each other as friends. So Yang Shiqi spoke to Zhu Yuntung saying, Mr. Zhu, allow me to go home and brief my aged mother. Then I will leave worry-free to plan major undertakings with Mr. Zhu. Zhu Yuntung smiled and said, That is natural. I'll be waiting at the inn opposite the tavern for your news. Once everything is properly arranged, we'll leave here. After bidding farewell, the next morning, Zhu Yuntung heard Yang Shiqi's voice outside his door. I am Yang Shiqi, seeking an audience with Mr. Zhu. Zhu Yuntung immediately opened the door, then looking at Yang Shiqi at the entrance. Yang Shiqi had already brought a package, excitement evident on his face, and said to Zhu Yuntong, "Household affairs have been properly arranged, Mr. Zhu. When shall we depart?" Zhu Yuntong smiled, and said, "We shall set off immediately towards Jianing Prefecture, Jianing County." Yang Shiqi asked curiously, "Oh, to Jianing County, may I ask why?" Zhu Yuntong explained, "I've heard of a man named Yang Rong in Jianing Prefecture, Jianing County. His scholarly abilities are reportedly good, and I want to meet this person. If truly gifted, I must also include him in my retinue." Yang Shiqi laughed and said, "Mr. Zhu is truly a lover of talent, and I admire Yang Rong exceedingly. Thus, let's not waste any time." Zhu Yuntong nodded, and thus the group set off again. This Taya County was already considered a province away from Jianing County, so it took the group roughly 4 to 5 days to finally reach Jianan. Upon arrival, Zhu Yuntong still sent the brocade uniform guard to inquire about Yang Rong's whereabouts. Yang Rong had some reputation in Jianan County. Reportedly, at the young age of 17, he entered the prefectural academy, which meant that such a person was bound for greatness. As long as he worked hard and passed the provincial exams, entering officialdom was just a matter of time. After finding Yang Rong, Zhu Yuntong immediately went to visit him along with Yang Shiqi. At that moment, Yang Rong was studying at home when he heard guests had come to call, and he promptly welcomed them inside. When Zhu Yuntong met Yang Rong, he felt very pleased. However, Yang Rong's expression carried a hint of pride. After greeting Zhu Yuntong and Yang Shiqi, he asked, "May I ask who the two gentlemen are?" Zhu Yuntong did not conceal his identity, as he had come specifically to seek out Yang Rong. He then said, "I am the current heir apparent." As he spoke, he produced an imperial token. Unsurprisingly, Yang Rong's face changed instantly, and he quickly knelt down to pay respects. Zhu Yuntong immediately helped him up, saying, "Mr. Yang, there is no need for formalities. I have come here personally to invite you to accompany me to the capital to assist me." Yang Rong was greatly surprised, and said to Zhu Yuntong, "What merit do I possess to warrant the personal visit of the heir apparent?" Yang Shiqi, standing beside Zhu Yuntong, chuckled and said, "The heir apparent greatly appreciates talent. Perhaps hearing of your reputation, he believes you to be an invaluable person worthy of a 1,000-mile journey. We must not let down the good intentions of the heir apparent." Yang Rong quickly bowed again, saying, "With such favor bestowed upon me, Yang Rong has nothing to repay this kindness. Please allow the heir apparent to accept my humble respect." Indeed, this man possessed a certain amount of pride, evident even in his initial attitude. Although he was only around 21 or 22 years old, his talents were remarkable, and he had already entered the prefectural academy. A touch of arrogance was inevitable, but even if he was naturally proud, encountering the current heir apparent Zhu Yuntong demanded propriety and deference, especially since Zhu Yuntong viewed him as a promising talent and had specially invited him. Even if Yang Rong harbored pride, he could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor under these circumstances. Chapter 66. No worries, I will take action. Zhu Yuntong laughed as he helped Yang Rong to his feet, and then said, "Mr. Yang, would you consider coming with me to the capital?" Yang Rong excitedly replied, "A true man living between heaven and earth should naturally serve the country and its people. Now that your highness has shown me favor, if I were foolish enough to refuse, wouldn't these past years be wasted? Wouldn't all the books I've read be for nothing?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuntong and Yang Shiqi burst out laughing. Yang Rong joined in their laughter. So the next day, after bidding farewell to his family, Yang Rong once again set off with Zhu Yuntong and Yang Shiqi, leaving Jianan County. On the road, Yang Shiqi asked Zhu Yuntong, "Prince Taishu, do you have any more targets?" Zhu Yuntong smiled and said, "Indeed, I do." Thus, leading Masters Yang, they headed towards Shishou County of Huguang Prefecture. Determined, Zhu Yuntong was committed to gathering all 3 Yangs at one go. However, this trip to Shishou County in Huguang Prefecture took a bit longer. Along the way, they witnessed many unjust matters. Those within Zhu Yuntong's immediate ability to solve, he had his subordinates take care of them. Yet many were due to broader environmental factors which, even if he wished to, he could not yet address properly. Ultimately, it would only be after returning to the capital, issuing effective policies, that most problems could truly be resolved. Otherwise, acting alone, he could only handle a portion. After half a day in Shishou County, Zhu Yuntong quickly found Yang Pu. Yang Pu was also a remarkable talent. After Zhu Yuntong revealed his identity and intent, Yang Pu, still quite young at about 20, immediately showed great excitement, expressing his willingness to accompany Zhu Yuntong back to the capital to serve the nation. At this point, Zhu Yuntong's primary objective on this journey had been reached. The early Ming's trio of Yangs was now fully gathered. Henceforth, a powerful cabinet team could be summoned. With the formation of this trio-led team, Zhu Yuntong believed he would find dealing with numerous political issues much easier. Then Zhu Yuntong set off again with the 3 Yangs, heading directly from Huguang Prefecture toward Nanjing City. Though distant, along the way, the 3 Yangs and Zhu Yuntong continually discussed state affairs, making the journey feel anything but arduous or dull. As for Zhao Qingzhu, while uninterested in the state matters Zhu Yuntong discussed, she enjoyed the beautiful scenery, embracing the journey with the mindset of traveling and sightseeing. About 3 days later, they arrived in Jiangnan region. Within another day or two, they would return to Nanjing City. Arriving once more in the prosperous Jiangnan area, Zhu Yuntong couldn't help but want to thoroughly explore and enjoy it. Leading everyone into a small county of Jiangnan Prefecture. Although small, the residents here lived peacefully and happily, enjoying good lives. This place was near the capital, Nanjing. Prosperity was natural. What Zhu Yuntong didn't know, however, was that he had already come under watch. In the small county, Zhu Yunteng, with Zhao Qingzhu and the three Yangs, strolled idly, marveling at the bustling prosperity of Jiangnan. Not long into their walk, Yang Shiqi gave Yang Rong and Yang Pu a nod. The two glanced at Zhao Qingzhu and Zhu Yunteng and instantly understood Yang Shiqi's intention. Thus, the three told Zhu Yunteng they were going to buy some things, leaving him and Zhao Qingzhu behind. When Zhu Yunteng and Zhao Qingzhu were left alone, she curiously said, "Three big men. What exactly are they buying? They need to gang up to avoid us. That's ridiculous." Zhu Yunteng paused for a moment, looking at Zhao Qingzhu, thinking she might just be what was known as a straight-laced woman. But he didn't say anything, instead smiling and continuing to wander idly through the bustling streets alone with her. The street offered an abundance of goods, many specifically for women. Apparently, regardless of the dynasty, women's products were always highlighted among commodities. Seizing this opportunity, Zhu Yunteng bought some jewelry for Zhao Qingzhu, greatly pleasing the young girl. Next, they bought some snacks and started eating at a roadside stall. After eating their fill, they continued to shop, enjoying this rare peace momentarily. But once they had played their fill, Zhu Yunteng and Zhao Qingzhu were about to return to the inn when, upon reaching a secluded alleyway, Zhao Qingzhu's expression changed slightly. She promptly instructed Zhu Yunteng, "Get behind me." At first, Zhu Yunteng was a little stunned, then he also realized something was wrong. Although very reluctant, he had no choice but to stand behind Zhao Qingzhu. And Zhao Qingzhu was cautiously looking around, as if carefully listening to something. Then she said to Zhu Yunteng, "There are a few rough breathing sounds in that alley, and there are probably assassins lurking there." Zhu Yunteng couldn't help but admire her for being able to hear such things. No wonder she was a martial arts expert. However, he wasn't worried at all. The fact that Zhao Qingzhu could discover the enemy in this situation was enough to show that she was more skilled than them. Moreover, Zhu Yunteng had seen Zhao Qingzhu's strength before, so he didn't fear at all. Then he heard Zhao Qingzhu say to Zhu Yunteng, "Just stay here and don't move, I'll be right back." Zhu Yunteng obediently nodded. In matters like this, he must unconditionally obey Zhao Qingzhu. With the tip of her toes on the ground, Zhao Qingzhu nimbly leaped up. She stepped on the wall a few times and, in a manner extremely contrary to Newton's laws, flew onto the wall and disappeared on the roof. Zhu Yunteng calmly stood there. After about 2 or 3 breaths worth of time, he saw Zhao Qingzhu come out from the front alley after patting her hands. Zhu Yunteng was slightly surprised, and he took a couple steps forward, only to look into the alleyway and see 7 or 8 burly men with big knives lying unconscious haphazardly on the ground. Zhu Yunteng asked, "I didn't hear any sound at all. Did you really solve it so easily?" Zhao Qingzhu laughed and replied, "These people are too weak. They're nowhere near the level of those imperial guards. Dealing with them is like waving my hand. If I made any noise, wouldn't that make me seem amateurish?" Zhu Yunteng helplessly chuckled. It was indeed hard to imagine how formidable this seemingly harmless and incredibly adorable young girl was. At the same time, he also sighed slightly and said, "Ultimately, they still found us. From now on, there will be more and more trouble." Zhao Qingzhu patted her hands and said, "No worries, I will take action." Chapter 67. The Assassination on the Way Back to the Capital. Zhu Yunteng had never doubted Zhao Qingzhu's abilities. Moreover, with 10 accompanying brocade-clad guards, he was not at all worried. Since these people had sent someone to assassinate him, it was also a good opportunity to let them see the strength of his bodyguards and make them realize how easy or difficult it would be to kill him, perhaps even making them abandon the idea of sending more assassins in the future. When they returned to the inn, the 3 Yangs were already back. They hadn't bought anything at all, but instead spent their time drinking and chatting, discussing state affairs. Zhu Yunteng found this somewhat amusing. These 3 individuals possessed profound learning and open minds, with quite forward-thinking views on national matters. Thus, when the 3 of them got together, they could chat for 3 days and 3 nights, finding true friends in each other. Upon returning to the inn, Zhu Yunteng told the 3 Yangs about the assassination attempt earlier, and Yang Shiqi frowned. "If I'm guessing correctly, it's probably the 3 border kings and Jiangwen Duke Wang who sent the assassin." Zhu Yunteng was surprised. He hadn't expected that Yang Shiqi, being out of court, would have such clear insight into this matter. Yang Rong also said, "Besides them, there's probably no one else so eager to stop His Royal Highness from returning to Nanjing." Yang Pu added, "The most likely suspect is Jiangwen Duke King Zhu Yunwen, followed by those 3 border kings. In my view, the current threat posed by Jiangwen Duke Wang to His Royal Highness can be ignored. However, the 3 border kings still pose a significant threat. They each govern a region and have varying amounts of troops under their command. Most importantly, they are princes of the current emperor. From any perspective, the potential threat they pose to His Royal Highness must not be underestimated and requires caution." Seeing the 3 of them point out the crux of the problem so directly, Zhu Yunteng knew the 3 Yangs truly lived up to their reputations. Gathering them together was, as far as he could tell, absolutely the right thing he'd done thus far. So Zhu Yunteng smiled and asked, "Based on your esteemed opinions, what should Yunteng do?" Yang Shiqi chuckled first. "Is the Crown Prince trying to test us? Regarding autonomy, Your Highness must already have come to a conclusion within himself. Still, allow me to analyze it again. Firstly, nominally, you are already the Crown Prince. Even though these 3 border kings are princes, they ultimately haven't been designated as heirs to the throne. You are the nominal heir apparent, so speaking strictly of legitimacy, you definitely surpass them. Furthermore, regarding the army, as long as the Emperor is still alive, no matter how many troops these 3 border kings possess, they cannot cause any disturbance. Any major general dispatch from the court can easily suppress them. So this is not currently something we need to consider. Yang Rong also nodded, saying, "That's correct, but I believe the real issue lies in what the current emperor truly thinks, whether he absolutely intends to name the third prince as the heir. Is there a possibility of changing his mind? That's what's important." Yang Pu added further, "Not only that, although we temporarily don't need to worry about military power, if the current emperor were to, then, without any check on them, these border kings having their own troops might indeed become somewhat uncontrollable. I believe the urgent priority now is to assist His Highness Crown Prince in finding a way to weaken or outright seize the military powers of the border kings." Zhu Yuntung smiled, nodding in agreement, saying, "All three of you have hit the nail on the head. The issues you raised are precisely what I need to consider now. Once these problems are resolved, my position will be incredibly consolidated." Simultaneously, Zhu Yuntung mentioned that he had already won over Fu Yud previously, and even used the opportunity of Fu Yud being punished by going north to recruit soldiers and train new recruits to suppress Zhu Di. After hearing about Zhu Yuntung's approach, the three Yangs all gave him the thumbs up, showing great admiration for Zhu Yuntung. Yang Shiqi said, "In this case, among the three border kings, the promising Yin King Zhu Di has been restrained in the north by General Fu Yud. If this continues, he would indeed be no longer worth worrying about." Yang Pu said, "Kong King Zhu Song and Jin King Zhu Gang shouldn't be underestimated either. I wonder what methods His Royal Highness has against these two." Zhu Yuntung smiled confidently and replied, "There's no need to bother with Kong King Zhu Song and Jin King Zhu Gang." Yang Rong looked puzzled and asked, "Could it be that Your Highness has already figured out a method to deal with these two?" Zhu Yunting shook his head with a smile, saying, "It's not yet the time to reveal it, but the three of you can rest assured, these two will not pose any threat to me." Of course, he couldn't tell the three Yangs straightforwardly like he did with Lan Yu and the Chong brothers, saying these two border kings wouldn't live long. After all, although these three Yangs were highly capable, they weren't as closely tied to Zhu Yuntung as Lan Yu and the Chong brothers were, one big united family. Therefore, Zhu Yuntung could not reveal too much to them. Seeing Zhu Yuntung so confident, they also believed that he definitely had a way to deal with the situation. The crown prince standing before them possessed certain abilities in some areas that absolutely did not allow for any doubts from them. They were even very clear that they neither had the qualifications nor the ability to question Zhu Yuntung. This crown prince was someone they couldn't fully understand, despite all three of them being extraordinarily talented. Thus, they stopped worrying about the other two border kings. Yang Shiqi then said, "In this case, the three border kings need not be considered further and are no longer within our range of concerns. There's only Zhu Yunwen left, who poses even less of a threat." Yang Rong nodded, saying, "Indeed, compared to those border kings, Zhu Yunwen is nothing and cannot pose any kind of threat." Hearing their words, Zhu Yunting couldn't help but laugh. He thought that if Zhu Yunwen heard these words, he'd surely be so enraged that he'd spit blood. Zhu Yunwen, who always thought highly of himself, had always seen himself as the smartest and most capable person in the royal family. Even though he had already failed to such an extent now, he still refused to acknowledge his mediocrity. Naturally, he would be even less able to accept the evaluation of him by the three Yangs. After resting at the inn for a night, the three Yangs suggested that Zhu Yuntung return to Nanjing as soon as possible. They were somewhat concerned that something might happen, such as a skilled assassin really hurting Zhu Yuntung, and that would be disastrous. Although Zhu Yunting knew that he wouldn't be harmed, it was hard to reject their well-meaning advice. So he agreed. Then the group set off again, heading toward Nanjing. When they reached a secluded area along the road, suddenly a group of 30 to 40 assassins wielding swords and knives rushed out and immediately surrounded Zhu Yunting's group. Upon seeing this scene, the three Yangs turned pale instantly. Among them, Yang Shiqi shouted loudly, "Escort the grandson away first. We will try to hold back these killers." Though he was a scholar, since he had chosen to follow Zhu Yuntung, he was willing to devote himself wholeheartedly, even to the point of staying behind to distract the assassins. This actually moved Zhu Yuntung a little. He then smiled and said, "There's no need to worry so much. The three of you scholars just watch. My 10 guards and my fiancé are no ordinary individuals." Chapter 68. Zhu Yuanzhang tests the three youngsters. After Zhu Yunying finished speaking, before the three young scholars could say anything, Zhao Qingzhu and Tenjin Yiwei centurions had already rushed out. After rushing out, the Jin Yiwei drew their long knives, while Zhao Qingzhu still did not use any weapons. Only to see her lightly jump up, casually kicking out a few feet directly kicked several big men away. At the same time, those Jin Yiwei centurions swung their long knives, almost chopping one big man at a time. In just one brief moment, more than 10 assassins fell to the ground, which could not help but awe the three young scholars. The remaining assassins were all shocked by this scene. They would never have thought that the target of this assassination attempt was so powerful, but now, it's like an arrow on the string, they couldn't stop. They could only grit their teeth and continue. However, the result was being easily knocked down by the Jin Yiwei and Zhao Qingzhu. As a result, in about the time of drinking a cup of tea, 30 or 40 killers had already all lain down. Zhao Qingzhu then slowly returned, sitting on the horseback, pursed her lips, and said, "There's no one among these people who can fight." Those Tenjin Yiwei remained silent, continuing to guard around Zhu Yunying on horseback, always prepared for situations around them. Yang Shiqi, Yang Rong, and Yang Pu's faces twitched. They weren't surprised by the abilities of these Jin Yiwei. What made them feel astonished was how capable Zhao Qingzhu, such a petite girl, could be. Just as Yang Shiqi said, I truly had poor vision earlier, not realizing how skilled you are. It is indeed rude of me. Zhao Qingzhu laughed and said, everyone who sees me doesn't think I know martial arts, so there's nothing unusual. The three Yangs all smiled, thinking that if ordinary people saw a girl like you and thought your martial skills were strong, that would be strange. With this assassination attempt, there were more and more assassinations along the way towards Nanjing. Perhaps because the position was exposed anyway, plus they were getting close to Nanjing where the target became obvious, so the number of assassins increased. On the road to Nanjing, within merely over a day's journey, Zhu Yunying encountered 7 assassination attempts in total, but none of them posed any threat to him. Sometimes Zhao Qingzhu didn't even need to act. Those Jin Yiwei alone were sufficient to deal with the assassins. A day later, Zhu Yunying finally reached outside the city of Nanjing. Seeing the castle in the distance resembling a sleeping tiger sprawled across the land, Zhu Yunying's face showed a slight sneer, saying, I've returned. Those who try to assassinate me must be ready to pay the price. Previous tolerance does not mean I will tolerate your attacks on me. He was naturally referring to Zhu Yunwen and the 3 frontier kings. After bringing the 3 Yangs into the capital city, Zhu Yunying directly returned to the palace. He wanted to first bring the 3 Yangs to meet Zhu Yuanzhang since he said before leaving the palace that he needed to find these 3 people. Now that he found them, naturally Zhu Yuanzhang should take a look. In the imperial study room, Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the 3 young people kneeling on the ground, his heart full of emotion. It was these 3 individuals who had assisted nearly 4 emperors. Clearly very capable, but as time went on, the emperors they served grew more eccentric. However, thanks to recent changes, things did not evolve according to historical records anymore. So Zhu Yuanzhang casually asked a few questions. Firstly, he said, nowadays, the remnants of Beiyuan Mongols still exist. Some tribes of Beiyuan may gather at any time, posing hazards to our country's border areas. Do any of you have a solution? Yang Shiqi, being the oldest at 27 years old, was also the most capable among the 3. He opened his mouth slowly and said, in my opinion, for these nomadic tribes, we can only take one measure, which is fighting, until they surrender completely and become utterly afraid of us. At that point, much trouble will naturally be avoided. Yang Rong said, besides fighting, we should try to civilize them. Although it's difficult to civilize nomadic tribes, it's not impossible. If a good method is implemented, teaching them can offer a chance to cease war forever. Then Yang Pu spoke, fighting them makes them realize our Ming dynasty's power. Civilizing them offers them a way out. Both methods, if put into practice, would certainly yield very good results. However, aside from that, I believe we can implement some good strategies based on this foundation. For example, after making them fear us, we can dispatch some troops to control them and apply policies, preventing them from resisting the Ming dynasty again. After listening to their suggestions, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and said, excellent. Indeed, the 3 of you possess notable talents. The methods you've proposed, when combined, can truly address the lingering threat of Beiyuan. He then turned his gaze toward Zhu Yunying, struck by a sudden idea, and asked, Yunying, is there anything else you'd like to add? Zhu Yunying smiled and said, their methods are already sound. Perhaps even essential steps we must take. However, I believe we could implement one more strategy, trading some of our great Ming resources with the Beiyuan Mongols through commerce. Especially for certain essentials, we can initially relax restrictions. By providing large quantities of inexpensive goods, we can engage in trade with them, such as salt, rice, flour, or other quality items. Let them grow accustomed to using these products. If they entertain thoughts of conflict with our great Ming again, we can simply cut off these supplies. By then, they'll already be habituated to our goods, and their abrupt absence will undoubtedly make them uncomfortable. Transitioning back to eating only beef and mutton alone might prove challenging. After pondering Zhu Yunying's words, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, that's also a good strategy. Although relatively soft, if successful, it could lead to the complete collapse of those Mongolian herders. After being coddled by us, an abrupt cessation of all trade would certainly be unbearable for them. The 3 Yangs also found Zhu Yunying's plan quite impressive. At this point, Zhu Yuanzhang felt thoroughly satisfied with the performance of the 3 young scholars and announced, I hereby appoint the 3 of you as attendants in the Manhwa Pavilion. Your primary duty will be to assist the heir apparent in his daily studies. In addition, whenever the heir apparent reviews certain memorials, you must also offer appropriate opinions and serve as support. Upon hearing this, the 3 Yangs immediately knelt down to express their gratitude. This was undoubtedly a significant gesture of trust. From the start, Zhu Yuanzhang had placed them in the esteemed Wenhua Pavilion as attendants, and entrusted them with aiding Zhu Yunying in handling memorials. Although their positions were modest, they were already granted considerable authority. Chapter 69, Preparing to go North. Zhu Yuanzhang had already witnessed the capabilities of the 3 Yangs. If these 3 individuals could assist in managing state affairs, it would indeed be a great benefit for the Ming dynasty. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang assigned positions to each of them. The primary purpose was to have them assist Zhu Yunying in handling some memorials and accompany him in reading more books. After this matter was settled, Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Yunying and said, from now on, Yunying, you probably don't have much important work to do. If there's nothing urgent, stay peacefully in the Wenhua Pavilion with the 3 Yangs and go through the cabinet submissions together. You should also take the time to study earnestly. Zhu Yunying knew that Zhu Yuanzhang was about to begin formally training him on how to be a good emperor. But Zhu Yunying did indeed have things he needed to attend to. So he told Zhu Yuanzhang, Grandfather, there is still much time ahead, and I will have many opportunities to learn how to manage state affairs. However, The pressing matter right now requires my immediate attention. Thus, I fear I cannot fully focus all my efforts on state affairs just yet. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang did not get angry. After all, according to history books he had read, he had another 6 or 7 years left, which was certainly sufficient time to teach Zhu Yunying. So Zhu Yuanzhang asked Zhu Yunying, "What else do you need to do? Tell us." Zhu Yunying replied, "I wish to accomplish a great task. Once this task is achieved, it could enable the vast majority of, if not all, commoners to be free from hunger. From then on, they wouldn't have to worry about food shortages." Zhu Yuanzhang became immediately intrigued and said, "Yunying, what method do you propose to solve this age-old dilemma?" Zhu Yunying stated, "I know that overseas, there are various grain seeds our great Ming lacks. Therefore, I wish to find a person who can help me form a sea fleet, equipped with sufficient troops and some products of our country, sailing out to establish friendly relations with other countries. At the same time, we'll conduct grain exchanges and cultural exchanges, allowing our great Ming to obtain richer resources and grains. Among these grains, there are 2 foods named potatoes and sweet potatoes, which could significantly help our people solve their food problems. This matter is crucial and urgent. Each day delayed in bringing back these seeds means one more day our people suffer from hunger." Although Zhu Yuanzhang had read Ming dynasty history, his version only roughly recorded events involving the imperial family from the founding to the fall of the dynasty. Therefore, regarding some civilian matters or issues less related to the royal family, his history book barely contained any records. Thus, he was entirely unfamiliar with figures like Zheng He or the maritime expeditions to the western seas, and he certainly didn't know about potatoes and sweet potatoes. So he felt confused and asked Zhu Yunying, "Do these 2 foods truly exist in certain foreign countries as you say?" Zhu Yunying nodded, saying, "Absolutely. All I need is to send someone with a team to exchange goods and bring back sufficient seeds, which would certainly solve the grain problem of our great Ming." Seeing Zhu Yunying so confident, Zhu Yuanzhang seriously nodded and said, "If your words hold true, there is no reason for us to reject it. The only question left is, who is this person you intend to find?" Zhu Yunying said, "In my knowledge, this person might not match the political skills and scholarly learning of the 3 Yangs, but he is undoubtedly an extraordinary talent, outstanding in military affairs, battles, and navigation alike. In short, this person will be of great use to me." Zhu Yuanzhang asked again, "Whereabouts is this man currently?" Zhu Yunying replied, "In the north, with Uncle Yin Wang, Prince Yin." Zhu Yuanzhang's brow furrowed slightly before asking Zhu Yunying, "Do you mean you intend to go to Uncle Yin Wang's place in the north?" Zhu Yunying nodded. Zhu Yuanzhang paused for a moment. To be honest, in the past, he placed great emphasis and affection on Yin Wang, his son. One could even say that apart from Crown Prince Zhu Biao, Zhu Yuanzhang possibly favored his 4th son, Yin Wang Zhu Di, the most. However, since Zhu Yuanzhang had become acquainted with the history of the Ming dynasty, his feelings towards Zhu Di were not as positive as before. In his view, Zhu Di, once he ascended to the throne, indeed proved to be a capable emperor. There was no denying that. But unfortunately, the descendants of Zhu Di became increasingly peculiar over the generations. The fall of the Ming Empire had much to do with the various reckless operations and antics orchestrated by the descendants of Zhu Di. If the descendants of Zhu Di had been able to behave responsibly and ruled like Emperor Qingzu Zhu Di, or Emperors Renzong Zhu Gaoqi and Xuanzong Zhu Zhanji, the Ming dynasty would surely have prospered perpetually. Unfortunately, these emperors became increasingly peculiar as time went on. This led to Zhu Yuanzhang vowing, after reading Ming history, that under no circumstances would he allow the great Ming dynasty to fall into the hands of Zhu Di's lineage. In theory, if Zhu Di's descendants had been more competent and less bizarre, Zhu Yuanzhang might even have directly chosen to pass the throne to Zhu Di. But history is history, and Zhu Yuanzhang had seen it all. Naturally, he wouldn't let such a terrifying scene happen again. Back in his days, Zhu Yuanzhang was so angry upon learning about future generations of eccentric emperors that he often cried bitterly in the middle of the night. Thus, at this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang had little affection left for Zhu Di. Since Zhu Yunwen had already been chosen as the successor, Zhu Yuanzhang naturally needed to consider the potential threat posed by Zhu Di. After all, according to historical records, Zhu Di once seized the throne from Zhu Yunwen. Zhu Yuanzhang had to prepare and prevent Zhu Di from seizing the throne from Zhu Yunwen in the future. But what he hadn't expected was that Zhu Yunwen would actually volunteer to go see Zhu Di, which made Zhu Yuanzhang uneasy. He feared that Zhu Di might do something harmful to Zhu Yunwen. It seemed Zhu Yunwen understood Zhu Yuanzhang's concern because he smiled and said, "Grandfather, you don't need to worry. I'm the Crown Prince grandson now. Uncle Four wouldn't, and probably dares not to do anything to me right now." Neither Zhu Yuanzhang nor Zhu Yunwen wanted to speak too openly. Instead, they exchanged a knowing glance silently. Then Zhu Yuanzhang sighed and said, "You know what worries me, yet you still want to go?" Zhu Yunwen nodded. "I must go. First, to find the person I seek, and second, I actually intend to give Uncle Four a warning." Speaking in front of Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Yunwen felt fewer constraints. If Zhu Yuanzhang wanted him to be the Crown Prince grandson, then he must surely hope that Zhu Yunwen would solidify his position. Given that Zhu Yunwen faced only one major threat, Zhu Yuanzhang must be fully aware of it. Zhu Yuanzhang obviously didn't want Zhu Yunwen to go north out of fear that Zhu Di might harm him. Since Zhu Yuanzhang himself doubted Zhu Di, Zhu Yunwen saw no issue discussing this matter directly. Seeing Zhu Yunwen's determination, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and said, "Well then, if you insist on going, so be it. While I'm around, That fourth son Zhu Di dare not do anything to you. Moreover, as the crown prince grandson, visiting the northern frontier is also good for inspection. I'll also assign you a task. Go check on the results of Fu Yud's recruitment efforts, and urge him to properly train the border troops. Zhu Yunwen smiled, and said, I understand, time waits for no man. I will depart tomorrow. Zhu Yuanzhang gave an exasperated smile, and said, You are always so eager to act once there's something to do. Well, since the situation is urgent as you say, it's better to address it sooner rather than later. Solving the food problem for our people indeed can't wait. Zhu Yunwen chuckled, and respectfully bowed to take his leave. Leaving the imperial study, the three Yangs followed behind Zhu Yunwen. They arrived at the Wenhua Pavilion, where Zhu Yunwen usually helped Zhu Yuanzhang handle petitions and study. Upon arriving at the Wenhua Pavilion, Yang Shiqi could no longer contain his urgency, and spoke up. Your Highness, the journey to Yanwang Zhu Di will likely pose many dangers along the way. Yang Rong chimed in. I share the same concern, fearing something unfortunate might happen. Or perhaps, their intention was clear. They wished to dissuade Zhu Yunwen from making the trip. In their eyes, Zhu Yunwen's safety should come first. He had already encountered several assassination attempts during their previous search. If he were to head further north, other dangers were almost inevitable. However, Zhu Yunwen dismissed their fears, saying, No need to worry. I'll take 10 elite members of the embroidered uniform guard, and also have Zhao Qingzhu accompany me. With her around, very few in this world could ever harm me. Hearing Zhu Yunwen's statement, the three Yangs were left speechless. Though they longed to persuade him otherwise, they couldn't deny that with Zhao Qingzhu accompanying him, there truly was no one who could lay a finger on Zhu Yunwen. Realizing this, they ceased their fruitless attempts at persuasion. Meanwhile, Zhu Yunwen addressed them. While I'm away, continue processing the cabinet's submissions as you deem fit. Highlight any problems or write your opinions for the ones needing attention, then forward them to my grandfather. The three Yangs all bowed deeply, replying in unison. We understand, Your Highness. We shall follow your instructions faithfully. Zhu Yunwen smiled warmly, and said, There's no need for unnecessary formalities. You three are talents I personally invited back. I trust in your abilities and believe that you can help create a brighter future for us. Therefore, it is imperative that you work hard and not disappoint my earnest expectations. Hearing this, the three Yangs all knelt down simultaneously, speaking in unison. Your Highness's favor, none of us dare to forget. We will serve you with utmost diligence and dedication, and work for the betterment of the world till our last breath. Zhu Yunwen smiled as he helped them up, nodding satisfactorily. He was filled with anticipation for the future. Then, Zhu Yunwen addressed the three Yangs. In fact, this trip to the north is not just about finding the person I am looking for. I also wish to meet this fourth uncle of mine. Currently, he is the only one who could potentially pose a threat to my imperial throne in the future. Dealing with such a person early on and getting to know him is crucial, as it provides better ways to handle him in the future. Otherwise, I might be left at a great disadvantage, and that would certainly not be a good thing. Upon hearing Zhu Yunwen's words, Yang Shiqi paused momentarily before nodding and saying, Given this perspective, there indeed seems to be an imperative need for this trip. Since that's the case, we won't try to stop your highness any longer. However, it will still be dangerous. Under no circumstances should Lady Qingzhu leave your side, even half a step away. Zhu Yunwen laughed lightly and nodded. He understood the good intentions of the three Yangs towards him. Chapter 70, Illusion. Zhu Yuning must meet with Zhu Di. First, he needs to exert some pressure on Zhu Di. Second, he has to check the north to see if Fu Yud has completely controlled the military power in the north. Meanwhile, he will also secretly investigate whether Zhu Di has been secretly building an army behind his back. After all, historically during the Zhengwen period when Zhu Yunwen began curtailing the power of the feudal lords, Zhu Di had gathered a large number of people underground to forge weapons and secretly recruited soldiers for military training. These precautions can't be neglected. The current Zhu Yuning will most likely not follow the path of rebellion and become crown prince in name and rightful claim. Thus, he has to prevent others from rebelling. Under such circumstances, Zhu Di became the primary threat in his mind. After all, Qin Wangzhu Bao and Jin Wangzhu Gang would likely not live long. Though historical events have changed, these changes haven't significantly impacted Qin Wangzhu Bao and Jin Wangzhu Gang, especially in terms of their lifespan. Even if Zhu Yuning ascended the throne, Zhu Gang and Zhu Bao would still die due to health issues. This is not closely related to the changes in the whole situation. Since these two powerful frontier kings are destined to die, and historically Zhu Di, the Prince of Yin, succeeded in his rebellion, then Zhu Yuning only needed to guard against him. After returning to the Eastern Palace and meeting with his two sisters who he hadn't seen for many days, Zhu Yuning instructed some eunuchs and palace maids that, while he was away, except for Zhu Yuanzhang, no one else was allowed to visit the two princesses. Moreover, they couldn't let the two princesses be bullied by anyone. Although Lu Shi and Zhu Yunwen had already moved out of the Eastern Palace, without Zhu Yuanzhang's command, Lu Shi and Zhu Yunwen almost certainly wouldn't enter the Eastern Palace again. However, it was necessary to remain vigilant since the only weakness of Zhu Yuning right now were his two sisters. As long as he could protect his two sisters well within the Eastern Palace, he would be free to do anything fearlessly. On the morning of the next day, Zhu Yuning set off with 1,000 house officials of the Brocade Guards to find Zhao Qingzhu. They immediately headed towards the north together. Unlike last time where they concealed his identity and sneaked out, this time Zhu Yuning went openly as the Grand Crown Prince under the pretext of inspecting the northern area. Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang also very cooperatively issued an edict. which basically meant that the crown prince should familiarize himself with the border conditions. Publicly announcing that Zhu Yunying would go to the north served as a form of protection. In this way, certain individuals would rather not take any action. Everyone knew Zhu Yunying's travel route, and once there was an issue, Zhu Yuanzhang would conduct various investigations. As long as Zhu Yuanzhang wanted to, the cases his secret police dealt with were virtually unsolvable mysteries. Therefore, everyone would naturally think twice before attempting any harm toward Zhu Yunying as he openly travels around. Even Zhu Yunwen, as foolish as he might be, realized this wasn't an opportunity. He continued to ponder over how to utilize this chance to launch another series of strikes against Zhu Yunying. His first thought was that perhaps his fourth uncle might not be too pleased about Zhu Yunying becoming the crown prince. Sometimes, the enemy of your enemy can become a friend. So Zhu Yunwen prepared to secretly head to Beiping as well, just to plan things with Zhu Di. Meanwhile, Zhu Di far in the north had already received the message, saying that the crown prince would come to the north, urging him to prepare for a welcome. This did not please Zhu Di at all. He summoned his eldest son, Zhu Gaoqi, sat on the throne, and asked gravely, "The crown prince is coming to our northern Yanwang palace. Tell me, what exactly is his purpose?" Zhu Gaoqi, the heir of the Prince of Yan, although obese since childhood with weak physical condition, certainly didn't lack ability. He instantly responded, "Probably, he wants to come and warn us a bit. After all, now that he has become the crown prince, father and some uncles may feel somewhat unwilling. Perhaps he realizes the discontent among the uncles and father, so he wants to promote his status and flaunt that he is the true crown prince of the Ming dynasty." Zhu Di took a deep breath and said, "You are correct. This undeniable fact remains. He is indeed the crown prince. At least during the reign of our grandfather, our hands are tied." Zhu Gaoqi smiled slightly and said, "Therefore, all we can do now is endure quietly, observe from afar, and after the crown prince takes the throne, see his abilities and strengths. If his strength and ability are strong, father will settle down as the Prince of Yan." Zhu Di narrowed his eyes and looked at his plump son, saying, "If he turns out to be weak in capability, what then?" Zhu Gaoqi smiled, but didn't say anything further. Here silence spoke louder than words. Zhu Di took a deep look at his plump son. Though young, this son of his exhibited remarkable maturity in mind, sharpness in intellect, and unfathomable depth in his scheming. If it weren't for the fact that he's rather overweight with fragile health, Zhu Gaoqi would certainly be a perfect successor in Zhu Di's eyes. However, unfortunately, Zhu Gaoqi, Zhu Di's eldest son, has been in poor health since childhood. Once upon a time, Zhu Di even considered removing Zhu Gaoqi's title as heir prince and instead naming his second son, Zhu Gaoxiu, as his successor. Thinking about this, Zhu Di gently waved his hand to signal Zhu Gaoqi to leave. Zhu Gaoqi slightly bowed and turned around to leave. Then, Zhu Di massaged his temples and murmured to himself, "This grand crown prince coming north this time isn't likely so simple after all. What scheme does he have up his sleeve? What exactly is he planning to do?" He was profoundly perplexed. If Zhu Yunwen had come as grand crown prince, Zhu Di wouldn't have dwelled too much on overthinking things. But Zhu Yunting, during this period, showed an extraordinary performance, which forced Zhu Di to be more cautious. Relatively speaking, Zhu Di still preferred Zhu Yunwen to be the crown prince, because he thought Zhu Yunwen would be easier to deal with as a crown prince. Nevertheless, Zhu Yunting, although once very unremarkable, now often exudes a certain inexplicable quality. The actions he undertakes are also quite resourceful. He easily pulled down Zhu Yunwen, who had always been favored by Zhu Yuanzhang before, and directly made Zhu Yuanzhang appoint him as the crown prince. This alone sufficiently illustrates Zhu Yunting is no ordinary figure. Faced with such an unexpectedly emerging crown prince, Zhu Di felt somewhat uneasy inside. On the other side, after Zhu Yunting set off with great fanfare, there were local officials awaiting at each of the states, prefectures, counties along the way to handle reception. This journey contrasted sharply with Zhu Yunting's previous 2 covert departures from the palace. During those trips, he could see people's sufferings and the grim realities of life. This time, however, as the grandson of the emperor making an official trip to the north, everywhere he passed through seemed free of the common sight of suffering among the masses. It was almost as if stepping out of the capital city, he had entered another world entirely, one without any injustice or harsh realities, where no commoner worried about starvation or inequity. But precisely because of this illusion, Zhu Yunting felt a profound sadness in his heart. Sure enough, appearing as the crown prince meant he saw only what others wanted him to see, and what they showed him was far from reality. Such concealment and pretense deeply angered Zhu Yunting. It was an odious form of deceit aimed at concealing the truth. Especially when Zhu Yunwen passed through a village where, despite almost non-existent harvests in the fields, dozens of villagers were found enjoying steamed buns, vegetables, and even meat. Zhu Yunting finally lost control of his anger. At this point, Zhu Yunting was passing through the village and decided to take a rest there. After walking around the village for a round, when he returned to the house where he rested, his expression was dark and solemn. By his side, Zhao Qingzhu asked Zhu Yunting, "Why do you seem unhappy when these villagers are eating well and drinking well?" Zhu Yunting snorted and said, "Do you think those people are real villagers?" Zhao Qingzhu paused, puzzled, and asked, "What do you mean, Your Highness? If they aren't villagers, what are they?" Zhu Yunting sighed and said, "Look at the hands, feet, and clothing of those people in the village. Do they resemble the appearance of villagers living in such impoverished places? Clearly, each one of them leads a comfortable life and eats so well. Could food rain down from the sky here? Would heaven drop steamed buns just for their convenience? Upon hearing this from Zhu Yunting, Zhao Qingzhu hesitated for a moment, reflected carefully, and finally said, "Yes, it seems that way. Not only are their clothes clean and neat, but their shoes are also in good condition and mostly without mud. That aside, their hands don't appear rough at all. Clearly, they're not the hands of laborers. Indeed, judging from this, they evidently don't do farming work daily. Moreover, considering the many crops in the fields around them, the yields seem to be quite poor. Yet, they can still eat steamed buns. That is indeed strange." Zhu Yunting said, "It's more than that. There are probably even more things we can't imagine." As he spoke, Zhu Yunting looked at 4 of the 10 brocade-clad guard captains and said to them, "Go investigate. Do not let the local officials know. Conduct a covert investigation." The 4 brocade-clad guards bowed deeply and left. At this moment, a county magistrate dressed in a 7th-rank dark robe cautiously walked in and respectfully said, "Prince Tai-sun, it's time for lunch. Would you like us to bring it in?" Zhu Yunting remained silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Then let's have lunch." The county magistrate waved his hand, and immediately 7 or 8 young maidens carried in dishes of rare delicacies and set them on the table. Zhu Yunting went over and took a look. On the table were chickens, ducks, fish, meat, and surprisingly, even bear paws. Though black bears near northern forests were not unusual, Zhu Yunting simply had no interest in eating bear paws. He sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and gestured for Zhao Qingzhu to sit and eat with him. Then he said to the county official, "The villagers in this village seem quite well fed and comfortable. You, as the county magistrate, must have some talent." Hearing Zhu Yunting's praise, the county official became very excited and replied, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your kind words. I will continue to do my best to govern this region well." But Zhu Yunting merely hummed coldly. He was now waiting for the brocade-clad guards to return and report the real situation. Chapter 71, The Price of Deception. Zhu Yunting looked at the table full of delicious food but always felt uneasy as he ate. After managing to eat a little, he put down his chopsticks, having lost all appetite. He always had a feeling of foreboding, though he couldn't quite explain it. Meanwhile, the county magistrate thought it might be that the food wasn't to Zhu Yunting's taste, so asked if other dishes should be prepared. Zhu Yunting shook his head, refusing politely. It wasn't that he disliked these delicacies. Rather, he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Then the county magistrate had the food removed. Afterward, Zhu Yunting waited quietly among the villagers for the 4 dispatched brocade-armored guards. Soon the 4 guards returned, their expressions somewhat grim. At that very moment, Zhu Yunting immediately realized there was indeed a problem. One of the guards stepped forward and said, "Lord, none of the people in this village are the original residents. They are officials and their families from the county office who were temporarily arranged here. The rice and flour they served were brought from their own homes as part of a facade designed to deceive you." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Yunting's expression darkened instantly. At that moment, only Zhu Yunting, Zhao Qingzhu, and a few guards remained in the room. Zhu Yunting stood up, fixing his gaze on the guard as he asked, "So where did the original villagers go?" The guard hesitated. Zhu Yunting frowned sharply. "Answer me quickly." The guard lowered his head and admitted, "They were taken by the soldiers of the county office and imprisoned in the jail." Zhu Yunting erupted in rage, picking up a teacup from the table and smashing it to the ground, shouting, "Unbelievable!" The commotion inside caught the attention of the county magistrate outside, who hurriedly entered and inquired, "Your Royal Highness, what is the matter?" Zhu Yunting glared at the magistrate and waved his hand. "Take him into custody." Upon the command, 2 brocade-armored guards moved forward and detained the county magistrate. The county magistrate immediately became frightened and knelt on the ground saying, "Your Highness, if I have offended or neglected anything, please speak out, and I will make amends with all my efforts." Approaching slowly, Zhu Yunting stared at the county magistrate sternly and said, "Where are the original villagers of this village?" Before the magistrate could finish speaking, Zhu Yunting raised his hand and slapped him hard. "How dare you try to deceive me? Do you think the guards accompanying me are all just drunkards? Do you truly believe your little schemes can fool and escape my notice? Speak now, or I'll kill you this instant." Terrified, the county magistrate turned pale and rushed to say, "My lord, it's all because I wish to create a favorable impression and environment, not wanting the commoners to sully your eyes. It was an act born out of necessity. Please forgive me." Zhu Yunting snorted with disdain and said, "You dare greatly to confine the entire village of peasants and substitute them with another group just to play act before me? You truly take me for a fool." Kneeling and trembling on the ground, the magistrate continuously tried to justify himself, yet Zhu Yunting ignored his explanations entirely and pointed at him angrily. "Release all the villagers back immediately and restore everything to its original state." The county official bowed repeatedly and left shortly after in trepidation. By the late morning, villagers gradually started returning to the village. These villagers appeared gaunt and weak, some even missing limbs or unable to walk properly. Even worse, some children suffered severely from malnutrition and wore tattered clothes that barely covered them, with some walking barefoot even in such cold winter weather. This scene contrasted starkly with the well-fed faces of the magistrate's family members pretending to be villagers. This was the true state of the village. Zhu Yunting watched it all, filled with immense sorrow. Among the many villagers, some were crying. Stepping closer, Zhu Yunting inquired the middle-aged man who was crying about the reason. Realizing the one standing before him was the crown prince of the Ming dynasty, the man fell onto the ground in reverence and pleaded, "Crown Prince, do justice for us common folk. My father was forcibly dragged into the county jail and held for more than a day without food. With his already poor health, he eventually starved to death there. They didn't even tell us where they threw my father's body. Now, I cannot even bury him properly. Furious and clenching his teeth tightly, Zhu Yunting shot an intense look at the quivering county official nearby. At this moment, the county magistrate was absolutely terrified and knelt on the ground, saying, "Your Highness, this sinner will immediately have his father's body located and give him a proper response." Zhu Yunting clenched his teeth and said, "You should give all the common people in this village a response." The magistrate kept nodding, saying, "Yes, yes, this sinner will certainly provide a response." Zhu Yunting snorted and said, "Since you agree, it is easily done. Bring the county magistrate to the village entrance and execute him on the spot." Upon hearing this, the county magistrate was frightened to the point of collapsing on the ground, his lips trembling as he continuously begged for mercy. However, for officials who would sacrifice the common people just to deceive their superiors, Zhu Yunting had no tolerance for leniency. This also served as a warning to some officials in areas they would pass through later. Thus, Zhu Yunting showed no mercy, simply waving his hand, and 2 brocade-armored guards dragged the county magistrate to the village. They executed him in front of countless villagers. Then Zhu Yunting turned back and asked, "Are there any other officials from the county office here?" The assistant magistrate trembled as he stepped out and quickly knelt down, saying, "Lord Crown Prince, this matter has nothing to do with me. Please, Lord Crown Prince, make a wise judgment." Zhu Yunting stared at the assistant magistrate kneeling on the ground and said, "Take good care of the common people in this village, or your fate will be no different from that of the county magistrate." The assistant magistrate was already pale with fear, kneeling and guaranteeing that he would certainly properly take care of these people. He had already realized that Zhu Yunting was not easy to fool and highly valued these common people. Naturally, he dared not do anything further to harm these commoners and had to treat them like ancestors. Otherwise, the executioner's blade might fall upon him as well. After dealing with the situation here, Zhu Yunting became even more aware of one problem. Solving the issue of food for the common people was urgent. Because along the journey, wherever they went through poorer areas, the common people faced nothing but issues of food. Especially in the bitter cold winter, the further north they went, the colder it got. With freezing weather, if the common people did not have enough food, it would be hard for them to survive through the winter. Looking at the slowly falling snowflakes in the sky, his heart felt as though it were bleeding as he murmured to himself, "I wonder how many more people will die this winter." Beside him, Zhao Qingzhu's face also revealed a look of sorrow. Chapter 72. Meeting Zhu Di, Deep Uncle-Nephew Bond. The food problem of the Great Ming must be resolved. With the harsh winter approaching, the imminent cold also becomes an urgent issue. Ancient people would keep warm by either lighting a fire or wearing more clothes. However, even with multiple layers and freezing winters, staying warm was not easy. It's simply too cold. Thus, the most effective way remains to be lighting a fire. But for that, some firewood or charcoal doesn't last long enough when burned. For those who live in the mountains, they may have it easier as they can utilize resources from their surroundings. However, for areas where wood supplies are scarce, or for residents within towns and cities, obtaining large quantities of firewood is impractical. This mainly occurs because the wood burns too fast. Often, all the wood gathered laboriously in one day only lasts about 3 days. After considering this matter, Zhu Yunting asked Zhao Qingzhu beside him, "What do you use for warmth during the winter at your residence?" Zhao Qingzhu replied, "Charcoal. It's quite warm, but the majority of ordinary people cannot afford it, let alone poor folk who needn't even dream of such luxuries. A few regular citizens might manage to burn some wood to stay warm. For the poor, even chopping wood isn't always straightforward. Some who chop firewood even take it to sell in the city to earn a meager living. Using it themselves for warmth would be too precious to waste. Compared to heating, eating takes precedence, as being cold might not immediately kill someone, but hunger certainly will." Zhu Yunting nodded slightly before continuing. "Do you know about coal?" Zhao Qingzhu thought for a moment, then said, "I've heard of it. They say it's highly toxic, hard to ignite, and once lit, releases an intensely stimulating smell, which is unpleasant. Inhaling excessive amounts could cause dizziness, general weakness, nausea, and vomiting. It's rarely used for keeping warm. At best, it is used for boiling water or cooking meals. Since it's difficult to mine, very few people undertake extensive extraction. There's also another reason. This is a mineral buried deep underground beneath the mountains. Many believe that extracting it on a large scale could bring natural disasters and calamities, so fewer individuals contemplate utilizing it for warmth." Hearing this, Zhu Yunting huffed and said, "Such ignorance is laughable. In a few hundred years, Western countries will use this material as the power source for steam engines, and coal-fired trains will become common here. And yet, we remain stuck in this level of naivety." Confused, Zhao Qingzhu replied, "I don't quite understand what you're saying." Zhu Yunting took a breath, then said, "No worries if you don't understand now. The time will come when you will. Clearly, there's a need to advance coal development. Otherwise, resolving just the food supply for the masses won't stabilize their livelihoods. If we can't tackle winter warming issues, a vast number of deaths from the cold are inevitable. Progress needs to be made step by step, one task after another. There's undoubtedly one more task added to Zhu Yunting's agenda now. It's impossible for him to complete everything in a short time, so these things need to be stored in his heart." The journey north wasn't particularly far, but due to the extreme cold, their travel pace was extremely slow. Upon entering Beiping territory, Zhu Yunting noticed quite a few people waiting to greet him outside the Beiping gates. Upon closer inspection, 2 figures stood at the forefront of the group. One appeared to be about 40 years old with average stature, but exuded a commanding presence. Clad in a light yellow robe adorned with dragon motifs, he was unmistakably crowned Prince Zhu Di. And next to him stood a towering figure whom Zhu Yunteng recognized well, the great General Fu Yud. On the surface, Fu Yud had been punished by Zhu Yuanzhang and dispatched here to recruit and train new soldiers. But the reality was different. Fu Yud had been summoned by Zhu Yunteng specifically to restrain Zhu Di. Currently, General Fu Yud wore a genuine and heartfelt smile on his face, reflecting pure sincerity. By contrast, Zhu Di's smile seemed somewhat strained. It was understandable. No matter how you looked at it, Zhu Di was bound to harbor dissatisfaction toward Zhu Yunteng. To expect Zhu Di to display a genuinely warm-hearted grin would obviously be unrealistic. At that point, Zhu Yunteng rubbed his face, forced a small smile, prompting Zhao Qingzhu nearby to stifle a soft laugh. Then, Zhu Yunteng dismounted, stretched out his hands, and walked over toward Zhu Di in overwhelming excitement. From a distance, he shouted, "Uncle Di, my beloved fourth uncle. It has been such a long time." Hearing this, Zhu Di laughed heartily as he approached and firmly grasped Zhu Yunteng's hand. "Nephew Yunteng, we indeed haven't seen each other in quite a while. Your fourth uncle missed you terribly." Both gazed at each other with moved expressions, though privately, they both harbored their own ulterior thoughts. After the touching exchange between uncle and nephew, Zhu Di grabbed Zhu Yunteng's arm with one hand and said, "Come, follow Uncle Di to the Prince of Yan's mansion. I've prepared a great deal of delicious food for your hospitality. You've surely been exhausted on this long journey." Zhu Yunteng smiled and said, "Uncle Di is exaggerating things. I came from such a long distance, actually disturbing you, which would be considered giving trouble to you, Uncle Di. I hope that Uncle Di does not mind. How can this be mentioned? Your coming makes me happy. There's absolutely no question of disturbance, and naturally, there's nothing to mind at all."